Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores live stream, day 66. So yesterday, of course, we ended up having the combat merger. Actually, do I have it up right now? The combat merge? No. Let's see. The combat merge, post. And yeah, a lot of really interesting information. Basic consensus, of course, was you will gain a set amount of max level every single chapter, with the first two being the exception where you only gain 30, and then every other chapter gaining 40 as far as towards your levels. Everything else beyond that starts to get combined into essentially a big skill tree. So you end up getting that and be able to allocate into a lot of different builds. There's things like movement speed, HP regen, higher amount of ammo, specific damage types, both offensively and defensively. Tuning so that you can wear better gear, potentially even gear above your level range. Like if you went only into weapon tuning, if you're like level 200, you might be able to wield like a 300 something weapon. So interesting to see exactly how those kind of things pan out. As they even added, probably the most spiciest one too, is increases your off-faction weapon and armor proficiency. So you're going to be able to wear gear from every single class in the entire game. Though what percentage of the effectiveness that it is really determines if it's going to be good or not. Has to be at least 90% to even consider it, and ideally 95% so it's actually, you know, like usable. Because anything below like 90-95% is probably not going to be that good. As far as today's goals, we are doing, well, of course, with the combat rework around the corner, I am focusing entirely on skilling. And one thing I want to try to do before the combat rework ends up hitting the game in about roughly a month, we don't really have an official date, I would say roughly a month or so, give or take a little bit. But before the combat rework hits, I want to try to get 200 all. Of course, we've been already done with Chronopolis, so I do still want to do some Leatherworker for the money. As far as Mines of Matubin, of course, we're ignoring combat, so all we have left is Bone Right, essentially, which we're going to be doing some gather today to go get some bones, as well as all of our knowledge throughout the entire stream, going straight to Bone Right. I believe we can use our next bone at 154, 158, and then our really, really good one is at 168, which is the main thing we have to knowledge to, as I have almost no bones banked, so we pretty much have to do 149 to 160 Bone Right almost exclusively off of just knowledge. Because I think I have like one level worth of bones banked right now, as far as, you know, actual EXP to go get it up. So yeah, that's going to be a lot of knowledge into there. Probably won't get it done until the end of the weekend. But I don't know, we'll see how far we get. Today's what, Friday? But yeah, by the end of the weekend, I definitely want this to be 168 so that we can get it to 200. Because from there, it shouldn't be as hard to get it to 200. It'll still be a little bit difficult, but getting to 168 will be almost harder. Like getting from this level to 168 is almost going to be harder than 168 to 200. So as long as we get that done, we're pretty much going to be good to go. Also, I've been banking every single one of these. Is it worth it? No. Have I been doing it? Yes. I'm scared of the price hike they were talking about. Like, I'm not sure if they're going to be like doubling, tripling some of the prices. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to store everything. Like, here, I've been doing last night. I was doing like some off-stream carpentry, and look how much I banked. I would say like 95% of this was banked last night, particularly in the tier 2 category. So anything that you see in the second bar, I pretty much did last night across like all of these several ones. But yeah, we've been going hard on it right now. We're finally back at Carpentry. Oh gosh. But yeah, we finally got back into Carpentry. I need to go level these things. I mostly just wanted to clear out my bank. I think was the biggest thing. The EXP rate is not the greatest, so we're probably going to stop it soonish. But we do need 68 at some point, or 67, whatever it was, because I need those ash planks, which will be our first tier 3 plank. It's pretty noteworthy because we can actually make shields out of it. So if we ever need a shield upgrade that's like a little bit higher, we can. And of course, when we go even higher than that, we'll be good to go. But yeah, this is required for tier 3 shields, which goes up to like 140-ish, I want to say. Somewhere around there, like 130, 140, somewhere around there. But anyways, we do 11 at a time with 2 potions in our thing because, of course, no potion storage yet. They did say in the Q&A that's likely coming through requests where you'll be able to go and equip them afterwards. However, yeah, you can't currently do that yet, so gotta do 11 instead of 12 and just keep a potion for Hope Forest and one for Mines of Matubin. The main reason I'm not boosting every single time right now is I'm doing a really low tier log, so it doesn't really matter at the moment. Once we get to the higher tier stuff, I'll start using it again. But anyways, hello Isabel, hello Mad Hatter, hello B, hello Owl, hello Joey, hello Ian, welcome everyone. Hope you guys have been having a wonderful day so far. So we do currently have a poll up right now. And it's with the new build types soon available with the Combat Merge and Brighter Shores, which sounds the best? Actually, I couldn't really put what I really wanted to say there because YouTube has like a character limit. But, you know, which build do you really plan on like making overall? And we have 4 options, so really only 3. The other one's just kind of there to be there. But we have the infinite ammo DPS range, which with the extra movement speed does sound like a lot of fun. So what I mean by that is infinite ammo. We don't know exactly how much they're going to give us because this is just a mock-up, not the actual like thing. However, one thing we do know of, can I not click on this to make it bigger? Oh, well, it's big enough. But anyways, one thing we do know of is we're going to be getting extra ammo. How much, we don't know. There's just a mock-up image, which has like 9 on it, showing like 1/7 of the space. So this likely isn't exactly correct, but even if we can go up to 20 ammo, 20 ammo is like infinite ammo pretty much. Just this screen alone would bring us to like 13 ammo, up from current 4. So, and this is only like a fraction of what's currently visible here. But this is a mock-up, so take it with a grain of salt as far as what you would be able to get overall from it. But still, any amount of extra ammo like that, even 5, 10, goes a very long way given how short most fight durations are. And you can do a lot of extra damage with it. I think that was also mentioned here, which sounds really funny, is extra movement speed. Let's see, where is it? Extra movement speed. You said it somewhere's here. Yeah, how fast you can move during combat. We don't know how fast this would get. But there's 2 funny implications of this. Is one, if you actually move quicker in combat than you do outside of combat, you'll just start zooming around. And there might actually be some skilling implications to using that in combination with the cast immunity speed, which would be really, really funny. But the main thing with the DPS build is you would make your movement speed as high as possible. You'd make your ammo go as high as possible. And then you would go as much damage as you possibly can. And then you just go run around in circles and just keep hitting an enemy. It wouldn't be exactly circles. It would be more like a hexagon shape or something, or even a square. But you'd basically just run around in a shape, and they would basically almost never hit you, and you just infinitely range them. It'd be pretty click intensive, but it would be really funny. Also, there's obviously stationary units that would not even move at all, where you could just range them and they will literally just die, which would also be very nice. Beyond that, the other build we mentioned was mixed with all factions. This is actually winning right now, probably because it's the most fun. And that is basically building a decent optimized mix build, but going really heavily into this. Increases your all-faction weapon and armor proficiency. Note that it says both weapon and armor, meaning that you won't necessarily take bad damage against certain types. Like, you know, as a Cryo Knight, we generally have pretty weak yellow resistance. So, not only that, but when special attacks come out, that means you have access to every special attack weapon in the game. Something that we didn't really know of until pretty much they dropped that. We will have access to every single special attack with any class, regardless of what class you are. You might have to go and unlock some of the obelisks in a given zone, and you might need to do it a lot in order to actually have like a good effect on it, because the lower end might only be like, what, 50%, 75%? But if you can get that up to like 90, 95% effectiveness for off-class gear, that is really, really, really strong. Having access to all that gear, all those special attacks, all that everything. There's a lot of potential builds you could do out of that, given that you'd, you know, have every special attack in the game. So that was the second one. And obviously just optimizing around those with all your extra damage towards it. How fast you can... Oh, no, never mind. That's not what I want to go over. And then the other one was the AFK DPS tank, aka like the 0 to 1 click combat. Because they are going to be giving us HP regeneration. I think I mentioned it somewhere here. You'll be able to get max HP. You'll be able to get armor proficiency to wear armor even stronger than what you can wear now. You might be able to wear like 300 something armor at level 200. So you'll be very, very tanky. And then you can just 1 click an enemy, AFK, and come back, kill another one, boom. You're good to go. You can technically do that with range DPS as well, but obviously range DPS is pretty limited on what it can fully AFK compared to something like a just really, really bulky DPS melee build where you're super tanky, you just click on them once, and you always win every fight guaranteed, and then you just keep doing that over and over again. But yeah, those are the 3 I mentioned. I also mentioned other. Other is mostly if there's something I'm forgetting, but I'm pretty sure those are the 3 big ones. The AFK DPS tankiness build, the mixed all-faction, have fun messing with all the faction gear and specs kind of build, and the infinite ammo, run around like a headless chicken, infinitely hitting your enemy build. Those are the main 3. If you guys have seen any other ones, definitely feel free to mention in the chat, because I feel like those are going to be the 3 builds that are done the most, for the most part, which is range DPS, melee tank, and basically all-round with using all the faction stuff, where you can end up optimizing for pretty much anything. You can optimize for killing yellow, even if you have no yellow weapons right now. Like, if you're a guardian, I believe you have no yellow melee. You only have yellow range. So you can build a 4 or a 3 weapon yellow, which is something you can't currently do. Right now you can only do 1 yellow. Like right now for Cryo Knight, I can only do blue. I mean, I can only do oh gosh, what was it? No, it was green. I can only do green, or I can't do green, I should say. I only have a green bow, so I have no green one hand or no green 2 hand. So something like this would make it so we can actually run a full green build and optimize into a full green build, even though we are not at all accessible normally as a Cryo Knight to any amount of green. As we can go into the extra green damage, we can go and actually use faction equipment from the other two factions, most notably obviously Guardian in that case. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see how all that pans out. But I'll be discussing it here and there throughout the stream. As, gosh, that's still so big, everything they dropped with that. I wish it would come in already. It's a good month away, though. It's at least a couple weeks to a month. I want it so badly, though, because I really want to start messing around with it and see what they tweak it to and everything else. Seems like it has a lot of potential. Also, we're basically not touching combat until then, by the way. That's one thing that yesterday established when that was posted. I am basically not touching combat again until the combat rework hits the game. We were just going to focus on 200 all skilling, which is our main focus for today. I forget if I mentioned that, because everything else. But our main goal for today is to get to level 2,500, which is 35 more levels from now. Will we be able to do that? Probably not. Are we going to try? Yes. We're going to try to get as close as we possibly could to reaching that goal. And we'll see how it goes. All knowledge will be going into Bone Right, and we'll be doing a pretty wide variety of skilling. So right now we're just starting off with Carpentry, as you can see. However, we will be going to Gatherer. We will be doing cooking. Actually, I should probably go do the cooking contracts right now because we almost have a cooking run ready to go. And I need to get to 94 cooking off of contracts during the stream, and then we can start doing cooking. So I need a contract to 94, and then once I've contracted to 94, we can actually just spam bacon sandwiches till, like, 125 if we really want to. Or, sorry, 120. Are we going to do it all the way to 120 today? We'll see. I'm not sure if we're going that heavy on it. But we could, is the thing. I'm not sure if we should, but we could. And honestly, that's enough. I might just do it. We'll see. That's a lot of levels. That's like 20-something towards what we need. I'm not sure if we will be, though. But it is an option. We're definitely doing some amount of them at 94. Bare minimum, we want to get to like 100, 102 or something. But we'll see if we go all the way to 120. Because that allows us to do AFK stews again. If we go bacon sandwich all the way to 120. Which, if we ever want to super AFK cooking in the future, that will be available. Which is one of the main reasons for unlocking it. As I believe that's the second to last stew all the way to... Or is it the last stew? I think it's like the second to last stew all the way to 200. Or is it the very last stew? Oh, wow. Is that really the last stew all the way to 200? Ouch. Thought there might be one more in there, but nope. No stew for you. You're almost finished a Forgotten Things quest. What level to kill the boss? I did at level 30. If you can't do the grass hiding spot, I actually used the other one. Oh yeah, I forgot. I haven't the map turned the other way around because of Carpentry. But you can save spot behind a chest. There's like a chest right over here on this tile. If you hide behind it diagonally, like first you gotta wait for the boss to move. If you go into the boss room, he'll be wandering around, and once you start the fight with him, he never moves. So you want to wait till he wanders like to the southern area. Anywhere's in the southern area over here, ideally closer to the chest, but like anywhere's over here. And then after he moves there, engage him in combat, and then hide to the corner tile opposite of him behind a chest. And he shouldn't be able to hit you there unless they've hotfixed that. But the chest counts as a wall, so you can just hide behind the wall chest and heal there. So you just heal to max, or even just wait if you run out of healing potions, and then go back and whack him. And then when you get low, you go back over there and heal, and so on and so forth over and over again. But yeah, we killed at level 30 doing that. Assuming it still works, it should be pretty doable at 30. And 40 and higher should be pretty free with it, especially if you have like 28% heals or something. But even with 20%, it should be fine. And you can buy 25% if you need something slightly bigger. If you don't have any other ones laying around. But yeah, I did that level 30 with 28% heals. And I believe a plus 50 boost pop using Frost Weapon. Because, you know, we're a Cryo Knight, so Frost worked best. He's neutral at everything, so you want to ideally want to plus 50 boost or better your main damage type. So if you're Guardian, use green. If you're Hammer Mage, use yellow. Because it's neutral to everything. So just use whatever your best DPS is. You're trying to use the chest like that, but wasn't able to make it work so far. They might have hotfixed it. I'm not sure. I did the quest on Thanksgiving Day, which was like late November. So it's been like, what, a month and a half since then? So I'm not sure if they've changed every safe spot in that room or not yet. I haven't seen it in any patch notes, though. Also, keep in mind, you might have to duck underneath it, if that makes sense. I know the angle I had, you kind of had to, like, duck underneath the little corner. Not sure why it made you duck, but it did. But you can't actually drink a healing pot there, but you can still, like, regen there. But depending on the angle, there are spots where you can stand and actually drink a potion completely safely. Unless they hotfix the chests, which they may have. I'm not sure. Because I have no way of really redoing that quest. Because my ults are not doing it. Currently they're working on Lost and Found. And they're about halfway there. They're almost done with the combat grind. We showed them at the end of last stream how far they were. But yeah, they're almost there. So why am I clicking that instead of right-click deposit? I think the biggest issue is the guy standing right in front of it. Because whenever I want to deposit there, I sometimes accidentally misclick on him. Which is not ideal. Alright, we're almost done with our really bad oaks, and then we can actually move on to a real log. I'm kind of just trying to get out of everything out of this bank. I'm not sure if I could do all of them right now. This was mostly an off-stream thing, and it was just the last thing I was doing, so I was like, yeah, I might as well keep doing it. I guess on-stream I should be doing the Suavies, but since we're already doing the oaks, let me just finish these out so the Suavies will be right on top. But the main reason I mentioned the Suave is it is our currently best option to do. So if we're going to do any on-stream, I should be doing the Suave, as well as our few used, but I have very few banked. But, yeah, we're going to mostly be running the Suaves then, the Tier 2 Suaves. So, yeah, we'll do that as soon as we finish these last few oak. And then we'll Suave all the way, and we'll probably do our whole Suave stack. Because that'll be the best Carpentry XP rate we could be getting right now. So we'll cash that in and then move on to other activities. Main one being cooking and gatherer, I feel like are going to be the biggest two. We're going to cooking all the way up with contracts, and then gatherer we'll do in between. After we do our carpentry. Actually, I should go get our new contract. Actually, we could go do a cooking run right now. As long as we get at least one decent one, we'll be good to go. And I have been taking some of the chicken and leek pies that are, like, higher. Not, like, super, super high, but we already have a lot of them banked, and they actually pay pretty well. Because I already have the leeks, so the amount of profit you get from them is actually pretty substantial if you already have the leeks pre-bought. Like, we're going to make, like, 23 silver from this. Which, you know, that's not, like, the greatest, but that's more than what I make from a single merchant run. 23 silver? Alright, and in the next inventory we can get rid of our oaks, and we'll be good to go. And we also get access to you in one more level. Unfortunately, I think I have like 20 or 30 banks, so it doesn't really do us much good. And ideally, all the Suaves get us to 67, which will be tier 3 shields going forward. And I'm not sure what the highest tier 3 shield is. Let me see. I can actually figure this out by going to Bone Right. If I click on Bone Right and I go to the highest tier shield, which is the wooden round shield, I believe. Let me see. There should be 3 different shield types. No, not wooden round. 1, 2. It's wooden hexagon. Alright, wooden hexagon. So, what is it called? The moderate wooden hexagon is what we're looking for. Moderate wooden hexagon. Moderate wooden hexagon. Moderate wooden hexagon. Whatever this number goes up to is... Okay. Oh, wait. I need fine. What am I doing? 177. Alright, that's not too bad. A 177. It's not quite a 199. But with only 67 carpentry and 71 woodcutting, we can make a 177 shield for Bone Right. That's not horrible. It's actually pretty solid. Obviously not as good as like a 199 or even post 200, but yeah, it's pretty close to the 199 for the rarity threshold. Also, one thing I was mentioning yesterday when we were talking about the whole, what do you call it? When we were talking about the whole, gosh, the, you know, the, God, why is my brain all disbobbled? This. Or we're talking about everything with this. One thing I didn't really realize is the plus 60 might actually have no effect on how you craft stuff. Because it might still be the same level range as before. Because if that's the case, then we don't really need to worry about it then. Because I didn't really think about it. I thought the plus 60 might like apply to everything. Like, you know, up everything almost. But then I was thinking about it, and it probably doesn't do that. It probably just simply makes it so, gosh. The dog barking is making me so disbobulated. Because no one else is home, so it's just like constantly crying. I'm pretty sure you guys can slightly hear it. Not sure if you can, but it's like so loud. Because it always whines whenever it gets no attention, and there's currently no one around to give it any attention. I was doing it before the stream. That's one of the reasons I was even late. And it's still going, even though I spent like an extra bit of time to give it some extra attention. And the second I go away from it, it's like, nope. Need attention again. But anyways, what was I going on about? Yeah, the shield. So we can make a 177 shield right now if we go and get that carpentry level. But the plus 60 thing probably still applies to the level range that you're at. So for example, a certain material probably doesn't go up by plus 60. Because the way that I kind of read this is like, oh, your material is going to go up by plus 60 every single range. But no, it probably just still abides by whatever the range of an item is. For example, this item is used for currently 38 to 105. So even after the patch, it probably is still used for 38 to 105. It's just your flat rate has a free plus 60. So even with a lower bone rate level, you would still be able to go and do it in a sense. Because as long as we have 38 to go process this, and for bone rate, which we do of course, we'd still be able to make all the way to, 60 plus on that. So you wouldn't be able to go and dunk them earlier, but you would be able to go and, you'd still need the level requirement for them. But after that, you would get a plus 60 on it. So if you had exactly 38 bone rate, you would still be able to go make a bone rate item out of it, but you'd be able to make it as a level 98 rather than a 38, whereas where you would normally be at the initial level. So I believe that is how it's end up working then. Because earlier I was thinking like, oh, all the materials are going to go up to like a 60 higher range. But it's likely the material stays exactly the same, but it's just the level range that you can end up doing to when you craft is just a little bit better, is my understanding of it now. If that's correct, we'll find out. I think my initial interpretation of it was incorrect, as far as how the plus 60 would end up affecting everything. Regardless, that means tier 4 is still good then. Long story short, tier 4 is still the best material. Other than the first tier of tier 4 for every single category. But everything beyond the first tier, tier 4. I'll try to say that in a way that makes sense though. What I mean by that is, flint is the first tier of stonemason, iron is the first tier of smithing, and what's the goat one called? The goat horn is the first tier of bones. And basically what I mean by that is each one of these actually needs tier 5 in order to make a 199. The reason for this is all of them get another one right before the threshold. Like here's that same goat horn, and this is tier 5 goat horn, so you end up needing tier 5 goat horn in order to go and do it, which is, of course, not ideal. But this is the case for all of them, including iron. Pretty notoriously, we've been mining a ton of 197 iron. So, yeah, that's right before the threshold. And, of course, same with flint. Actually, it's also under the mining category. Flint's all the way down there at 185. So all of them are right before the actual threshold, so you have to actually get tier 5 of them rather than tier 4 to be able to make 199s and stuff like that. Another reason for the 199 thing is, of course, the rarity curve. It's easier to craft things from 20 to 199 than it is 200 plus. So that level range is very, very needed for a lot of crafts. At least until you get really far above the threshold. Which with the plus 60 will kind of be the case, which would be kind of interesting. Because it'll be so easy to get above threshold going forward. Because right now, if that patch was to exist, we'd basically be able to go make a, because we'll have one more level easily there, we'd be able to make like a 290 right now. A 290 weapon, a 290 shield, 290 like anything in that regard, which is pretty solid. Hey, that's definitely way high enough to actually be able to craft stuff. And of course, that's higher than any zone. Keep in mind, you can also, or maybe not, because you have to keep in mind, when the obelisk comes in, you can tune yourself to stronger weapons. So, a 235 watch person, I can actually wield like a level 300 weapon, maybe a 350 weapon, if you just spec into weapon proficiency. There's one thing that was mentioned in the thing as well, the whole weapon proficiency thing. There's a weapon and armor proficiency, which you can end up doing into. We don't know how many points you get. It could be 5, it could be 10. But being able to upgrade your weapon proficiency will allow you to wield things way earlier than you otherwise would be able to. Where is it? It mentions it somewhere here. But somewhere here is weapon proficiency. You can see it on the thing too. The little sword thing is weapon proficiency. The little helm is armor proficiency. And basically it allows you to wield higher than what your level range is. For example, when we hit the max cap, we're only going to be 140 between the 30 combat, 30 combat, 40 combat, 40 combat. But if we want to wield higher than that in something like Chronopolis, or anywhere, we would need to go and utilize the weapon and armor proficiency. But because of this would also allow you to wear substantially better equipment than you otherwise would be able to. We don't know exactly how hard it will be to get to on the tree, because this is a mock-up, so obviously not the final version. But as long as it's not too hard, you might be able to wield a weapon literally double your combat level effectively, or even triple your combat level, which would be kind of crazy if so. Definitely at least double, or at least close to double, like 50% higher or double. You probably could be able to. Like, we easily would be able to wield a 300, maybe a 350, maybe even a 400. I highly doubt we'd be able to go all the way to 500 with only 235. But by 300, you might be able to. If you just, like, beeline straight to weapon proficiency. which would be kind of crazy because that means level 500 gear actually matters then. Before, it didn't matter as much because you needed 500 combat to be able to wield 500 gear. But if you can wield it at level 250 or 300, you get to use it for a long while. The biggest issue with the 500 weapon in the previous system is what you're supposed to do with it. You already have max combat, so you got really little value from it. But now they're really valuable because at level 300 you might be able to use it, at 350 you might be able to use it. That's like 200 levels where you get to use a 500 weapon. You might have to give up some other upgrades for it, but for how much extra damage you're doing, it's definitely worth it. But yeah, they basically fixed the whole issue with 500 weapons. So 500 weapons are actually really valuable all of a sudden because yeah, they're actually good. Level 500 4-star weapons are actually good now. Before they were kind of just like a meme almost in a sense because you're already max level, so what were you going to do with it? But if you can start wielding them as low as like 250, 300 combat level, that is kind of be kind of crazy. How much extra damage that's going to be if you're effectively wielding it like 200 levels earlier. Though it will cost you a bunch of other upgrades, but honestly, I don't think it matters too much. Even if it costed you like nearly every other upgrade, just how much strength you would get from a 200 higher weapon is so insane. Obviously, that does assume you need to go get the 200 weapon, though, which is a problem in itself. Because that's not necessarily an easy thing to go do, that's for sure. Alright, what do we need here? Oh yeah, we're doing swabs. We're doing 11 swabs at a time. Pre-pot every single time for that little bit extra XP. Where are we in the leaderboards again? Also, hello, Galaxy Beard. Oh, we're falling. We're falling hard. We're at 19. I guess we're not falling that hard. There's still some invisible people above us, though. So once true leaderboard comes out, we're no longer top 20. But currently, based on people who are opted in, which is most of them, but not all of them, we are currently ranked 19. Our playtime has been going down lately. Our playtime's only at, let's see, where is it? Our playtime is only at, 137 hours, sorry, 133 hours the last week. I've been slacking. We were getting as much as like 160, 180, and now we're down to like 133 the last 2 weeks. Which is still a lot, obviously. It's still almost like 70 hours a week, 65 hours a week. But, yeah, our playtime has gone down quite drastically in recent times. Some of that was because of holidays, New Year's, you know, stuff like that. But I've also just been playing slightly less per day. Still a lot, obviously. That's still a huge amount. But a bit less than before. Whereas some people are still playing, of course, just as much, if not more. Still putting in like those 16, 20 hours days. But our average these days has been close to like 8 or 10. Actually, based on that number, it seems almost like around 10. Whereas we were doing like 14 to 16 earlier. But I mentioned it a lot of times in the past that once we do go fall for leaderboard, I don't really plan to get it back for a while. The main time that we'll probably get it back is when we go do the combat rush. Because I'm not touching combat until then, and we're leaving a lot of total level on the table. We're leaving, what, 400 levels just sitting there? Like, if we just spent one solid week doing this, we would be 400 levels higher. Because there's some of the quicker combat you can get, or quicker XP you can get. But I'm just waiting until the combat rework, because it'll be even quicker than how quick it already is. You killed him? Hiding behind the chest? Nice! Hiding behind chest still works, nice. You put it off earlier because you think because he fires at you as a step there, the bolt homes in on you and hits you in the safe spot. Oh yeah, that was an issue that they actually fixed the other day in the patch notes. I didn't make too much of a mention of it because this whole combat thing. But there was actually another patch that actually happened yesterday that is pretty noteworthy. I mentioned it briefly, but I didn't like fully explain it, other than the fact that it was really annoying when we did that one quest. But they finally fixed that one really annoying thing when we were doing that quest. Because when I mentioned it on Thanksgiving, because that was around the time when they added the auto-retaliate. And it was really annoying because it kept dragging you out of your safe spot. They actually fixed that yesterday. Somewhere's here. Where is it? Maybe it's under bugs. There it is. Fix a bug where you would occasionally run back into an attack an NPC after you had explicitly requested to move away. This was a bug that was added back around Thanksgiving, around the time when I actually did Lost and Found, and like about a month and a half ago. And they finally fixed it today, or yesterday, I mean. It kind of got overshadowed by the gigantic, you know, drop of the whole combat rework thing. But this is actually pretty big. Because it makes it so stuff like that doesn't really happen. Like when something attacks you from behind something, when you requested not to, and then you just get like dragged out because your auto-retaliate triggers. They actually fixed that as of yesterday. I haven't been able to utilize it some, but that quest actually helps a lot not having that. Otherwise, you keep getting dragged out of it over and over again. Because that was probably the issue you were having before. But they actually fixed that as of yesterday. So kind of convenient time for you to be doing the quest. So he literally just fixed that yesterday. Because that was probably the issue you were having the first time around. Because I had the same issue when I was doing it. Luckily, we still brute force for it the other time, though. It was really annoying, though. Because every time he would hit you from behind, you would start, like, auto-moving towards him, and then he would hit you again. Which is just really annoying. But they fixed that as of yesterday. It applies across the entire game, not just that boss fight, though. Well, that boss fight is one of the more particular noteworthy spots where it works. I forgot to drink the potion. Yeah, we're losing all of our mines and Matubin ranks, too. Though it's a really close everything. Like, we go to mine Matubin for a day and we auto-take, like, top 20. Because everyone's just kind of chilling in the same area. Technically, we could take it today just off of the knowledge we put into Bone Right, technically. We'd also take it by a bunch whenever we start doing Mind Fighter, but again, we're waiting on combat rework before we really do all the combats. Our main goal for the next, like, few weeks, pretty much the rest of this month, is skilling. Skilling, and more skilling. And then we're going to be doing combat, and all combat. Possibly even to 500s. Because pretty much the first thing I'm doing after we have special attacks and the combat tree is I'm getting 200 guard, so I can use the extra obelisk bonus to go do 200 hope forest. So I can use the extra obelisk bonus to do either 200, 220, 230, or 500 mind fighter. I haven't decided yet. But yeah, we'll figure that out when we get there. Because I need that for level 170 to 200 alchemy. But, yeah, I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to go about it yet or not. But we'll see when we get there, what exactly our plan is. Like, do we actually plan to go post 200? Do we plan to go all the way to 500? That is yet to be determined. Beyond that, and then after we do all that grind, we do 500 watch person. And then we're good to go for when Chapter 5 comes out. That's not all going to be perfectly consecutively, though. The 200, 200, 200 likely will be. The 500 watch person, probably not. That's where we're really getting into combat. But it's not really going to be anything to kill is the thing, though. Like, that's the only issue with the whole combat rework. Even after we get all the combat rework and special attacks and everything, there's nothing to kill. Like, there's no boss to go kill. There's no, you know, bigger enemy. There's no, like, big quest. There's no repeatable boss. Like, it's just going to be normal units. The one really funny thing with Chronopolis, though, is we can go kill the spike ball over and over again. We can literally just safe spot it and just range it the whole time. And if they don't fix it by then, you can do the same thing with the Wasp. So you just keep switching between the Wasp and the ball, and you can just range them infinitely without ever being attacked back, depending on how much ammo they give you. I assume they're going to be giving us way less ammo than what was in the mock-up image. Because if they actually give us how much ammo is in the mock-up image, we have effectively infinite ammo. Like, we're talking like 50 plus, which sounds exceedingly overkill. Like, exceedingly overkill. But we'll see what the number is. If we get anything over 20, we effectively have max ammo for almost every engagement. At that point, you're almost going to be dodging ammo locations on the board, or, you know, on the skill tree. Just because you're going to have too much ammo, rather than not enough. But I am curious to see what the cap's going to be. Like, are we talking like 10, 20, 30? Even higher? Because in most situations, anything above 30 is infinite ammo. And anything above 20 is near infinite ammo. The only exceptions to this might be like boss fights and stuff, of which there are 0 in the game. I keep forgetting to pre-drink this. Am I going tank? Oh, I'm definitely going the range build initially. I'm going the infinite ammo DPS range build for, like, every region. The only one I'm tanking in is Chronopolis. But even that I might still do a range build for. Especially if they haven't fixed Wasp by then. Because there's 2 units you can kill infinitely with range in that region currently. If you had infinite ammo. The Wasp and the Spike Ball. So if you keep alternating those 2, you can do that all the way to 500 very quickly. And you'd be able to do one-click combat as well. You just engage them in combat, and then you auto-win. They get 0 damage on you, you get infinite damage on them. It'd be hilariously broken. It'd be like the easiest 500 combat in the entire game. It might be so broken, I might even do that before I even bother with the 200 all and everywhere else. I might just go straight there and just mess with it. Like when the combat tree and everything comes out. I think I might just go directly there and just mess around. And see how broken it is. The only downside of that is, we won't get any detective XP while we're doing it. Which means I would have to do detective separately down the line. Anything mentioned in the news updates about the bank system? You really hate that if I'm crafting gear, you can't bank nearby. And you need to teleport, then teleport back. There was two things mentioned with that. Well, not two things. One thing that was mentioned with that is you'll be able to eventually use your quartermaster spell in order to sell stuff. They made mention of that during the Q&A. That you will eventually be able to use the quartermaster spell in order to sell directly to the quartermaster. Beyond that, you also get double untuned storage if you do the Branoff inheritance. So the current band-aid fix for that... Oh, I need to go do the dailies. Excuse me. But the current band-aid fix for that is Branoff inheritance, as it gives you double untuned storage. But the long-term fix for that is they're actually going to be making quartermaster spell be able to sell eventually. Not sure if it's going to be quest locked or how it's going to be locked, but you will eventually be able to sell directly to the quartermaster. All right, let's go run all the things we need to go run. First things first, let's go do the mining one. Then we'll go take out the other one. Yeah, we'll go from there. What about storage for gear? They did say that they're going to be improving how much storage gears have, yes. We don't know if it's going to be quest locked or just simply a feature that increases it. But yes, you will have more gear storage in the future. When they get around to that, who knows? It might also be quest lock, like how Branoff was. Or Branoff gives you double untuned storage, but it requires a quest to do it. Oh, no, no! Don't click it! No! I forgot the pot! No! Wait, does that work? Oh, that's funny. You can animation cancel him. Oh, that's really funny. I didn't realize you could ever animation cancel him. I just despawned him from the world. But yeah, for any of you that don't know, yesterday, another thing in the patch, you can now boost ventures, of which you should pretty much always be doing. I'm not going to bother with the Chronopolis one, though. I probably should, though. If I come from the other angle, I guess we could go grab a pot real quick. But this one's really important because how much more XP it goes, and it's into mining, which is a way slower skill to train. But yeah, you can boost ventures now as of yesterday. There's one other thing that kind of got a little bit overshadowed with the very big combat rework posts. But those were the two biggest things from yesterday. The fact that NPCs don't constantly keep dragging your aggro, as well as you can now boost ventures like he is right there. Alright, let's go to Chronopolis now. I'm going to take the scenic route so we can check our armor, and also I can pick up a potion, since I don't have one on me. Because no tool belt yet, but we'll get it soon. The potion tool belt. Supposedly it's going to be quest locked, being able to unlock equipable potions. But whatever that quest comes out, we are doing it instantaneously. Whatever grind we have to go do, if any, we will go do. We'll do the quest like first hour guideless. But there might actually be a guide by then, because by the time I log on, because normally he updates at like 6 or 7 a.m. my time. So there might be like a little rough guide out there. I'll probably try doing a guideless regardless, though. Oh, so hello, Vaughn! Welcome, welcome. Oh, so hello, ESK, or ECS, I mean. Still free to play here. Haven't done chapters 3 to 4, taking your time, waiting for the updates. Nice. Yeah, there's still a lot of stuff you could do in chapter 1 and 2. Especially things like Alchemy and all the skills in chapter 2 are pretty good value. Let's see. Also, when you do combat, you got to start in guard anyways if you want to get like the maximum amount. So technically the most efficient way to do combat with this new change that they're going to be doing is basically to get 500 guard right off the bat. Or at least a really high guard level. That's why when I was mentioning doing all the 200s, we would start with guard. As the changes that they're making would be very beneficial for it. Oh yeah, before I do that, one last thing I need to teleport to. Let me go get the cooking contracts. You did 200 guard first? Nice. Now you're working on Forger? Yeah, I'll be doing some Forger today. I don't think we're getting to 200 quite yet. But we probably will in the next few days. Probably a few days from now. But we will be working some towards 200 Gatherer today. Definitely not getting all the way there, though. Oh, that's not what I came here for. I'm so used to going here for potion, but I actually came here to check the message board. Hope that we have 2 good cooking contracts. I'm not going to do them right now because my inventory's a little full. But I do want to grab whatever's on this board. And I will go do it at the next hour. Ah, only 1 good task. Unfortunate. I'll take it and we're out of here. Alright. Alright, now we can go back. Do you think that the best to gather the store the ores before blacksmithing? Waiting for the new spell? Well, you won't be able to store items like that. It won't work on resources. It'll only work on gear. You still have to store things in storage rifts. You won't be able to sell them to the quartermaster. You can only sell gear to the quartermaster. It basically will function exactly like the quartermaster, essentially. Because right now it only lets you store. But eventually it also let you sell. But it only lets you sell gear, not material or anything. Oh, should you be storing your material? I personally do. Tier 4 and above is definitely always worth storing. Tier 1, 2, and 3 is in a bit of a sketchier territory on if you should or shouldn't be. I personally do, just because I like keeping everything. But, Tier 4 and above, you should be keeping pretty much everything. Particularly 5 and above. As I'm here making Tier 2 material. But yeah, all gear will go for more when trading comes out, if you're going to be activating trading. Anything that's a 3-star or 4-star will go for more as soon as trading comes out. And oddly enough, low-level 3-stars will be worth more than low-level 4-stars in a lot of situations as well. Because with how the trees are going to be working for the combat, you're going to be able to wield way higher gear than you normally would be able to. So low-level 4-stars are going to be really, like, negative value. Like, you'll probably be better off just selling them to the shop. But a low-level 3-star is always worthwhile. Because it can always help someone get to a level range that they need for their actual 4-star upgrade. So ironically, any 3-star above, or any equipment that's under level 100 is probably more valuable as a 3-star than it is as a 4-star, rather ironically. Because currently you can't upgrade 4-star into anything better. But the 3-star stuff you can use just to fill out whatever levels you need for your upgrade. For making a 4-star equipment. So low-level 3-star will go better than low-level 4-star. Pretty much any 4-star equipment below level, like, 100 is probably just going to be insta-sold to shops. Whereas even the low-level, level 0 3-star could still be worth it. Especially if it's a bone right 3-star. As they're the most annoying of the 3 to get. Yeah, we don't really know where the market's going to be on a lot of things. It's kind of hard to really know for sure. Because it's basically whatever people are willing to pay. It also depends how many people are actually trading as well. Because half the game might stay as Iron Man. Or, you know, basically how it is now, where they stay self-sufficient and everything. And even if people do enable trading, it's not like they're going to trade for, like, everything. Like, I will be activating trading, but I'm probably going to be using it pretty minimally. I'll still be, like, giving stuff away when we do, like, bossing and stuff like that for some of our excess drops and stuff like that. But, Yeah, aside from trying to make money for all the tools upgrades and everything, I don't really plan to use it too much. Because I tend to do like the whole self-sufficiency thing anyways. I just want to have the option to, if we do want to do other stuff, we can. And I don't really care if we're on like an exclusive Iron Man leaderboard. So I'm just going to enable trading, and if we want to play self-sufficiently for something, we will. And if we don't, then we won't. Just so we have the flexibility of doing it either way. So if you hear noise, I'm drinking a Frosty right now. Wendy's was having like a 2 for $7 on their burgers, and I was like, might as well. It's like so close walking distance to me. So whenever they have like a special that's like not horrible, it's like, you know what, I'll go for it. But I got a large Frosty and a double Dave's double, or Dave's, whatever it is, the Dave's single burger. And we're like 2 for $7, so I was like, might as well. Solves the lunch for today. You're trying to do their spider nest quest at level 25 scout, and the spider you need to kill is level... it should be level 35, the spider. But yeah, the spider is kind of annoying. Especially if you're a Cryo Knight, because they're immune to blue. It's actually currently the only quest boss in the game immune to a color. Which is really annoying, because Cryo Knights kind of get gypped. But as long as you're not Cryo Knight, the main thing you have to do is just use a boost potion for your color. And use 25% heal pots from the shop. Like, buy 2 plus 50 pots from the shop. Buy, a bunch of full inventory of, like, 25% heals. And just go whack it with whatever your color weapon is, green or yellow. If you're a Cryo Knight, you gotta go physical, though. The boss fight's actually really annoying if you're Cryo Knight. It's actually pretty easy for the other two classes. Well, easier compared to Cryo Knight currently. Because Cryo Knight's basically forced to have to use, like, longsword on it for physical damage. Whereas the other two classes could just boost their main elemental damage. Is it level 39? I could have sworn they were level 35. Haven't done the quest in a while, though. Oh, the Spriggan? Oh, you can use pass action on the Spriggan to kill it. If you right-click pass action it, you can just whack it, and it will die. Just right-click it, click pass action, click the level 10, and then hit it a few times and it should die. And you can do the same for the snake if you need the snake thingy. Though you might have to flee from the snake before you do it, though. Because it auto-aggroes. Oh, also, I didn't make much mention of it, but we finally have 59 Carpentry. This now allows us to do every tier 2 Carpentry supply. And at 67, which I think is my main goal right now, we can finally do level 166 shields, which isn't too bad. Brought it up earlier. I think it was 166, or was it slightly higher? Sorry, 177. So we're actually pretty good on bone rate equipment then. Because we can make up to 177. Obviously, we need the 177 bone rate to go with it. But yeah, we can make 177 shields out of only 59 carpentry, or sorry, 67 carpentry and 71 woodcutting. It's not too bad. And of course, if that plus 60 patch was already in place, we'd be able to make it right now as well. Because once the next patch comes out, or you know, the combat rework, you're going to be able to craft 60 higher than your level range. So I can currently make a 260 stonemason, a 2 289 bone rate and a 289 smithing one, which isn't that bad at all. I wonder what bone rate level we'll have by the end of today. Because the goal was 168 by the end of the weekend. And then 200 by the end of the week. Or, you know, next week. Because I don't plan to directly train it that much. Other than all the bone spikes we get from Gatherer. But beyond that, it's only going to cover like 10 levels at best. The rest are going to have to be knowledge. Basically, from what we're at right now to max level, I'm going to be able to get like 11 more through actually doing the activity. Which means I need to do about 40 levels of bone rate off of nothing but knowledge. No, you don't need to kill the spiders to get the bank, no. If you're trying to get the remote storage thing, or whatever it's called, I always call it remote storage. It's actually called storage rift. But yes, you do not need to kill the spiders to get storage rift. It is generally advised because you need it to get to chapter 5, as well as to finish the chapter 4 quests. As well as all the XP drop that you get. But if you just want storage rift, you do not have to kill the 2 spiders, no. It is advised for everything that you do get from it, but it's not required to unlock storage rift. There we go, 150 bone rate. 50 more levels until we never need to do the skill again. Unless we need to craft something. And then we'll have access to crafting up to 260 after the patch comes out. Which will cover us for quite a while. I didn't even do the math on that. I wonder what my best craft is right now. Let's say hypothetically I have 200 bone rate, 200 stonemason, and let's say 240 smithing by then. It'll probably be even higher. But let's just say 240. Let's go see what I can actually make out of that. Because I never did the math on that yet. From yesterday. Like accounting for the new plus 60s we can do. Because assuming that combines the way we think it would. Let's go do it real quick. So that's a 260 plus a 260 plus a 300 divided by 3. We would be able to make a 273 4-star as of next patch. Possibly a little bit higher because our smithing would be a bit higher than that. They would be able to make a 273 4-star, which is very usable in Chronopolis. And we'll only need to go a little bit in both of these if we go weapon proficiency to be able to wield it. And we want to make a bet by about like 100, 120. We could probably wield a 273 4-star due to just going all in on weapon proficiency. I hope the pathing to get to all of them is really good. There's one thing I need to get better with skill trees, because I played so few skill trees games. Gotta really know like the meta pathing to get to each of the upgrades you need. Because I know what we need. We need weapon proficiency. Or we're gonna have to go look over like every single possible route that we could do on the skill tree to get to weapon proficiency. We'll have to see exactly how they organize it and everything. Because some skill trees make you get like a wide bit of everything. I'm not sure if it's gonna be focused like here's the damage skill tree, here's like the HP related skill tree, or you know, stuff like that. Or it's just going to be one massive one where you have to take a little bit of everything in order to get to where you want to. Because that's something we don't know. Because that's how it's set up in the image. Obviously, this is a mock-up image. But the mock-up image did have, like, the wide farm kind of skill tree setup. Where it's not organized by, like, type. It's simply just all just thrown together. So we don't know if it's exactly going to be like this or organized a bit differently. Because this forces you to take a lot of upgrades that you wouldn't necessarily want in order to take the upgrades that you actually do want. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see what kind of system they do for it. Because that was just a mock-up image. That's not the final product, obviously. That was just like an example. You're hoping the skill tree is themed to the chapter? I don't think they will be. Given that this game is so like set up to be upscaling, I assume every chapter will have the same skill tree for the obelisk. That might not be the case, but it's way easier to do it that way. Rather than making like 20, 30, 40, 50 something skill trees. Once they get up to chapter like 30 something. There might be some unique things in each one, like maybe unique special attacks or something else. But I feel like the overall skill tree is going to be like 90 to 100% the same for every chapter. If there is any variance, it's going to be really small. Just because they need it mass replicatable for every chapter. Maybe over time they would make it more different But I feel like initially they're going to be really samey. If not exactly identical. Obviously, how you need to build every single chapter is different, potentially, depending on what you're trying to do goal-wise. Like, the way I'm building Chronopolis is way different than I'm building the other 3 chapters. Even if it's the exact same skill tree. So with Storage Rift, anything you gather, you can use a storage stone to send it all to your correct bank? Yes. It's basically like a deposit box, if you ever played like old school RuneScape or RuneScape 3. But yeah, you could put stuff in, but you can't take stuff out. But you can put absolutely anything in that goes to a bank, and it will go to the correct corresponding bank. Just make sure to click deposit all instead of drop all. Because ever since they had the drop all function, there's now like a double button there. They'll probably fix that in the future. But yeah, don't accidentally click drop all instead of deposit all. Yes, you can do it in every zone. It's slightly more convenient in some zones compared to others, but yes, every zone has storage rifts you can use for various activities. You can only ever put stuff that can be put into a bank, though. Anything that can't be banked cannot be storage stoned. Hopeport and its 2 beautiful storage rifts. Yeah, Hopeport's pretty bad. One of them's amazing for Carpentry. I mean, for Forager. And then the other one's in the middle of nowhere, where at most you would use it to, like, bank the potatoes you get from goblins, from Guard, and that's about it. It is so horrifically placed. When does the new combat upgrade drop? We don't have any official date. I would assume within the next month or so. But no official date has been given for when the combat rework or the special attacks or anything like that are coming. They're definitely working on it, it's just not quite yet. Speaking about working on it, I wonder how close Sap is to 500 Carpentry. Every time I've been doing Carpentry lately, and honestly probably ever, he's been here. Carpeting it up. Yeah, he's almost there, 474, and I don't think anyone's ahead of him. I'm pretty sure Howard is actually legitimately second. But yeah, he's about to take first. Well, he is first, but you know, he's about to take 500. As the first ever 500 Carpenter in the game. Technically, there's no benefit, well, other than taking a leaderboard, but you know, there's no direct benefit to going a little bit higher in a skill like that, though. It's not like things like Stonemason, Blacksmith, and Bonewright, where you can craft a little bit higher. Though even those, they kind of cap out at 440 now after the changes that are coming next patch. But, yeah, when it comes to this, your very last thing is that technically at 490. So after you hit 490, you got to do 10 levels of basically nothing just to go claim your leaderboard spot and to go claim the cape. As there is no strategic benefit in any way, shape, or form to having 10 more Carpentry levels. You're effectively max at 490. Obviously, if you went that far, you're obviously going all the way. But there's no actual benefit to going the last 10 levels. But it will be the first. I wonder how many skills still haven't had a 500 yet. I know none of the production skills have. I feel like a lot of the top of their leaderboards are all hidden, though. Like, I'm pretty sure there's someone who might be competing for that 376 there. Because Smithing's at 376. Let's see. Stonemason's at 310. And oddly enough, that's the guy who also has like 1 billion in all of them. So he might actually not be the highest. There might be a hidden person there. And then Bonewright is at 428. Now that I would believe is the highest Bonewright. Now that's believable. That might be rank 1 Bonewright right there. Wow, that is like crazy high. I think this person did literally only Bonewright. Yeah, they haven't even touched Stonemason. They very briefly touched like every chapter. And then they went all in on Gather or Bonewright. They're getting 500 Gathered to feed 500 Bonewright. Kind of like how Sap did 500 Woodcutting to do 500 Carpenter. But yeah, he'll probably have 500 Gather before he finishes Bonewright. Not sure how he's going to be doing the final levels unless he's doing post 500 Gatherer. Because notice here, he hasn't done woodcutting and carpenter, which means at most he's dunking the bones. He's not actually doing anything beyond the dunk, because that's what we're doing. We're doing gatherer and bone right just by dunking the bones and dumping knowledge in the bone right. And it seems like he's doing the exact same thing, where he's just doing gatherer, getting the bones, and he's simply just dunking them but not actually processing them in any way. He's actually doing exactly what we're doing to train ours, oddly enough. So it can't be too off from doing it wrong, because rank 1 bone rate is doing it that way. But that's also how I'm training my bone rate. I'm gathering the bones, I'm dunking the bones, and then I'm just leaving the bones in the bank. Unless he's buying all the carpentry supplies. There's a chance he's doing that. Oh, maybe that's what he's doing too. He's doing an extra step. I think he's buying all the carpentry supplies from the shop itself. And wasting all of his money on that. Or not wasting, but you know, power rushing bone rate with it. He's probably coming to this shop right here and buying stuff. Because the level that you could buy up to is actually based on your production skill. Not based on your carpentry levels. I can actually show that if I go click on it after this. But it's actually based on your production level, not on your carpentry level. Nor your woodcutting level. If I go click on him, you'll notice like some of them I can go up to like tier 5. And then others is only like tier 3 or something. And that's because it's based on our levels. Because all the ones that you're going to see at tier 3 is because of our bone rate level. And all the ones you see at tier 5 is because of our stonemason and or blacksmith level. If I go to this real quick. Like right here you can see I can go to tier 5 in this, but only tier 3 in this. Because this is only a carpentry supply. As you can see, or sorry, a bone rate supply, I mean. Whereas this is a stonemason and smithing supply. So on whichever one of those is higher, you could buy up to that. So I think that's what he might be doing then. Is he's doing gather, dunking all the bones, and then any of the carpentry supplies, he just buys it from here, using the money that he makes from gather and selling out everything. And he's just outright just buying it from the shop. Seems to be what he's doing, from what I could tell. Yeah, that would explain why his bone rate's still so high relative to only dunking bones. Because he also is doing the carpentry component. I mean, the, not the carpentry component, but, you know, he's buying the carpentry component with all of his money. I assume that's what he's doing. Because I don't think knowledge alone would get you that far. Unless you were also buying the carpentry supply with every last cent you had. Which is likely what he's doing. But yeah, carpentry supplies get pretty pricey. Especially at the higher level range. It's almost like leatherworker in that regard. If you're actually keeping your carpentry supplies, it's really similar to leatherworker. And like how much money it ends up saving you. You don't get like the immediate benefit from it, but you get the long-term savings effect of it. Like you just can't cash it out for the similar amount of money. But you can use it for a similar amount of savings. Alright, there we go. The Frosty has been depleted. Actually, let me go put this away too and clean the cup. Not the Frosty cup, but I put the cup in a cup because it was all drippy. I literally put the Frosty cup into a mug because it was dripping over because they overfilled it so much. Now I want to go wash out the cup real quick. I'll be back in 1 second once I click this. I'll say, hello, Left Kiss. Welcome, welcome. Good morning. That, and I'll go give some attention to the dog so I'll stop barking, hopefully. I'll be back in 1 second. Alright. We're back. Oh yeah, where were we? Let's go over here. Turn up the mini-map. Oh yeah, where's the poll at right now? So, with a new build type soon available with the combat merge in Brighter Shores, which sounds best? For the infinite ammo DPS range is at 32% in the lead. At a tied lead is mixed with all faction gear plus specs is also at 32%, which does sound like a lot of fun. DPS wise, I think it might be a little bit worse, but the amount of flexibility you'll have will be insane, and it really comes down to how strong special attacks are going to be, especially if your class is weak to something, or, you know, like if I need green weapons, it's going to be really favorable because we have like no green weapons normally, so that build will be really good in those kind of situations as well. The AFK DPS tank, aka 0 to 1 click fights, where you pretty much just AFK and just, you know, just one click something and just auto kill it. Maybe even 0 if they, you know, it's an auto aggro thing like in Chronopolis and stuff like that. And that's at 26%, and then 11% for other. I'm curious, anyone who said other, what builds are you planning? Or even just in general, what kind of builds are you guys planning with the current stuff we currently know from the skill tree? I would love to hear it. I just mentioned those three because those seem like the big three. Like the infinite ammo, max speed, DPS range build. The, you know, having fun with like the faction stuff. And then the AFK DPS tank, which is pretty much how it works right now, except even more optimized. Just because of the limited ammo, you can't really do that much range currently. Probably something that heavily benefits Alchemy. Well, any of the elemental damage buffs would be pretty good for that, particularly yellow, green, and blue. Because Alchemy gains a big benefit to those. We were also joking around about if movement speed is actually quicker while out of combat or in combat than out of combat. Because one funny thing that may occur is if you combined the increased immunity cast speed with the increased movement speed in battle, wherever that is, where is it? Increases how fast you can move during combat. With these two things in combination, there is a possibility you will actually be able to move quicker in combat than out of combat, which would be so hilarious. Because walking backwards will be quicker than walking forwards. And then again, this year, yeah, I think if you're using like range on an enemy, you will like auto face against them. So you'll basically be walking backwards quicker while in combat than you would be walking forwards out of combat. It'd be really funny. I want to see it happen so badly. I'm really curious how high max movement speed will be in combat. Is why the first thing I'm going to be doing is definitely the max range build with max speed. Like max ammo, max speed, max DPS range build. Because I just want to see how funny it would be. How viable it is still to be determined. But it's probably extremely viable. It really just comes down to, is it going to be broken beyond belief or just strong? It's not going to be anything less than strong, though. It really just comes down to how broken you can make it. Like, if you can make it so the enemy never hits you and you can just infinitely hit it back, would be kind of hilarious. Well, we don't know what max speed is going to be like. Are we talking, like, a very small increase, or are we talking, like, drastic increase? Like, sprint levels of speed. Like, you're moving, like, 3 tiles a second almost. Or even 4 or 5. We just don't know how much speed max speed is. Hello, Sir Valiant. Hello, Isabel. Good morning. Welcome, welcome. What are we working on today? We're trying to hit level 2,500. We're currently at 2,468 with 32 levels to go. But that's our main goal. As far as actual activities, we're doing Carpentry till about 67, I think. So we can unlock tier 3 planks finally. Since we've only been at tier 2 the whole time. And it goes up to tier 6. But we should be able to reach tier 3 today. We're going to be doing cooking contracts so we can get to 94 and start getting to a sandwich. And then we can kind of just camp cooking if we want to. And we're also going to be doing Gatherer, which will eventually go into our bone rate once we can dunk all the bones. And that's our game plan. Mostly those 3 then. Carpenter, Gatherer, and Cooking are the main 3. And the main goal is to try to reach 2,500. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to this stream, but we'll see how far we get. Oh, did I not say hello to you at the beginning? Oh, no, I didn't actually see your thing at the beginning. That's weird. I'm scrolling back through chat right now. Oh, it got hidden over the pole. My bad. Hello, Isabel. But yeah, the pole was blocking it earlier with how I have this set up. Because it was all the way at the top. Because it was the very first comment, the pole that I made was blocking it. My bad. I didn't realize that. Do the moonwalk real fast? It pretty much is going to be the thing, yeah. You just zoom around the entire map while ranging. It's going to be so funny. It's definitely the first build I'm trying since we have infinite respecs. I'm definitely trying range DPS build with max speed. Doesn't even matter how much ammo we have, though. Obviously, we'd up our ammo. I mostly just want to test how max speed works. After that, I kind of want to see how weapon proficiency works. Like, how high of a weapon can we actually wield? Because if with 235 Chronopolis, we could wield like a 400 plus, this could be insane. The value of high tier weapons have just skyrocketed if so. Like a level 500 weapon is actually relevant. You just hit 300 fishing? Nice! Gosh, huge congrats. Not sure why I just choked on. I think it was like some dust off the mic. I need to start like dusting off my mic every morning. It's like a fully black mic, and the little thing I have on it, like the pop filter thing, gets dusty sometimes because all the black just gets all the hair and everything on it. So sometimes I choke on the dust on the mic. Because most mornings I don't bother dusting it off. I do clean it, but not like literally every day. Don't die. 12-hour carpentry stream sounds so fun. No, this is not a 12-hour carpentry stream. Though it is going to be a little bit carpentry heavy at the beginning, though. Because I've been putting it off for so long. It's actually our lowest production skill right now. Our next lowest is 65 Alchemy. And we're planning to get 67 Carpentry today, so technically Alchemy will then become our lowest production skill. Like, the most useful production skill in the whole game will be our lowest one. Wonderful. Should probably fix that sometime soon. No, we will eventually be doing a 24-hour Carpentry stream. Today's not that day, though. I mean, not 24-hour, I mean a 12-hour. Today's not the 12-hour Carpentry stream day. We are doing a good handful of Carpentry, just not 12 hours straight. Honestly, I've gotten a bit more used to it. I actually don't mind it that much. I don't know, what do you guys feel about Carpentry? It's actually pretty chill. You know what makes it feel better? Is the main thing that made it feel so bad, it's such slow XP. But after doing post 200 levels, it's actually quick XP, so my standard for it has gone down, or up. Or actually, it gets down, which makes it better. Because one of the biggest gripes with it is it just felt so slow getting XP. And after doing post 200, it's like, wait, it's actually kind of quick. Not because it is quick, it's still a really slow skill to train. That's why no one has 500 in it yet. But it's not that bad compared to doing a post 200 skill. You're definitely getting more levels per hour than a post 200, that's for sure. It's still slow, but it's not as slow as a skill above 200 is. Yeah, it's pretty chill. I do like the little atmosphere over here. I wish I had got like a better view of the river. So you can actually see like the water wheel and everything. Because the default view has like too much dust and everything on the ground. But if you do this, the wheel goes away. Or sure, there's a way to have the camera more like this, but still keep the water wheel there. It actually reminds me of a house I used to live in that we called the farmhouse. Because it had like a random side door in the back that reminds me a lot of that wheel. And we had literally a water wheel right there as well. It wasn't to power a carpentry thing though. It was just a, you know, just a cosmetic water wheel. Just for the fun of having one. But I actually had a house that pretty much has this exact setup right here. Out of the living room. Because there is a side door attached to the living room. Kind of like this door right here randomly. That then led straight to the water wheel like this one does. It has like that exact same thing, except the water wheel was way smaller. And was, you know, just there for cosmetic purpose. It wasn't actually powering anything. It still worked as a water wheel, but, you know, it wasn't powering a carpentry device. It was just a water wheel for the pond with all the fish. Just to help with, like, water circulation and everything. But I used to have a living room kind of pretty much like this. It didn't have a fireplace, though. We had a fireplace outside, like in this area instead, rather than inside. Put it in the mailbox on your water wheel to mess with the mailman. Oh gosh, you would never get your mail. I'm not sure why. We always had our mailbox across the street. It wasn't actually on our property. It was like across the road. Luckily, it was such an unused road that you could easily cross it easily. So it wasn't that big a deal to get there. But, I don't understand why we always had it across the road. It was actually on an entire acre of land. Yet the mailbox itself wasn't on the land. It was, like, across the road, which wasn't even our property. But it was still where the mailbox just was designated. Oh, what's kind of funny, too, is we had a rocking chair like that as well. It's just the main thing that reminds me of is that random side door in, like, almost like a living room-like area. Because that house just had, like, the most random side door ever in the living room. And it led straight to the water wheel. Well, more so to the patio where the water wheel was and the heater thingy and everything else. And the good old pond. This winter I had all the koi and goldfish as well. We had a lot of koi in there. It was a pretty big pond. That's why we had the water wheel for it. I wish there was like an auto center to a direction. There's something this game doesn't have that Old School RuneScape has that it definitely needs. Honestly, it needs to just start copying everything if it wants to. You can right click on the compass and it will have north, south, east, and west auto center. I'm doing that right now and there's no option for it. You can auto center to north, but you can't auto center east, south, or west in Brighter Shores. You can only auto center north. And I hope they change that. Like, you can auto center here, but that's it. You can only do an auto center to north. You can't do an east, west, south auto center currently. But hopefully it'll add that at some point. Because right now they only have custom angle and north. But you can't snap to any of the other cardinal directions. This is an activity that works really well with a south snap. But you currently can't do that. feel like I've read over this document like 5 times over the last day. I just can't wait till it's in the game already. Like, the more I read it, the more I like all of it. Even my gripes I had with the combat thing, I don't even think I have anymore after, like, rereading and everything. Like, with this part. The only thing I feel like is the most controversial in there is untuned items will always cost something to make tuned. That's the only thing that I would say is kind of controversial in that mix. Is to make an untuned tuned, you will always have to spend money. Or, you know, in-game currency. But, you know, you'd have to spend some amount of silver to do that. Which means all the crafting skills start to cost a little bit more when you go into and everything. It's not just you just go make it and then you're good to go. The one upside is you're making money while you're crafting them. So worst comes to worst, if you're trying to make like an item upgrade, all the rejects you make during that, you could just sell off and that would fund the attunement and some. So even though there's a cost to it, you know, you're still making back that cost from all the production you're doing. I guess you get really lucky and get it on like first try or second try or something. But even then, it's probably a pretty trivial amount of silver. They said it's the difference between the price of untuned and tuned. Which shouldn't be anything more than about 25%, if not less. They just haven't really given us exact estimates yet. Well, 31 levels to go. Not sure if I'm going to make it, because we're going to go for... I think we're going to go longer today and go for about another 10 hours. But that means every hour we got to gain about 3 levels. Which is very doable if you were doing skills that weren't slow. Like Carpentry. Still want the 67 Carpentry, though. Oh, we're making it slower by banking it. Oh, no! I thought we got Beaver for a second. Someone's standing next to me with Beaver. I want to make a bet they just got that Beaver, too. Because I just saw it pop up from under me. Oh, I'm talking about old school RuneScape, by the way. But yeah, look, we got Beaver. We didn't actually get Beaver, though. But, I got jump scared by Beaver. There's a Beaver right down there. You can barely see it. Let's see. There's a Beaver right there. It's not mine, though. If it was mine, it would show text here. But yeah, someone else's Beaver. It scared me because it popped up from under me. So I was like, oh, we finally got Beaver after 3 months? No, it's not my Beaver. We're like 3 times over drop rate on the thing. We've been doing it a month before Brighter Shores and literally every second of Brighter Shores and we still don't have it. It's over a 1,000-hour grind and we still don't have it. But yeah, I got Beaver jump scared. I'm so sad. It's not ours, though. Another 1,000 hours to go. You've been playing for years and still no pet in old school RuneScape? Some of them are pretty easy to get. I don't have it on the hardcore because it's a hardcore, but one of the easiest ones to do is go kill the Chaos Elemental in the wilderness. And if you dedicate a week into it, you could pretty much have the pet. It's like a 1 in 300 and the boss dies in like a minute. They also buffed its drop table last year. So as long as you don't die, you actually make some pretty good loot as well. I can't go for it though because we're on the hardcore though. The next easiest is if you go do, well, maybe not easy, it's a pretty high requirement, but if you do the Elite Diary for the Western Province, the Chompy Bird is like a 1 in 1,000. And after having the diary done, it's like under 10 hours for a pet. The problem is getting the diary done. It has some pretty high requirements, like 93 Slayer and a few other things. But once you have it done, it's like 1 day to go get it. There's a few of them that aren't too bad. But yeah, a lot of the boss ones are insufferable to get, though. Like God War's Dungeon, 1 in 5,000. When even in best in stock gear, you're only killing, like, what, 30 an hour? Because they have, like, a 1.5, 2 minute respawn time. So even if you near instantly nuke them down, you're still barely getting any kills per hour. I'm not sure how long it's going to take us to get to 67 Carpentry, but that's pretty much our end goal. Our main end goals for levels are 67 Carpentry, because then we have tier 3 planks, aka level 177 shields for bone right. 100 cooking, with 94 being when our XP rate skyrockets, and we kind of have to try to do cooking contracts up to then. And just get Gatherer higher. I'm not sure if I have an end goal for Gatherer today, though. There's an interesting thing we could do with 171 Gatherer. Because if I have 67 Carpentry and 71 Woodcutting, which I already have, and 171 Gatherer, we can wide farm the catkins. Where we do like 6 catkin into a bunch of trees and a bank. And do it like that. Where we basically do a bunch of trees, 6 catkin, a bunch of trees, 6 catkin, bank kind of thing. I don't know, we'll have to see exactly what the route will be. Those are needed for, I believe, the best Arboré potion in the game. I believe we established earlier. It's for plus 80 Arboré, the green damage. We can actually see it over here. There's the 177 shield I was talking about. We'll have that at 67 Carpentry, technically. Obviously, we still need the bone right level for it, but we'll get there. But the other thing is the catkin. I'm pretty sure this is for plus 80 Arboré. I didn't really bank much of the other one, but this one's pretty relevant. Not only does it give us 197 to 200 Alchemy for free, but yeah, it's for plus 80 Arboré, which is currently the best green strength potion in the game. And if you were to buy these otherwise, they cost 8 each, which is a little pricey. Plus even more when the price hike comes around. But yeah, we can actually wide farm them while doing the tree then. We do a combination of the ash tree into catkins, banking everything. It'd probably be like 12 ash planks into 12, or ash logs, I mean, into 12 catkin, and just keep cycling that way. Oh, we'll figure it out. We'll figure out some routing for it. We'll make it work. That's probably going to be our game plan then. Get to 171 Gatherer, 67 Carpentry, so we can get the trifecta going. And that's those catkins right over there. There's 3 of them in this room, and then 3 in the side room next to us. I'm not sure if I just take the 3 in here and just do it with the planks. Because you can take them while you're doing the ash tree. And just bank them up north, which is probably going to be the way we do it. Is just take 3 catkin instead of all of them. Because the other 3 are pretty far off route. But those 3 are literally free as you're just walking by. Only problem is with our double boost potion that we have going on. Because I'm only going to have 22 inventory instead of 24. Luckily, a lot of the routing is pretty close to a bank. Because you get ash trees when you go there and then go back. So on both sides, you're going to be getting ash trees as you're going to Storage Rift. So we got to try to math out like a 22 round. Where we go take these ash trees. Go take this entire room like twice. Then take these ash trees, then bank, then take these ash trees, and then do it again. And just take one side, because there's, I think, like 3 trees on both sides or something. There's either 4 or 6 trees in here. Half on one side, half on the other. So you take half on one way around and half on the other side around. I just realized we've been at this for almost over an hour. It felt like we just hit like the start stream button. Gosh, time has gone by. That's the only problem when I get like super in the zone for Brighter Shores. I kind of forget all resemblance of time going by. It is so much already. Felt like we just clicked the stream button like 10 minutes ago. But I don't know, I'm almost finding Carpentry to be fun. Or at least relaxing. It's starting to slowly grow on me. I feel like post 200 would be insufferable for it though. Luckily we're not doing it, so we don't need to worry about it. There's no time soon. I do eventually need to do it. But, yeah, no time even remotely soon. Though, oddly enough, I do plan to do woodcutting and, carpentry more than I plan to do bonewright and stonemason. Just because I plan on my 2 alts to go do that for us. So that we could focus more on the other production. Like getting the woodcutting carpentry supplies, getting armor maker, obviously, mining and smithing. Oh, the AFK DPS tank is actually winning the poll right now. Ooh. I definitely want to try it out on raid dens. I'm not sure how much I would use it beyond that, though. Like, I'm not sure if I would use it in the other 3 chapters because of how funny DPS range would be. Or how fun having, like, all the special attacks would be. The main thing that it comes to when doing a class build, though, is what kind of percent are we talking? Are we talking, like, 90%, 95%, 98% effectiveness? Because anything under 90% is basically worse than using nothing. Or not using nothing, but you know. Like it's not going to be worth it. The only exception being if your class is just really, really bad with that damage type. Like a Cryo Knight doing it for green Guardian weapons. Like in that situation, it's better because we have no green melee weapons. So going from none to some is better. But in every other situation, it wouldn't be worth it. So I'll have to wait and see exactly how that pans out. Because anything below 90% is probably not worth it. But that'd be kind of crazy if you can get 95%. Because it's basically like using the class at that point. Like, yeah, you're doing 5% less damage, but that's not a lot. Like, it's a little bit worse, but barely. There also would pretty much never be a need to switch your class at that point. Or, you know, like a system like that. Because if you could use other classes' gear at 95% effectiveness, that's basically as good as just wielding it at full rate. That means you're only getting like a 5% buff for, you know, your own hero class then, essentially. Which is still better than nothing, but, you know, it's less of a dependency on only your own class gear. That also does mean all 4-star equipment would be viable then. So when are they going to make drop tables work then? Because if we do go like a mixed class, are we still only going to be gaining almost only Cryo Knight gear? Because if that's the case, Guardians gain even more of a benefit on top of the billion benefits they have. His Guardian gear is always going to be the most expensive of the 3. But Guardians can earn it while doing anything. But I hope they do tweak that a little bit. Or at least tweak it if you have, like, the perks activated for it. Because Cryo Knight actually is the worst drop table of any class. There's no Cryo Knight gear that is particularly expensive, because it's all pretty easy to make. Hammer Mage mostly has anything that requires Death Stone, most notably their Great Hammer, which is probably the most expensive single weapon in the entire game. And Guardians are just all across the line slightly more expensive. But Cryo Knight currently has the worst drop table of any class for when it comes to value of drop. Relative to making it yourself. Like, there's an upside of the class and a downside of the class currently. It's easy to get their gear, but their gear, because it's so easy to get, doesn't have anything that's particularly good as a drop. When you're only getting their class gear as a drop. I did do the 2 dailies, right? Yeah, we did. I don't need to worry about that for the rest of the stream then. And of course, we mentioned it earlier and did it earlier too, but don't forget, you can start boosting your dailies now if you haven't been. Kind of got a bit overshadowed with all the combat rework, but that was something that was brought in yesterday. You can now use your 5% boost pots or any other boost pot you have to boost your ventures, which is actually really, really good value. Just because they stack up so much value all at once. Before, only the first time bonus was boostable on them, but now you can boost everything. That's weird. Why did music cut out? Hello, music? There we go. That was weird. Music stopped for some reason. Come on, you're only supposed to do that in the corrupted area, not everywhere. I gotta pay attention to the time. At the end of the hour, we actually gotta go do a cooking run. Because we still gotta make sure during this stream to get 94 cooking, so we can go get like 100 cooking or so. Off a bacon sandwich. Because at 94, we can start properly training it again. Oh, so currently my lowest non-combat is fishing. We do have a tool for it. I gotta turn off cueable action, though. Cueable action just does not really work for fishing. It's way too clunky. Even if you turn it so misclicking doesn't make you cancel by disabling your move, it's not worth it because they just move so far away from each other. So they still gotta do manual fishing. It's actually the only gathering skill that you still have to do 100% manually. Because you just lose too much value otherwise. There's a few that you lose like a few tiles for if you do it with Q. But fishing, you lose like dozens of tiles sometimes. So you do have to actually still do it completely manually. Unless you just really want to AFK it. But it has the worst XP rate of any queuable action gathering skill. I still got a bunch of alchemy supplies in the bank. I really need to figure out like how much XP we have banked later. Still not sure if we're doing Forge or before Alchemy. Oh, do you know something that I kind of want to go do? Because I still never finished the grind in the other game. Because we haven't really played it in so long other than just hitting a tree over and over again. They added a new minigame to old school RuneScape a couple months ago called Mastering Mixology. And it was basically like the same take of trying to modernize Alchemy, kind of like how this game did with the more active activity. And just to make it super active, I was considering doing both at the same time. We did it a bit during leagues, but I might bring it back if we go for like a heavy Alchemy stream. Where we do like 10 hours of Alchemy in both games simultaneously. Just so we have even more multitasking going on. I've been considering doing that, because I still gotta go finish the grind in that game. While also going and working towards 200 on this game. Technically 170. Because I can't do it 200 until we do Mindfighter. I'm basically 170 locked. There's a lot of good value we can get up until then. We can make the plus 60 Arborays right now. We can make the plus 60s for our own special one, Crown Knight, later. We could then have to do that all the way to like 104. Because everything else in between's kind of dead. And then 104, we could do Fierce. Technically all the way 200 if we really wanted to, but we could do that all the way until Hope Forest. Then we can make those a little bit. Then from Slightly Armed Mindfighter, we can go cash in a few of these. It's going to be another hole, though, without having Mindfighter done first. It might be a little bit hard to get above, like, 135 or so. It might be a little bit bottlenecked out of it. Because one of the plans was with all of our Mindfighter to have a lot of 7% potions, but, I'm not sure how many we're ultimately going to be able to make if we don't do Mindfighter first. And I'm not doing Mindfighter until after the combat rework. There'd still be a lot, though, that we could do. Because we still do a ton of the Arboray ones. And we could still do a ton of the Cryo Strength ones. You would just hit a little bit of a wall trying to get to Fear, but then we could easily do a ton of Fear ones. It's mostly everything after Fear that becomes a little bit sketchier without Mindfighter. Because Fear you could easily just buy from the shop. It's like pretty much free. Plus we already have a lot of it banked. Yeah, I got everything for Mastering Mixology except a few cosmetics. I also didn't bother getting potion storage because I was never going to use it. So I just didn't bother getting it. But I believe I'm missing every cosmetic as well as a bunch of excess potions so that you can make those aggro potions. That way you can AFK combat. Because I want to get enough aggro potions to be able to AFK the entirety of the Champion's Cape. I think the only part of Champion's Cape I have is a giant scroll. Everything else I'm missing. So I was going to go and AFK them all, using aggro potions. I forgot how long they last. I want to say like 6 minutes. It basically makes it so every enemy around you just auto-attacks you. And I believe every enemy except for 1 or 2, you will actually never die to if you wield a max cape or a or any Ring of Life equivalents. Because once you drop below 10% HP, it'll auto-teleport you away. So it doesn't matter how AFK we go, we'll never die to them. I think the only exception is Lesser Demon. And the Wilderness one. But the Wilderness one is a whole thing in itself. But aside from those two, it is safe, I believe, the other 8 to do aggro potion for. Some of them wouldn't be worth doing it on, like the Imp and the Goblin. I believe the other 6 you can. Oh no, he fell asleep without the passive running. Have you guys done that yet? I actually haven't forgotten yet. Have you guys ever forgotten to leave your character at a passive? It's so like second nature for me in this game that I've actually never forgotten yet. To always log off on a passive. There's one interesting thing about this game since you always have to log out in a certain location. It's not like other games where you just log out whenever. Yeah, we're 65 or 66 days in, and haven't forgotten yet. Fingers crossed, hopefully we never do. Because that's a lot of EXP. Compared to manually training a skill, if you forget to do that, you're giving up like a level and a half. Like you're giving up like over an hour of gameplay, if not 2 hours, whenever you forget to do it. Especially if you're using on one of the bigger production ones like Bone Wright, Smithing, Stonemason, or Armor Maker. Hey, could you imagine if there's a bunch of bots just running only the AFKs and they log in for like a few seconds? And then down the line they like sell an account that has a 500 on it. I can see that being a thing. Like people selling a bot that has like 500 alchemy, or 500 fishing, or 500, you know, any of those easy ones. 500 gatherer, 500 woodcutter. I believe it takes about 8 to 9 months to basically get an account using only passives to a 500. And a bot could pretty much do that automatically for any free-to-play skill for free. So that means like a year from now, you're going to see a bunch of accounts being sold with a 500 or multiple 500s. Depending on how they're doing it. Because by then there would probably be a new spike in player base, because by then the game would be launched and everything else. So people would know progress they would try to sell them to. I know RuneScape has a big issue with that in early game areas, like Pest Control. Where there's at least like 3 to 5 spam bots on any given day. Just constantly there trying to sell accounts. Because generally that's where all the unprogressed accounts are. We're just looking for like a quick fix to get to, you know, the fun parts of the game. So there's like always a billion bots there just advertising account selling. Because it saves like 100 to 1,000 hours. No, I'm not selling anything. Just a mechanic that generally exists in these games. But yeah, they'd be able to sell 3 accounts at once. Like, when they're selling an account with 1 500, they'd be selling 3 500 simultaneously. Because they would have bought at all 3 slots. If you do that for free-to-play, you could do something like, you know, alchemy, fishing, or maybe cooking. Oh, fishing would be easier. The 3 easiest would be, forger, alchemy, and gatherer, probably. If you were to go down that route. Because then you could also feed it into alchemy on your other account. When you know when trading's in the game. Oh, but then you can't do that free-to-play, though. I'm not sure what 3 they would focus. They would definitely want alchemy, though, because 500 alchemy is just so good. Plus, they could gold sell all the potions that they get. And just cash out. But I'm curious to see how bad the botting problem will be in this game down the line. There's some of it now, but it's not like that bad. Because they're not really doing much with it at the moment. Why is 500 alchemy so good? Mostly because you can't buy the potions currently. So every potion's in pretty limited stock. So they're worth quite a bit, every single potion, post 200. Like any potion that's currently best in a slot will go for so much when trading comes out. This includes things like any of the plus 80 potions, the 35% heals, any 10% XP pot, like anything like those, like the plus 80 for strength in a color, the 10% for anything, the 35% heals, which is currently the best heal, and pretty much every potion beyond 200, essentially, nearly every single one, are all really absurdly good value. It's actually probably the most profitable skill when trading gets released. It's actually alchemy, oddly enough. Just because there's a really limited level range where it's viable to make a potion. And once you're past that level range, it's not really worth making again. Like, pretty much, like, for example, once I get 77 alchemy to go make these plus 60 cryopots, it is pretty much never worth making them ever again once I hit 104. Like, under no circumstance should I really be making them unless I just really already have the supplies laying around and just feel like it. Or from an XP perspective, it would just be too far for it to be viable. And there's a lot of areas like that in potion making, or in any skill in general. Or particularly for alchemy. Or once you reach a certain threshold, you're pretty much not going back to the weaker ones. Yeah, the 35% heal is pretty nice. There isn't anything you need them for, though. So in the current state of the game, it's not that needed to have them. It's one of the reasons I'm kind of stopping at 170 alchemy. Because there might be some situations in the game where we're going to be needing the 7% XP pots. And, you know, like the plus 60 cryone. But there really isn't any need for any of these slightly stronger pots at the moment. Like, I don't need 35% heal. There's nothing strong enough to use that on. 10% Hope Port would be nice, but I don't have the Forager level to go with it yet. Plus 80 Arboret, we don't really care about too much other than to sell it to people who need it. So yeah, when we do the Alchemy grind, we're probably stopping around, honestly, probably around 131. I don't plan to actually 200 it. 131's like the last really good potion we need in the near future. So that we can use this to make mining and smithing go quicker, most notably smithing. As well as Bonewright and Stonemason if I do any post 200 on them. I don't really plan to initially. I might way down the line, but at least initially I plan to keep them at 200. Just so we can focus on 500 mining and smithing down the line. Because I'd rather get 500 woodcutting and carpentry than 500 stonemason bonewright. Just so we have the full quadfecta, or whatever it's called. Trifecta, quadfecta. But, you know, the woodcutting, carpenter, mining, smithing combination. Which allows crafting of absolutely anything in that category. And then if we need stonemason or bonewright, we just buy from someone else. I don't know, are 15-minute fears worth it compared to 9-minute fear? Because 9-minute fear is not that much worse. I'm not sure how much it costs to make a 15-minute fear. But I'm pretty sure it's like 1 silver for a 9-minute fear. And I feel like I'm going to have like near infinite of them. And even if you don't, they should be pretty cheap. Like people should be selling them for only like 3 silver each, if not less. Yeah, you do have to drink a little bit less per hour. But how much does it cost to make one, though? Because I'm pretty sure a 9-minute fear is only 1 silver. At least currently. It's one of the reasons I want to get the alchemy grind, too, done. Before the price hike on potions. Because alchemy is going to be harder to train in the future. After the price hike. Whereas right now, there's a lot of things that is extremely reasonable. But only at certain level ranges. I will be. Who's making thousands of them? I probably will be. Because what else do you make around that level range? Because what's even around there? Let's go see. Immediately after Fear Potion, what can we make? Stonemall Hill AFK? No. It's not even out by then. 6% Hope Forest? I can make a few, but I don't have that many. 6% of this? Not really worth it, because it's pre-200. 7% Hope Forest? I guess. I have a few, but it's not worth mass making. And then the mining ones, which actually start mattering again. Yeah, I didn't bank too many of these. I think I banked enough to make 69. And these I probably made a banked enough to make like 1 set. Like, you know, 1 inventory. Well, technically 2 inventories due to how Alchemy works. But, you know, I banked like 2 23s. Or technically 123, you know, 123 both. And this, I think, was 3 23s of both. So I won't really have a lot of more supplies until we hit the other two. Because I do plan to keep every potion I make. I did sell them a little bit initially early on when I probably shouldn't have. But every potion we ever make here forth is being kept. Like literally every last one of them. To be consumed and or sold. Though most of them will be consumed. The only exception is probably the green arborite potions I probably will be selling. I was not sure for what yet. Though after the combat rework, I might even need those as well, who knows. It really comes down to what percentage off-class weapons can be used for. If it's 90%, green is somewhat okay. If it's 95%, it's really good. And if it's somehow higher than 95%, we're basically a guardian. or hammer mage at that point. I'm hoping it goes to 95% though. 90%'s right at the point on if it's questionable if it is or isn't worth it. And anything below 90% is you might as well just not even bother. Just have to wait and see what they do for it. Because they haven't really told us how many upgrades we'll need or how it exactly works percent-wise or anything else. Same issue we have with weapon proficiency. Like, we don't know how many weapon proficiency upgrades there's going to be. And how much you even get per. Is it going to be 5 per? 10 per? You have to spend 1 whole point to be able to get it. Oh yeah, when can you make 80 Crown A? Isn't that pretty high? Because I know you need a pretty high Gatherer level 4. It's like 148 Gatherer. When can you make 80 Crown A? Yeah, 80 Crown A is all the way at 277. But it makes sense because you need like almost like 250-ish Gatherer or so. It's actually pretty deep. Not as deep as the yellow one though. But still pretty deep. That's the whole reason why we need the upgraded sickle as well when we do upgrade the sickle down the line. Is whenever we grab the thistle, we get extra XP for it. Which is the more expensive the 2 material you need for the plus 80 Crown. We're almost there, level 67. We're coming for you. Probably not the best idea to try to focus one of the slower skills when doing this grind, though. But hey, 30 levels to go. You got like 10 hours and 30 levels. It's definitely doable. I think at level 62 we go do our cooking contracts, though. Because I gotta get 94 cooking before I can do cooking. Off of just contracts alone. Doesn't have to be contract only, but it would be quicker doing it contract only. There is a drop all that you can do in old school RuneScape. There's actually a tech that you could do in that one city. I could bring it up real quick, I guess. But right over here, I'll go bring it up real quick. But if you go over to this city right here, all the way over here, it requires that one quest. Where is it? It's over here. If you go do Swan Song, there's a shop over here that's both a bank and a general store. And what you do is you go and unnote your items on the bank. Go and do all your stones, you know, get them all etched, whatever you want to call them. Whatever it's called in RuneScape. You go and chisel all your stones to make them go cut. And then you sell them to the general store. Because the general store and the bank is the exact same person. So you just go over there and do both. But yeah, all you have to do is do Swan Song and you get access to it. Full completion of Swan Song. But yeah, you can do both of them right there. And that's the closest thing you have to drop all. It allows you to sell all. Because you can unnote it and sell at the exact same location, since he's both a bank and a shop. I believe it's the only one in the entire game that functions as both. It's really only used by Ultimate Ironman, though. Normal players have no need for it, since you can just do it at a normal bank and just bank them. There's also a new method that you can do on Varlamore as well. There's a shop that sells up to rubies. And if you had like a main alt, you can actually have it sell it. And you can just keep doing it over and over again, selling back to the shop. Using the Varlamore gem store. Because you can use a main to sell uncut rubies there and then buy it on your any Ironman account. I personally haven't used that method because I don't use like any alt cheesing methods, but it is one that's really funny. As it's actually a lot of crafting XP per hour and you never need to leave. And every Ironman type can do it, even Ultimate Ironman. It's technically doable at every gem shop, but that's the only one that has a ruby currently. Gower said no multi-boxing. Yeah, Old School RuneScape allows multi-boxing. I personally don't utilize it because I just play the one account. But obviously, this game you cannot multi-box in. They did put in the terms of service so you cannot multi-box Brighter Shores. Which I'm kind of glad that's the case, otherwise I'd feel the need to make like 1 billion alts. Obviously we have the 2 alts that are, you know, the slots that you get. I'm glad it's just that. Because 3 accounts are a lot more manageable than doing like 10. Where do you get gas leeches? Gas leeches are over here. If you go to... Oh, yeah, I forgot. I have an inverse map. If you go over to Mines Matubin, teleport over to here. You then go north and grab the leeches, which is right next to the bone right place. And then you bring the leeches over here to the gas chamber. And then you bring it to wherever you need to go bring it to go do your gas. So in the case of stonemason, you bring it over there. In the case of smithing, you bring it all the way over there at the gnome furnace. And if you have it, you can use Mine Deep Teleport to get there quicker. All the way over there. That requires starting the, doing the minecart puzzle thingy. It's a pretty straightforward puzzle, though. And it unlocks that teleporter. You don't actually have to finish the quest, you just have to start it. You can start it as soon as you finish that Chapter 3 main storyline by talking to the gnome dwelling over there. And then they give you a key to go to this puzzle. And then that puzzle to go unlock the store, and then that door to go unlock the portal. It's a way quicker way to get over there. But yeah, that's how you get the leeches. It's right next to the bone right place, and then you fill them up at the little cache chamber over there. And then bring them wherever you need to bring them. They cannot be bought. They might be able to be bought when trading comes out, but currently they cannot be bought. Also, there's a good chance when trading does come out, any item that's considered untradeable, aka can't be banked, are likely not going to be tradable. Because I did mention some things will not be tradable, and gas leeches are probably one of them. Otherwise, there's going to be a whole economy of people selling and buying gas leeches. But currently, there is no way to buy it. That would be a nice quality of life feature, though. If you could talk to the gnome in the room and be able to pay, like, a one-time fee. Or not even a one-time fee, but, you know. Like, he'll fill it up to 1,000 gas for, like, some kind of fee. That would be so nice. But the cost being based on the difference between how much gas you have in it and how much you need for 1,000. Because, honestly, I would pay, like, 4 gold for max gas. For how much time that would save. And if it was 3 gold or less, I would insta-click that button every second. If it was ever came up. If it was, like, 3 gold or less. Hello, MK Jets. Thanks for the like. Greatly appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Hey, where's the poll right now? It's actually pretty even. So we got 24 votes in. With the new build types soon available with the Combat Merge and Brighter Shores, which sounds best? The Infinite Ammo DPS range, which definitely is the first one I want to go try. Sounds a lot of fun. The mix all faction gear plus specs, I do plan to do, but it really comes down to how much % of faction gear you can end up using. Like, all specs sound so much fun on one single class. But of course, you can only use 3 at once. But also, we don't know how effective they're going to be. Like, we talking 80%, 90%, 95%. Because the bigger the number, the more viable that is. And in the AFK DPS tank, aka making a build that you just click on something once and you auto-live, and just kill them over and over again, is actually the highest right now. So basically how you play the game now, effectively. Except even more min-max than it is now. But because, you know, you'll be, like, basically invincible and still have good DPS. And then 17% for other. And anyone in that category, I would love to know what you have in mind. Does it run out when you don't use it? No, it stays there forever. Once you put the gas in, it stays there forever. Until used up. It doesn't have an expiration date. Every gas leech you fill and put in gives you 10 gas. Which effectively allows you to do 6 stones. Every 1 gas, I believe, is 6 stone. Or, you know, basically every gas allows you to use the machine once. Oh no! Oops! I hate when I do that. I thought I had these fully processed, but I did the mid-step. Whoops. Mistakes have been made. But yeah, every 6 stone is, or ends up being 1 gas. So every leech allows you to do 60 ore or stone. And it stays there forever until used. Up to a cap of 1,000. Which is basically 4 inventories. 4 inventories brings you slightly under. Takes about 5 minutes to gather them all and fill them up. And then another few minutes to get there and, you know, fill up the machine. Yeah, Carpentry's still our lowest production skill, even after this. By the end of the stream, it won't be. But, yeah, I keep forgetting. It is still kind of slow, though. It's fine, though. Like, it's fine if we don't hit 2,500 today. As long as we're getting goals done that we need to be getting done. And this is on that list of things. Gotta do it eventually. Can't put it off forever, even though we've been trying really hard to. We've been trying our best to avoid Carpentry, but it has finally come for us. It's kind of funny because I actually do plan to get 500 woodcutting Carpentry at some point. No time soon. But at some point. Just so I can maintain it up with our mining and smithing level. It's fine that it's slightly behind right now, but it does eventually need to catch up. $30 levels to go. Slowly but surely. Cooking should be a lot quicker though, especially since we're about to be at a good XP threshold. And the rest of the time we're just doing contract to get it up. Gather shouldn't be too bad because you just unlock the bone. We're doing a 166 bone at a 167. It will get slower if we go move to catkin woodcutting though. But it shouldn't be that big a deal. We're still getting XP for both. I almost did it again. Every single time I do these, I keep thinking they're done. Mostly because their finished product and their unfinished product look so similar. How much complexity and how soon does Gower have planned for gathering skills differences? I'm not sure if he is going to be diversifying them much more than they already are. Like, obviously, there'll be new content potentially added through quests and stuff like that. But the way that Forager and Gatherer and Delver, when it comes out, is probably hard to sustain for quite a while. There might be a quest or two that comes in that changes them a little bit. Like, for example, we don't even have a quest for Forager or Gatherer yet. They're actually the only two skills in the game that have no quest tied to them. So potentially when they do, they might get a little bit more features. Like a new area that has something else you can go gather or something else, or a new activity of doing them. But for the most part, they're staying exactly as is. Maybe occasionally having quests that will add a little bit of features or dynamics to them that currently aren't there. But yeah, you'll be able to use them in things like raids quite a bit more dynamically than you can currently. Like raids, dungeons, bosses. But those aren't coming until after 1.0. Like after Chapter 5 and everything. Like they're a ways away. Like we'll be lucky if we have them by like Q3 of next year. Could be even later than that. There's the only thing that's going to be a little bit weird about this game. I personally don't mind. But I know some people definitely would. There is going to be 0 bosses in the game by 1.0 most likely. Like 0 repeatable bosses. Because based on what they were saying, it seems like it's coming after launch. And after launch is like 3 to 6 months from now. And that's assuming that's like their first priority after launch, which it might not be. Like the first boss might not be in the game until like September or October. Despite the combat rework likely coming in the next month or so. Like I personally don't mind that. But I know people who are like more into PvM probably would. Because I'm perfectly fine with just the skilling. Because even combat's technically skilling. Just with nodes that hit you back. We're trying to do 200 all before they do the combat rework, and then 200 all in combat. And might even 500 Chronopolis as well. Actually, my 500 Mindfighter as well. It's not even decided yet. For the eventual 500 all Minds Matubin grind. I would only do that if they ever added a Profession Cape for the area, though. Plus, I'd probably be fine with my 200 all Profession Cape. These 500 Stonemason and 500 Bone Rate just sounds insufferable. Especially for how long it's going to take just to do 500 Smithing. What's my favorite skill overall? Probably Merchant. Even though I can't do it for too long of a period of time before my brain wants to give up. I'd say as far as what Merchant is my absolute favorite. Detective, I like what they tried to do with it. I just feel like it needs quite a bit of rebalance and more things for it. It's one of only 3 skills that don't transcend the chapter. Detective, Fishing, and Cooking currently have no purpose outside their chapter. So I would love to see it have more purpose in the future. As both of them are, all 3 of them are basically chapter locked currently. Whereas every other skill in the game can go to any chapter in one way or another. But those 3 are currently locked only to their chapter. And then, yeah, Merchant's my favorite. Detective's probably my second favorite, though it does need a lot of reworking. And then my third... I'm not sure where I'd place my third. I'd probably say Forager, to be honest. I know I've done, like, so little Forager. It's mostly because I can't be bothered to go get all the tools yet. But, I like the gameplay loop of routing when it comes to Forager. It's a lot different than how you do Gatherer and everything. I just don't have as much of a need to go train Forager. But the actual act of doing Forager I like a lot. Like all the routing and everything else that you can do with it. It's a lot more dynamic than quite a few other gathering skills in the game. It's just the actual resources you get from it I don't really need at the moment. So I've kind of been ignoring it. So why do I keep clicking on it instead of deposit all? Not sure why I keep doing it that way, but there we go. But yeah, Detective, Fishing, and Cooking all need a way to transcend their chapter. How they're going to do that, we don't currently know at all. But they're the only 3 skills that are basically chapter locked. Because all combat can give you gear for any other chapter, because they can drop untuned. Forager gives you potions that can be used in any chapter. Alchemist makes potions that can be used in any chapter. Gather gives you bone right equipment that can be used in any chapter, as well as potion supplies in any chapter. Woodcutting gives you equipment used in any chapter. Carpenter equipment in any chapter. All these are equipment in any chapter. Then Leatherworker, armor for any chapter. And then Merchant gives you discounts for the Leatherworker that makes armor for any chapter. So that leaves the only 3 being Detective, which only gives you money, but everything gives you money. Cooking, which only gives you money, but everything gives you money. And Fishing, which only gives you money, but everything gives you money. They're the only 3 that have no way to go beyond their chapter. Whereas everything else eventually gets to a byproduct that does. By the end of their full processing. But Fishing, Cooking, and Detective currently don't. And are probably the 3 weakest skills because of that. Doesn't mean they're like the least fun or the least developed, but they're the only 3 that don't transcend their chapter. I just realized I'm going to run out of Hope Forest pots soon. I should probably buy some more. I think this is every last one I have in my bank right now. I have on me. Because I keep chugging one every single time. We're almost running out. Like, we got to go do our cooking contract soon, so it'll work out perfectly. I should probably do it now. We can actually do it at any point. I said we'd do it around level 62, and we're at 62, so let's go do our cooking contract then. Then we'll come back to doing the wood. We can now make building blocks. Hey, I wonder if that's used for builder. Wait, is it used for builder AFK? I didn't even think about that. I don't think so. It looks like it's building blocks as like a kid's toy, not as a actual building block. Alright, let's go to Hopeport. Let's go do our cooking contracts. Because I need to get 94 cooking before I can do cooking off of just contracts alone. I wonder how close Jas is getting to 500 cooking. I feel like anytime I ever see him, he's cooking. He's probably doing a cooking run right now. Yeah, let's see what we have here. Hopefully a good contract. That'll just take a leek pie. So we can cash them out. Alright, what do we have? One more 8 eel. Oh, nice. We got a double good one here. Which one's better for our routing? Probably Ella. Because we don't actually have a ship. So this is definitely an Ella take then. Alright, let's go buy all the supplies we need. Should be able to fit in one inventory. The only thing I might not be able to take out is my leeks, but I can just grab them after I combine everything else. So what fish do I need? I need 2 eels and 1 oyster. Hey, having to come all the way over here. It's the only benefit that you get from doing fishing. Does not need to come over here every single time. Oh no, it's not too bad when you're only sourcing a few. If you needed hundreds, that's a different story. If you're just grabbing a few, it's pretty easy just to come over here. Alright, now to figure out everything else we need. Alright, potato and mash. I need 3 of these. And 3 of our highest potato. Alright, next. Oyster, I need 1 lemon. The other thing needs nothing. Oh, no, it does. It needs the eel thingy. Alright, what else do we need? Is that it? Other than the pie? Looks like it. Alright, and then we need 5 of these. And 5 of this. Alright, then we just combine everything together. Go grab the 5 leeks, and we should be good to go. You've been playing for less than a week and you have total level 303. That's pretty good. That's pretty good progress. Have you gone through all the chapters yet? Or still working through them? Because that's a really good first goal to have if you haven't gotten it done yet. You're on 3 right now? Okay, that makes sense. You're trying to finish the spider quest? Yeah, that's pretty high priority to get done. Alright, now we go through our cooking spree. Alright, make 1 oyster. Then we make 3 mash. Then we make 5 of the pie, 2 of the eel, and we should be good to go. Unless I forgot something here. I believe that is everything. It's gonna be a little bit short of a cooking level though. For the skill keeps, you can skip them if you want. When it comes to skill keeps, like if you want to get like a level 100 one, you can skip the 50 and just go straight to 100. You don't have to buy each individual one. They're purely cosmetic at the moment. They did say they're eventually going to get perks on them. But currently they're purely cosmetic. Just for having one on your back. Yeah, you can skip them and it'll still give the full appearance of one. Oh, I just realized one of these is for Brandoff in the dining room. Wait, really? I forgot about this guy. This is one that you unlock after the Brandoff inheritance quest. Is this guy, right? No, Cohen. No, never mind. That's the guy in the annoying spot. I know where he is. Oh, this is the really annoying one. What do we consider lots of gold? Well, I've never had more than 25. So I almost consider anything above 10 as lots of gold. Really, actual lots of gold is anything over 100. But to how I keep gold, honestly, anything above 10 I consider lots of gold. Like, we're like mega rich if we have over 10. But realistically, it's over 100. And mega rich is over 1 platinum, which is 1,000 gold. But honestly, I'm happy with anything over 10. I see a double-digit gold number, it's like, oh wow, we're loaded. Don't do it. I forgot, I'm not using the right chapter gear. So I'm hitting for, like, nothing. I was doing this to try to skip the thing, but I forgot. We do, like, 0 damage to him because I'm using episode 4 gear in episode 1. Whoops. Give me that invisibility. And I always have to bring in Scrap Merchant. Which I'm pretty sure is better just to teleport over there. If only we had a second teleport in this area. I really hope whenever they add a Hopeport quest, it's a second teleport for Hopeport. Because this place needs one so badly. Every other chapter has one except for this. And all of them are locked behind a quest except for chapter 4 just because that's where trading is. So they wanted everyone to have good access to it so it wasn't locked behind anything. But so far every quest second teleporter was locked behind a quest. So hopefully the first quest for Hopeport gives us a teleport stone. Alright, we're going to have to go way out of our way for this one. Let me actually go double check what contracts we have. Because it might be worthwhile to combine it with whatever we have in here. Because otherwise I gotta go walk a mile over there. I think we had one for the Annie thing. Or that one other ship, whatever that was called. Yeah, the Annie 2 gloves. Give me that one. Melv's not worth it. Yeah, let me go do an Annie 2 glove real quick. Unfortunately, I gotta walk a mile to go grab the thing. But I think it's worth it. And then we go double turn in both. It's for 5,000 cooking XP. It's like almost a whole inventory of stew if we were to do stew. It's gotta walk a little bit for it. But it's already on the path. Like, the turn-in route's already where we need to go. Hey, Gina's doing fishing. I was always clicking on that person thinking they're their shop. Gonna walk all the way here just to do one single ray. Actually, I should have done it when I was buying everything earlier. Because we knew it was on the list. Should have pre-bought it when we were doing all the other fish. Alright, now we can go turn all this in. Then we go back to Carpentry. Yeah, people already have a platinum. I want to say like 5 or 6 people. But most of them, actually I think all of them are deliberately gold farming though. Or, you know, trying to get gold specifically. Some of them are doing like post 500 combat for like dozens of hours. Some of them are just hoarding all their wealth and not investing in anything. Like just doing merchant leatherworker and just saving all the gold. Oh, I just realized. I'm going past the other thing. Whoops. I accidentally went past the ship. Alright, next set of cooking contracts will definitely be a level. And worst comes to worst, I could just manually grind the rest if we really want to. Ideally, we'll do it off a contract only. But we'll see. We might do some actual normal cooking. We definitely will once we reach bacon sandwich at 94. Alright, there we go. You know what? I'll put this into cooking. Why not? Just because we're in a little bit of a dead space. Now I just need one more cooking level. Or it was already boosted for it anyways. Alright, anyways, back to Hope Forest. Oh wait, actually never mind, I lied. Back to go get my potions, then back to Hope Forest. Yep, so I will eventually click the right thing. Because I need to go get my mining boost potion and my nature potion. Also, I need to go buy more the Hope Forest one as well. Because we were actually really low. Actually, I might just buy more of both. Just so we don't even have to bank. Because I did plan to buy thousands of these before the price hike. So might as well just be buying some now. quicker than going to the storage anyways. Well, it's somewhat quicker. Alright, let's see. That should be enough. That should be enough. Alright, we're out here. By thousands of what? Oh, the 5% XP pots. They're doing a price hike on all shops when trading comes out. And I want to buy up a bunch of supplies that we would be buying anyways, that we constantly need. And 5% potions are really quick to mass buy. And we're going to be needing them constantly anyways. When's trading coming out? We don't know, but likely within the next month or so. No official date on it yet. It was originally supposed to launch with the game. And I assume they would want to try to get it out before the 3-month mark, which is in like 3 weeks from now. Because otherwise that'd be over 4 months since launch. For a feature that was supposed to be in at launch. Like, obviously they want to do it right when they do it. But we're supposed to have it like 66 days ago. Was the average silver for 400 to 500 combat? I'm not sure. I know it's pretty high. Oh, so it's measured in gold per hour. I want to say about 5 gold per hour, give or take, depending on how good you get rarity-wise. Especially when trading comes out. This is heavily dependent on the 3 and 4 stars you get on a given day. But it takes like multiple hours to get a 3-star. And like tens of hours to get a single 4-star. But when you do, especially when trading comes out, you get a huge payout. I forget what the consistent per hour is on them though. But I believe it's around 5 gold, not counting 3 or 4-star drops. Yeah, Sanaka mentions it's also about 5 gold. I know somewhere's around there. It's very variable, though. Because when trading comes out, 3 and 4-star can give you a huge spike in profit on a given hour. As an average 3-star you would get from a drop like that would be quite a lot. Like at least like 3 to 5 gold, if not more. And gosh, a 4-star, that's probably like 20, 30 gold. Not right now, but you know, if you were to sell it in the market, once trading is out. Generally, the best gold making skills right now for consistency is Merchant into Leatherworker. They get rolling really early on for money. Because combat doesn't really start making good money until like 200 plus. At like the starting point. You're basically losing money up to that point. If you're using like boost potions constantly and everything. At least in the current state of the game before the combat rework. But yeah, combat doesn't really start making any money until after 200 for the most part. Whereas Merchant and Leatherworker, you already would have made dozens upon dozens of gold. There's no upkeep cost to either of them, pretty much. It's just pure profit. and a decent amount of it. Whereas the upkeep cost of combat pre-200 is pretty much just break even by the time you hit 200. It's only after 200 where the profit really starts piling up. Whereas merchant and leatherworker, even at like level 100, are still making good money. Yeah, potions burn through quite a bit of profit with a lot of activities. They do become worth using later in the game, though. The later you get, the more viable they are. But early on, you tend to just ignore them. Because their cost relative to their benefit isn't as good. But eventually you have so much spear currency that you would definitely want to use them, at least the 5% pots. The plus 40% boost pots aren't really as needed in combat. They're only really good if it saves you needing a heal. It's just cheaper to use a plus 40 boost pot than it is to drink one 25% heal. So generally they're used not necessarily even to speed up combat, but more so to save you from having to spend more on healing pots. That'll be something that'll be changed once the combat rework comes into play, though. Because pretty much every fight will cost you nothing to do after the combat rework. I just realized something really funny with Crown Knight. I don't even need Guardian weapons. Because if we go a max speed, max ammo, max green DPS build with Crown Knight, or, you know, if we respec into that, you can just kill things with your Arboré bow. And just run around in circles. Just run circles around them. It'd be really funny. I really want to see what max speed, max ammo range looks like after the rework. Because there's going to be some really hilarious pathing you can do to, like, never get hit or very rarely ever get hit. Oh no, I'm almost out of my good log. What are we going to do after that? I'm not sure. We still have plenty of logs in there, but this is basically our best XP rate right now that we could be doing. And I'm almost out of them. Yeah, the pots lasting for so short's kind of annoying. XP pots last for 2 minutes, and the combat pots last for 1 battle. That 1 battle mechanic will work a lot better when bossing comes out, though. Because right now they're really bad against a normal enemy, but against a boss, a 1 battle potion is actually really good. I'm hoping if we ever get Alchemy Part 2, that's one of the potion types they add. Like a boost pot, but it lasts for X amount of time. As well as boost pots for Pyrome and Necrome. Because currently those 2 damage types are not boostable. Which makes them really weak compared to the ones that can be boosted. I'm not sure if they're going to do that much of a change to potions. At least how they currently are, other than them being wieldable. I do think we're going to get a second potion making skill, which will kind of do that. Not in the sense that the old ones will get reworked, but they'll add new ones that will kind of fix all the holes of the initial ones. Like duration boost instead of per battle boost. And stuff like that. Aggro potions so you could just go in AFK combat. Maybe even a special attack potion, because special attacks would exist by then. To make it so whatever your special attack meter or however they handle it, you could just, like, do it more often. At the cost of using a consumable. But yeah, they were mentioning that they do have an internal roadmap as far as their plans in the near future. I wish they would reveal that publicly at some point, because I'm really curious like what order they're prioritizing stuff at the moment. Because the last time we got something like that was early December, and it mentioned things like the 200% knowledge meter, which we already got, queuable action, which we already got, the holiday event, which we already got, and trading, which we didn't get yet. Which makes me assume the next priority is maybe trading? Bot detection, trading, stuff like that. Because even though the public leader talking about like the combat rework thing, from the original roadmap thingy that they mentioned the other month, every single thing on it has come out except for trading. The last time they gave us a public statement of like what they're currently working on. But every single thing from that list except for trading made it into the game already. Now, what are we now? 4.5 levels to go. Only problem is we're almost out of our good log. Which is concerning, because the next log is not as good. After we're almost out of logs in general. We're not going to finish all of them today, but we're going to actually get pretty close. It's something I've been wanting to do for a while. And whatever I don't have done, I'll definitely do off stream. Because right now my only goal is like 67 Carpentry, so whatever we, you know, once we get there, we're done with Carpentry for today. At least on stream. But, yeah, off stream, I want to go finish out every last log in there. So we have a nice clean log bank for when we start working on tier 3 logs. Because we're now at the tier 3 logs now. Now that we can do ash tree tier 3. And a handsaw upgrade soon as well. Which we'll be able to get that today. Same as the tree loppers, might as well get them all in the shop. I don't need them until post 200, but they're pretty much free. They're like a few hundred silver. Yeah, one thing that we're gonna have to do at some point, I think I mentioned this a little while back, but once we do get the Steam Deck, one thing I'll actually be able to use it for, though I gotta have to figure out how I can set everything up for it, because it might be a little bit weirder on Steam Deck, is the floors are gonna be replaced in this house sometime, probably in the next few months. And I'm pretty sure it's gonna take them at least a couple days. And that entire time, I won't be able to stream normally. So my stream setup might be like a literally like no mic, gameplay only. Just kind of streaming on the Steam Deck as I'm using the phone to communicate with chat. Might actually legitimately be our setup. Which would be absolutely hilarious. I need to see if it works. But it might actually have to be our setup. I assume my internet connection can work through the wall. We could probably just be on the patio doing it. They'd be streaming off the Steam Deck, no audio with phone to type into chat. It would only be for a few days though. Because we were going to get all the carpet replaced with wood. Mostly for the dog, and also because there's someone who lives here now with a wheelchair. And it just works way better if it was all wood rather than carpet, because it keeps getting like caught in the carpet and everything. But I wouldn't be able to use my normal computer during that time, because I'm going to be like covering it up in the bathroom since it's all tile, so that's not going to have anything done to it. So I got to remove like half my stuff from my bedroom. Computer being one of them. Just so it doesn't get damaged or anything. Oh no, we're almost out of the good log. What are we gonna do? Likely we can do a little bit of the yew and then a little bit of that pine. Hopefully that pine will be enough to get us over. It'll be less XP per hour, but won't be that much worse. Let me double check. Where's the pine? Wait, where's this rugged polar? Oh, maybe it's polar. Hopefully it's polar. Because if it's polar, that's not too bad. It's only one tier down. And maybe it was polar instead of pine, because I think we already did pine. Yeah, I think we already did all of our rugged pine. So if that's rugged polar, that's actually really good then. Because that's our next best good one. Yeah, hopefully it's polar. If it is polar, that's really good then. If it's not, then we got a problem. It'll still be XP, but it's not going to be that good. Did I like skip polar or something? Where's polar? No, I did a decent amount of polar. Oh, yeah, it's hard to tell from upside down, but yeah, we did some polar. Yeah, hopefully that's polar in the bank then. Oh, so hello, Iridium. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. I'll go double check when we go to the bank. But if it's polar, that's good. If it's pine, that's bad. I know it begins with P. I don't remember which one, though. We'll find out. As polar's EXP rate's nearly what we're getting now, whereas pine is like probably like 30-40% worse. Hello, Second Thunder. Welcome, welcome. You're casually building up the monument? Nice. Yeah, I haven't really started the monument grind much yet. Definitely need to at some point. Though when trading comes out, you could technically just buy the monument outright. Which, if we have a lot of spare funds, we would maybe consider. It's probably not worth it just for a cosmetic, though. You just watched RoboCop? Nice. Oh gosh, that's an old one. Yeah, I saw it at some point. I don't recall much about it, though. I know for sure I've seen it, though. It was such a long time ago that I forget most things about it. Based on our current level trajectory, there is a good chance we are not going to hit 2,500 today, but we are going to get as close as we possibly can. The problem is Carpentry little bit slow. Gather should be quite a bit quicker, though. Oddly enough, I think Gather might have the highest knowledge rate of anything we're doing today. It's because it has a lot of nodes together. The only downside is the amount of time lost from banking. Oh, it's polar. Wait, that's the good one, right? Oh, that's the good one. Wait, we got saved. The one we didn't do is the good one. I think polar's the one we haven't touched yet. Which makes sense. Oh, we got saved so hard. That's a bit worse than what we're doing now, but that's still a good one. But yeah, that makes sense because we haven't even done the one-time bonus for it yet. Yeah, that's good. Alright, that's not as bad. But yeah, we could do those after then. I was concerned that was going to be pine and we would get almost no XP from it. Yeah, polar's fine. I do have some used in the bank, but like barely any. We got like 2 inventories and that's it. I was wondering why we're missing 2. It's because I only did 10. So we could do a 10-10 at the end. And then we'll go do every last U we have, and then the only thing left would be the polars. I'm not going to do all of them, but I will do enough to get to 67. And then we probably do the cooking pivot and or gathering pivot. I guess technically I should do gather first, so we can get more contracts towards our cooking, so we don't have to do as much normal cooking. Because the longer we put off cooking, the better XP rate will be. Ideally, we contract it all the way until, or you know, do bounties all the way to 94. The new bounties have reset 10 minutes ago, so we can go check it sometime soon. I currently have no reason to go there, though. And when I do go there to check, I'll probably do like a full inventory of stew. Just so we get some value for actually walking in the door, rather than just going there just to check the bounty. Almost said venture. We do need more ventures in the game, though. We'll be getting a ton when Chapter 5 comes out, because every merchant venture, I assume, would start working. There's a good handful of them there. But I really hope they add more ventures soon, so we have a little bit more diversity for what we can use them on. Chapter 2 has 0 ventures in it. Chapter 3 only has 1. Chapter 1 and 4 are like the only 2 places that have like an okay amount of ventures. Even then, it's barely for any skills. The only skills that even have a venture right now are fishing, mining, detective, and merchant. Those are the only 4. And of those 4, the best XP is the mining XP. Second best, oddly enough, is probably the fishing XP. While fishing is useless, I believe it's the slowest of the 4 to train of those 4. Like, mining's the slowest, fishing's the second slowest. Which I don't know, is fishing slower than miner? I don't know, how many people have it on leaderboard? It's not a good indication of it, because mining's more useful than smithing, though. Mining's more useful than fishing. Because there's 5 people on fishing. I feel like there's more people on mining just because it's more useful, though. Oh, there's actually exactly 5 on both. Go figure. That's kind of funny. I know they are pretty even XP-wise. I'm not sure which one's like slightly quicker than the other. Banking is quicker on fishing, though, because you just drop them to the ground or sell them to an in-between shop. AKA, you don't bank them at all. Whereas for a miner, you're generally banking a lot of what you get, because it's actually useful. Because no bank fishing compared to banking mining is definitely quicker. The fisher, in that case. But if you're dropping both, mining might actually be slightly quicker. It's just it's generally not advised to drop mining equipment, especially the high tier stuff. Whereas you could basically drop every fish to 200 and you wouldn't even notice. Just because of how bad fishing is in the current state of game. Though a lot of it you just sell when you're doing eel pufferfish. You just immediately sell it for value. But anything too far away, you just drop to the ground. Alright, there we go. That's the end of the Suave. Now we'll go do all the U's, and then we'll go do all of the pines. Or not all of the pines. All of the, or enough polar to reach level 67. However many that takes. Alright, let's see what we get here. So I do have Suaves left, but they're like weaker tier Suave. They don't count. They're fake Suave. I'm probably still going to process them. But those are fake Suaves. Those are the tier 1 ones that are give almost no XP, but I still need them for level 19 weapon upgrades, so I'm still going to go process them all. We're definitely not doing those today. It's definitely an off-stream thing, because the XP rate will be so glacially slow for them. That whole stack will be like half a level, not even. We should get a first time bonus for this. Same as the other thing when we go do it. First time bonus? There we go. It's like barely anything, but a little bit, I guess. Better than nothing. It's also technically the highest thing we can do for Carpentry right now. Though I have very few banked. And they're way too expensive to buy. These are by far the most expensive log in the game. It's also oddly enough used by all three. I believe it is the only carpentry material that is used by all three crafting types. I believe for Crown Knight it's only used for our battle axe. For Hammer Mage it's used for your best in slot 2-hand. And oddly enough, I don't think Guardians really care about it that much. It's for some like Fire Halberd, which in the current state of the game is really weak. So it's mostly just Hammer Mages that care about these things. As the only really good weapon made out of it is a Hammer Mage one. Whereas Crown Knight and Guardian both have a pretty mid weapon for it. It's just kind of annoying that we have one extra. I'm not sure what we do with that. Definitely gotta run it. I can't just leave one log in there. It'll drive me crazy. It'll make the next inventory a little bit more awkward. And since we're grabbing 11, I guess it works out grabbing 1 then 10. So I assure you, this isn't just a carpentry stream. The title isn't a trick for a 12-hour carpentry stream. We're almost there. I think we only have to do like an hour more or so. Then we can actually do other things like cooking, gatherer. Probably a little bit of wood cutting. If we do wood cutting, gatherer together later. I gotta get 171 gatherer first before we can do that method. As to fully do it, we need 67 carpentry, 71 wood cutting, and 171 gatherer. So carpentry we'll get now. Gatherer will be next, unless we do cooking next, but gatherer probably next. And the wood cutting we're already there. Exactly so, actually. Like exactly on the dot, 71. You can even see the dot. The little pixel of extra XP. Though doing this now does kind of remind me, we're going to need a lot of logs if we ever do a 12-hour carpentry stream. Which you mentioned as a joke, but it's the only way we're ever going to do carpentry. Is if we just do it all in like one big go. Kind of like when we did all the bone right in one big go, where we dunked like 4,000 or 5,000 bones. All in one go. We won't have to do it for a while though. After today, we don't actually need to touch carpentry for quite a bit. Not until we do a lot more wood cutting. As after tonight, between what I'm doing on stream and off stream today, I think we will finish every last log we have. So until we do more wood cutting, we literally have nothing to do carpentry on. Alright, the final U-log. The one singular U-log. We'll do the polars first, just because we need the first time bonus from them. And then we'll do the one U. Oh yeah, it doesn't take place until we go do the other thingy, though. Oh, it actually does show the right log. It's actually showing a white log when we're putting a white log there. Like, obviously it makes sense, but... I wasn't sure if it just did the same log every time because they're all so similarly colored. I know, but it actually does put the right log there. It's just a lot of them are really similar in appearance to each other. It does just say doing carpentry for a specific goal definitely makes it a bit more motivating. We have a very clear goal in mind to hit tier 3 carpentry, which starts at 67. When we have a clear goal, it's a little bit more fun. Because aimlessly grinding it, I think, is the main problem with it. Like, see, that guy likes carpentry. I know he's talking sarcastically, though. Oh, someone said hello. Are they still here? Let's say by name. I didn't realize he said hello earlier. Oh, this one's only used for bone right. Interesting. Polar pole, what does that even use for? Obviously one of the weapons. I didn't realize that was a bone right only one. Alright, now all I've left is Polar other than the few Suavies, which will give us flashbacks to the Spider Nest quest. Because that was the same one we did for that entire grind. Except now it'll be even slower XP. But I do need to bank them just so we have a few. Because a lot of them during that grind I sold instead of banked. Actually, almost all of them I sold instead of banked because we had like no money at the time. I think we had like 70 silver to our name at the time. So every silver mattered. Alright, now we can start going back to 11s. How many do we have left? Should have enough. We need, what, 3.5 levels? And we have 341 left. Oh yeah, we should be plenty fine. This is a bit worse XP than what we were doing earlier, but it's not that much worse. It's the third best log we could be doing. It's not that much worse. It's like 10% worse. And we still get the same knowledge per hour. It's just the XP for Carpentry is just slightly slower than the Suaves. There's one thing we might want to consider on our gatherer grind. Getting woodcutting high enough to do the next tier Suave, which is at level 115. The problem is getting level 115. As that is 44 levels higher than where we are for woodcutting right now. It's like a solid 2-day grind. Which we're definitely not doing right now, obviously. We're doing some woodcutting this stream, not that much woodcutting though. It's not enough time in a day to do that much woodcutting. That guy's name is Woodcutting Sim. That's kind of funny. He's a Guardian too, so it checks out. Whenever you type T into YouTube, it autofills Tacit Gaming. That's funny. That's kind of funny. You see me? Well, are you in here somewhere? Are you woodcutting sim? I was mentioning his name earlier. He's currently just standing there menacingly. Am I in a different instance? Oh no. Is this room actually get that filled that it over encumbers? I'm not sure what the max limit to this room is. I know leather room's like 19 or 20. Oh yeah, I'm in a max room right now. There's probably a 20 player limit. And I'm in a max 20 instance right now. I didn't realize Carpentry was that popular. It's almost more popular than leather. But I guess it's because free-to-play players also have access to place, which fills it up a bit more than leather. Ah, there you are. Oh, is that you? Is that your main? Nice. Yeah, 3.5 more to go. And then we're done with Carpentry for a long, long, long while. Until we go do the woodcutting grind. Which, now that I say that, I almost want to go do the woodcutting grind sometime soon. It's really important for us to get to 115 sometime soon. As the amount of extra XP we get when doing woodcutting would be a lot better. Not just because the 5% at level 90, but also from the actually no, the 5% technically at level 72. Because it's the hand saw that applies to Suave. But the amount of extra XP we get for so many gathering activities would be great from this. Because we do it when we do Femur, we do it when we do Bone Shard. I'll probably do it to the 171 without it today. But everything after that, after we bank all of the 80 pots that we need from the Catkins, everything else, I need to go get the 115 woodcutting first before I finish 200 Gatherer. Because I need it for Femurs, and I need it for when I go back to Bone Spike later. After we do the 171 to Catkin grind today. So how long can I do the 71 woodcutting thing for? Until we get treed out. Ooh, only 5 levels. You know what? I might skip oaks. I really don't need that many oak logs. I might do a few, but I need ash way more than I need oak. Because this makes shields. This makes just bone rate equipment that we don't care about. But these make shields we need for upgrades. It's the only thing that does. So I might actually prioritize these beyond 76. Even though they'll be a little bit less XP. Just because their byproduct is way better for us. Oh yeah, I'm pretty much getting 200 all before trading. Or at least I'm trying to get 200 all non-combat before combat rework comes out. You know, the great merging. But, yeah, I want to get 200 all skilling before then. And assuming that's coming before trading. Probably even 200 all combat by then, too. Potentially. Because we don't currently know if trading's coming before the great merging. Like, they never really clarified which one's coming first. They're both coming relatively soon, but we don't know which one is coming before the other. But right now, we're working on 200 all non-combat. Well, technically today we're working on 2,500 total. But generally speaking, we're working on 200 all non-combat until the combat merge. And then we focus on combat again. But the main focus right now being Gatherer, Bonewright, Woodcutting, Carpenter. Though I'm doing some cooking today. Probably going to go for 100 cooking. Or 102 so we can get to the next item. Because that makes our contracts a little bit better if we go all the way to 102. Because a good stopping point would be either 99 or 102. As both of those is where we get a value upgrade from doing the contract. Hello, Alfred. Welcome, welcome. What do you think is going to be the biggest moneymaker when trading comes out? Potions. Potions and really high-level combat if you have, like, a bunch of 4-star, like, 490s or 500s. But combat level 500 and doing any post-200 alchemy are, like, the two biggest ones. That and making custom gear for all the mid-game people if you have really high Minds of Matubin stats. Like, those are the biggest three. 200 plus alchemy. 500 combat. Or 200 to 250 plus in all of the Minds of Matubin stats. Combat because you'd be selling gear. Really high level gear. Minds of Matubin stats because you'd be doing gear as well, but more so for mid-game people. Like early and mid-game people. And alchemy because everyone needs those potions. But those would be the biggest three. At least initially. The other worker supplies are going to go for a killing when, before Chapter 5 comes out. People are probably going to try pre-buying them for cheap. But later down the line, people will be going and, you know, like panic buying. Like if they announce at some point, hey, Chapter 5 is coming out next week. Obviously, they're not doing that anytime soon. Let's say like 3-4 months from now, they say, hey, Chapter 5 is coming out in a week. Everyone's going to panic buy so much leather. He's going to be going for like double, triple its normal price. Same as the XP pots for Chapter 5. You're working on base 50s right now? Nice. Yeah, having a really high alchemy level is going to be really good. Plus, they're price hiking all the shops. So if you're training alchemy right now primarily off of shops, then it's actually cheaper to do it now than later. As when trading comes out, they're going to be increasing a lot of shop prices. We don't know the full list or by how much, but they will be going up some amount of them by some degree. So alchemy is definitely cheaper to train now rather than after. If you're just buying most of, if not all the supplies. Though they sell a lot better when trading comes out though, but you can still make them now while they're cheaper and then sell them later. You have to have the spare cash to be able to do so. Which is honestly why I almost feel like using my spare cash on. He's training alchemy. I won't go above 170 quite yet, though. As I need to do the Mind Fighter grind before then. Even 131 is pretty much as high as I really need to go at the moment. Just because it's better to get the Mind Fighter grind done first before we go any higher than that. And I don't want to do the Mind Fighter grind until after the combat rework. Oh, about to gain a Carpentry level. Now we still have 3 more to go. Gosh. This stream's making me slowly remember why I hated Carpentry. Like, it's not the worst thing ever, but gosh, the XP rate when you're doing something lower than, like, your best option. It's just not worth going out of our way just to go buy it. Like, we're gonna go show you right now. Like, if I bought my best option right now, I think it's like 4 or 5 silver each. I think it is, like, crazy expensive. Let me go check. Because I haven't actually checked. Let's say, hypothetically, I went to go buy the best log we can right now, which is you. Let's see. If I was to buy a bunch of you logs, what's the damage? If I was to go to this shop and just buy, like, a whole inventory. Well, technically 11. Let's see. Well, we could just keep banking them to the thingy. Alright, so those aren't it. Those aren't it. Alright, they're 3.5. That's not awful. 3.5 each. Contemplating. Because I'm not going to be woodcutting them. Oh, we might eventually need some. Contemplating. Yeah, we can afford it. Let me go get some. Actually, not that bad right now. I'm not gonna get a ton of them, but give me a few inventories. Alright, let me go start the timer before things despawn. Alright, don't you despawn on us. I'm gonna bank as many as we can within that timer. How about that? Which that might be a little bit overkill. I really just want a few inventories to speed up a little. And just so we have some banked for later. I'll do like 3 inventories. So we didn't really need the timer then, but oh well. Created all the quests and now you're so addicted you can't stop playing this game. Yeah, the game does definitely open up as far as what you're able to do afterwards. It's generally the best thing to do in MMOs like this. Just focus on every single quest so you can play the game. That and maxing. Though maxing in this game is effectively 200 all. Because actual maxing is pretty much impossible. You see you running around you? Oh yeah, there's your other account, the Mad Hatter. Oh no, we're not on the same server though. This room keeps over-encumbering. Alright, this will be the last trip we do. I'll go grab the potion. Alright, timer, you served us well. I just wanted a few of them. This is currently the best log we can do, and we have the spare money right now. Plus, I'll probably need this material at some point. And I would cut really little of them. Yeah, there we go. This is currently the best XP rate we can be adding for Carpentry right now. There's something I still find funny, though. I've almost seen no one find our alt accounts whenever they're on. I know they're not on as often. Normally it's like the dead of night. Which probably makes sense why. But, yeah, not too many people find our 2 alts whenever we're on them. The Tacit Bird and Bird. But in all fairness, on the average week, I probably play them for like 1 hour total. Normally at like the dead of night. For most time zones. With the ammo update, you want Guardian? Well, technically every single class can use the Guardian weapons. We just don't know how effective they're going to be. Because every class is getting the ability to wield all other class equipment. We just don't know what percent you'll be able to upgrade it to. As long as it's over 90%, it's going to be usable. Ideally 95% at super max. But it increases your all-faction weapon and armor proficiency at a lower rate so that you can wield all-faction items. So you'll be able to wear every single faction's equipment. I'm just hoping it goes to like 90 or 95% by max. Because anything under 90% is not going to be worth it. But a 90 or 95% for a different faction item is going to be really solid. Even if you have to invest like less like 10 of your obelisk points into it or something. Obviously even more because all the pathing to get there. But, you know, 10 unlocks, maybe giving like 5% each. In which case you would need way more than 10, though. But I assume there'd be some kind of base value to it. Like maybe like 30%. And then they have like, what is that then? 16 unlocks? Or 17 unlocks? For 5% each. I just realized, when I did those potions, they swapped their 2 location. I wonder if I actually remembered to drink the right one. I wonder if I actually drank the mining potion just now instead of the green one. Because they got swapped when I went in and picked them all up from the ground. Well, I'm not sure. Most of the armor doesn't have that much diversity to each other. The other big issue with armor is, keep in mind, we're not going to have armor maker skill when all the combat rework comes in. So armor still has every issue that it has now. So what's going to be really funny is you're probably not going to spec it all into armor and just spec everything into weapon, DPS, and everything else. Just because of how hard it is to get accessible good armor. The other issue with that is special attacks only affect 4-star weapons, not 4-star armor. So making a full set of 4-star armor is kind of pointless, even if you can. There's just no extra benefit that they're gaining. Whereas 4-star weapons are gaining special attacks. So armor is going to be really, really weak in the current state of the game in like a month or 2 from now. These will be before they ever buff armor, as well as before they ever buff or bring in Armor Maker to the game. Leaving it in a very weak state. Probably the weakest it'll ever be compared to DPS. It will change in the future, but it'll be really, really weak upon combat rework. Hey, there's a good chance you're going to go for like 0 armor proficiency. And just put it all into weapon. You'll still be able to wear 140 armor, even in that situation. Even if you had 0 armor proficiency, you'd be able to wear 140 armor in any chapter. Oh, I just realized something funny, though. It's going to be kind of awkward since I got rid of some of the other equipment. Oh, no. Remember that? Did I sell the other 4-star helm yet? No, I kept the 149. Saved. Alright, maybe I'll do 1 armor proficiency so I can wear the helm. I sold the weaker one, but I didn't get rid of the 149. Because I had a feeling, what if we need this at some point? We need it. That'll be my new best in slot helm for that chapter. Rather ironically. Because if we go no armor proficiency or only 1 level into it, that's what we'll be able to wield as our best in slot. Most likely. Instead of the 218s that we're wearing now and everything. We'd be downgraded to that helm and whatever else we could scrap together. It's going to be kind of awkward. I guess the other alternative is you could downgrade 3-star equipment. But it's going to be really awkward pre-armor maker. Because that means initially the market would really love 144-star armor. Like if you have a piece of 144-star armor, that's basically best in slot until chapter 5. If someone goes 0 armor proficiency. Because that should be the best you could ever wear in any chapter if you go literally 0 points into it. Though some people will probably put some amount into it though. But if you went literally 0 into armor proficiency, I believe the best you could wear is 144 star. It's just near impossible to make a 144 star right now. Even with trading. Until Armor Maker comes up. Like you can, it's just really hard to. Especially exactly 140. Carpentry ASMR. Pretty much, honestly. This wasn't... I assure you, this is not a 12-hour Carpentry stream. This is not a trick to disguise a 12-hour Carpentry stream. This is just what the reason I've been putting off Carpentry. Is not a particularly quick thing to train. Like, I'm literally running the best log I could even run right now. And I'm about to run out of them. And have to use a slightly downgraded one. You got Spider Nest done? Nice. Huge congrats. Great one to have done. A lot of XP you get from it as well. I like that little splitter bar in between. The way that it, like, splits in half there. Cool little thing. Carpentry's not too bad. It's just really, really repetitive. I wish it was more like Leatherworker where there's more variance between each log. I think this is still my biggest gripe with Carpentry, is that you basically do the same thing for every single log. It's not like you have a different process. Like Leatherworker where you have like 8 different processes that you do, depending on what height it is. You had a few friends that stopped playing doing Lost and Found? Yeah, Lost and Found's kind of like the main one, I would say. That determines if someone's going to stay around for a while or quit. Is if you can do Lost and Found and still feel like playing afterwards, you're probably staying for a while. At the point that the game requests you to go do that really absurdly needed quest, it's quite a bit of a grind. Like, it's the first absurdly big grind you're generally presented with in this game. Whereas everything you have prior is pretty straightforward to do really quickly. It's the first, like, real grind you have to go out of your way to do. Yeah, making gear in the current state of the game is a little bit clunky with how much you have to bank. It's not as bad with Branolf Inheritance completed, though. But the big issue with Branolf Inheritance is the 61 cooking requirement. It's pretty steep. But as long as you do cooking bounties a couple times a day, you get there over time. Like, as long as you do 1 level a day, you get there eventually. If you just check the cooking contracts every now and then. Speaking of which, I think I missed them for this hour, but oh well. Let's take it there, like, literally right now. Should we? I could try. I'm on, like, a 30-second timer. Let's see. It sets, like, every 5 minutes on the hour. We're at, like, 4:04 right now, my time. I highly doubt I make it. There's a chance, though. We got, like, 20 seconds. Go, 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 go. It's fine if we don't make it, though. Let's see if we do, though. Gotta, like, speed run figuring out if these tasks are good or not. Because we're gonna have, like, 5 seconds to determine if they're worth it or not. Oh, never mind. We had a little bit extra time than I thought. Yeah, that's not too bad. Okay, and now we might as well wait for the double check. So these two we skip. Now we just wait a 30-second good water break. But yes, that's every hour at the 5-minute mark. Or, you know, 5 minutes after the hour. And that's for everyone. Why it's 5 minutes after the hour, I have no clue, but it's 5 minutes after the hour. Oh, nice. You know what? I would probably take these. Oh, doing them both at once is kind of annoying, though. Maybe I'll take the bigger one. It's the easier turn in. As long as we don't over-encumber, we should be fine later. Alright, one more message board and we'll do it all later. I'm not going to bother with Colin, I don't think. Unless I do him right now. Is it worth it? We might. Let me just turn in Colin right now. We're already here. Actually, drop all. We're not going to bother boosting it, though. But I will do a quick Cohen turn in. We're here already anyways. Might as well get some amount of cooking in. This is the one that's like really off route if you're doing like a normal run. Gotta use those gathering leaks we got earlier. Get our leak value. And then we'll go teleport back to the forest. I'll be good to go. Because normally in a normal run, he's in the middle of nowhere compared to every other turn-in. Because you have to go to a complete dead end. So this works out perfectly here since I'm just teleporting back to Hope Forest. Not sure why. I always feel the need to like turn it this way when I'm doing this, but then realize you can't see through it, and then realize, whoops, that doesn't work. And then we'll do all these on the next hour. Go turn them all in. And then hopefully that's close to a cooking level, so we can get to cooking after. And by then, hopefully we have 67 carpentry, or at least pretty close to it. So let's turn this into him and then telly away. But the main reason you normally never want to take this contract is when you're normally routing everything else, it's in the middle of nowhere. In a complete dead end. Unless you're starting or ending on him, he's never worth doing. Even starting on him kind of clunky. Only ending on him is useful. But luckily, we're ending on him right here. So they're just going straight to the other place. There we go. And we're out of here. And then we'll do the rest of them on the next hour. Alright, back to carpentry. We need 67. 2.5 to go. And then we can actually do some actual cooking. Because by that point, we're going to be good to go. Also, whenever I move them this way, because they seem to have a priority to go west, we need to step them and then immediately step them. I need to wait for one tick and then move. It's something I keep not doing with them that I really need to start doing. Is move them a tile, but wait one tick and then move. And that should be on their off tick so that you can walk past them. The problem is I keep doing it immediately, but you gotta wait an extra 0.325 seconds or whatever the tick is in this game. I keep forgetting the exact number. Should probably have that memorized. It's hard to gauge how long that is, though, is the problem. As long as you wait like some amount of time, it should be fine. But I keep not waiting at all, which makes him auto-hit us. Because you gotta move during his movement stall. But you gotta get far enough that he's not within a diagonal of you, which is the problem. I don't know, personally, I haven't really had much of an issue with banking in this game overall. Normally my issues with games is I want to hoard too many resources and the banks won't fit it. But the way that banks work in this game, other than for gear, you can store infinite everything. So I haven't had too much of a banking issue. Because stacks don't have a cap on them. Or if they do, it's so high I haven't reached it yet. Does anyone know, is there even a resource cap in this game? Because I'm pretty sure people have tens of thousands. I'm not sure if anyone has gotten 100,000 of a resource yet, though. So there's potentially a 99,999 cap. But it might go even higher. I was not sure of anyone who's bothered getting 100,000 of a resource yet. I know I haven't. That'd be kind of hard to do. It's definitely doable, but gosh, that would take forever. What's wrong with banking? Well, some people don't like... well, there's a couple things wrong with it. You have seen 10k plus... Yeah, I know it goes over 10k. I'm just not sure if it goes over 100k. But, I don't know. Some clunkinesses with banking right now is you can only store resources at a storage rift. You can store gear anywhere, but the gear storage is very limited. Though they did say that they're going to be expanding it. But, those are like the big two. Storage rifts are in some really inconvenient spots for some resources. Like this one, which is 12 and 13 rooms away from a bank. Like, stuff like that is so horrible. And the gear issue is there's just not enough gear storage. Which makes it kind of hard to even accumulate a bunch of gear. They did mention that they're going to be fixing that, though. Or, you know, adding more space. Probably by the time trading comes out and everything. Oh, we're done. Oh, I forgot I have the map turned wrong. Because I changed it when I did the other thing earlier. There we go. Yeah, we're almost out of U's again. I'm not going to bother buying more U's at this point, though. We're just going to take the EXP cut and do the lower tier one. Gotta process them eventually anyways. I just wanted to do some of the U just so we had some for later. Compared to how few we had. Still got enough for like 6 more trips, though. I know, the pop-up. The dreaded pop-up. Alright, so our U should get us to 65. But that means I got a polar from like 65 to 67. But I might just stop at the U's to 65, because I technically don't need to get 67 today. Because I'm not actually going to be processing the logs, I'm just going to be banking them. So when I'm doing the other things off stream, I can then just switch over to the ash. So we might just finish our U's, get to 65, and then start doing the woodcutting gatherer grind thing. Where we do gather to 171, and then we do the gather woodcutting mix. Oh, that's something I should have checked while I was over there. I need to check how many catkins I need to bank. Because I need to get however many catkins I have banked of the other material to make the plus 80 arborate potion. Because ideally I want the exact number, or pretty close to exact number. There we go, another bone right level. 48 more until we're maxed. Or, you know, effectively maxed. As Mastics, we're willing to go anytime soon. Where's the best to do gather or woodcutting? You've seen one spot where it's perfect circle, but can't find it anymore? Generally the best way to do it is Bone Spike plus Suave. But you can also do Ash Tree plus Catkin, which I need for the potion. But almost every gatherer route gets a tree for free. There's almost no gatherer item in the game where you don't get like a free tree out of it. Because I think all of them at least have one free tree, even if you're not banking them. Gooble, Plant, and Dandelion don't, but you also just ignore them. Apples have one tree. Leeks have one tree. Howberries have one tree. Ramhorn have none. Or technically the Goathorn has none. Ramhorn has one. Bitterfruit has one. Chestnut has two, depending on how you do it. If you do it with Fear Potion. Bone Spike has two. Tanglefruit has one. Catkin has... I'm not sure. It depends how you want to do it. Has several. Femur has one or two, depending on how you route it. Clover, I think, has one. I haven't actually really done that much Clover. I think that's all of them. Thistle have two, I believe. Snake Scale, I'm not sure because I didn't bother using Fear Potion for them. I'm pretty sure you can get 1 or 0. So that one might not have a tree. Orchid. I forget where Orchid was. But most of them you can get at least 1 tree into. If not 2. There's a lot of them you can't bank it. Like, the only one you can really bank on is Bone Spike. Like every other gathering thing that you get a tree from, you can't really bank on cycle. I guess Catkin and Bone Spike you can. The other ones are pretty far away to try to do it. Bone Spike's by far the best one, though. Bone Spike into Suave. Just because the bank is 1 tile away. It's 8 Bone Spike to 2 Suave trees. And the best part about it is the 2 Suave trees give you all the material you need for them. You know, in order to make the Bone Spikes into weapons. So you're basically banking an entire weapon at once. Which is really good if you're a non-guardian, because that's just a free weapon upgrade. Oh, where are you going? Wrong corner. He took my name as someone's name. That's funny. Just because it's gonna drive me crazy, I need to go buy 3 logs on my next cycle. Because I currently have 30 and I'm doing them 11 at a time. So I'm going to have to buy 3 or it'll drive me crazy that we have to do 3 10s. When I want to do 3 11s. Is it worth doing? Probably not. But we're definitely going to buy 3 just for that purpose. And then at the end of those U's, that should be 65. And I'll just do the rest later then. 65 seems like a good cutting point. It'll actually be exactly even with our alchemy as well. Which means it no longer will be our lowest production skill. Instead it'll be tied with our lowest. You're Zima 2.0? That's kind of funny. Oh, I think I've actually seen you around then. Unless the other Zima 2.0 had it in a different spacing. Because I've definitely seen someone called that. Like a couple days ago. Yeah, Zan ended up renaming himself to Zanzima. When a bunch of people ended up going away from Leaderboard. Or, you know, hiding. He's pretty low in rank, though. Or not low. Obviously, he's higher than us. But, you know, low compared to if he's trying for top. Like, he's at 5th right now. Like, compared to trying for 1st, he's low. Obviously, in the whole scheme of things, he's absurdly high level. But I mean, relative to trying for 1st place, he's low. Oh, I forgot to go buy the things. I guess I still can. As long as I remember to buy it at least once. I only need 3. Doesn't matter what trip I buy it, as long as I buy it before the final trip. Technically, it would make even more sense to buy it after this next inventory. That way I don't have to deposit it and take it back out. Yeah, that basically means 3 more inventories of Carpentry then. Then we'll stop doing Carpentry for today. Or at least on stream. I still plan to a little bit tonight. So since we already got our level, I might just grab the 3 and just call it there then. For Carpentry. So we can move on together. Because I'll just be doing whatever's left there later, off stream. Because we're not going to be able to get enough to get a level, which is the one reason why. Because we're still trying for that 2,500. We got to go for everything we can. And right now we're not going to get a full Carpentry level in that time. So we're done with Carpentry then. Carpentry completed. 1 mission down. Ready to go. Next I think is 171 Gathering. Off of Bone Spike only. Still buying the 3 logs real quick though. But I can deposit them when I go over. Alright, deposit all. We're probably still going for about another 7 hours. Because I really want to try pushing for that 2,500 today. Depending on how we do, we should be able to go all the way. Alright, let me go teleport over. Fix my map. Put the map away. Alright, next order of business. Yeah, let's go get 171 Gathering. So we can go back there and go do wood cutting with Gatherer. Yeah, this room now has 4 enemies. We still only have 3 before. For reasons I do not know why. But now all of them have 4. Alright, there we go. Let's go do some bone spikes. I'll do bone spike until 171 Gatherer. And then we can go do wood cutting into the catkin. I need to do that until I have enough catkins to go until however many chestnuts I have. The only problem with that is I don't know how many chestnuts I have, but the next time I check the cooking bounty, I'll just check while I'm at the bank. Which we can do 5 minutes after the hour. Hey, better players here. I wonder if they're at the same level as us. I feel like they are around that area. No, they're 1 tier below us right now. They're still fresh on the Gatherer grind. Oh, they haven't done some of the slower ones yet. Interesting. He's also done really little post 200. It's one of the reasons why our level also seems a little bit low. I've done so minimal post 200. I mean, not so minimal, but I mean more than like the average person. That are just going for like 200 all. We have like 5 skills properly trained above 200. Wouldn't really count Leatherworker's 3 levels as that. But the other 5 are like all 220 or above. And every level is like 4 levels post 200. So it's quite a bit for some of them. Like every 220 is basically a 280. Effectively. So I keep forgetting how ominous this place is. It only takes about an hour here, though. However, I won't be boosting it, though. I'll be boosting bone rate. Oh, so this is the bone we basically have to do all the way till 200 as well. This is the bone that we have to do like 90% of the way to 200. Just want to count how many bones we can get in this time. See if we're actually getting any more XP or not. 4, 5. Because we got to get over 20. This will bring us to 8. Because it might actually not be worth using a 5% pot here. If we can get 1 bone slightly quicker. Because yeah, it looks like we're only get 16 in that time. So I actually don't need to use a 5% pot then. Because this one has basically an infinite chain. And between the delay of the potion and everything, we're actually losing XP per hour for using a 5% XP boost. Yeah, better players started shooting up like crazy at one point. He was as low as like 300 under me when I saw him. And now he's like 300 above. Actually, almost 400 above. Yeah, he kind of started skyrocketing. I haven't really been playing for total level too much lately, though. I've mostly been going for whatever we needed. And some of those things we needed is post 200 skills, which go very slow for total level. 4 times slower. I know, Rat Splat was the same situation. Rat Splat at one point was like 500 under me by month 1. And now he's like rank, well, based on visible rank. He's rank 6. He was 500 under me when Leaderboard came out, pretty much. And now date came out. I don't think he's done any post 200 though. Has he? No, he actually has. That's even the more surprising part too. He actually has multiple post 200. I'm curious to see where we're going to be after a few weeks after combat rework, though. Because the first thing I'm doing with combat rework is 200 all combat. We're doing 200 guard, then 200 hope port, then 200 mind fighter. And then figure out what we're doing from there. After 200 mind fighter, I'm either going for 500 mind fighter or 500 Chronopolis. And I haven't decided which yet. Depends on a lot of factors. But the first thing I'm doing with special attacks and combat rework are both in the game. 200, 200, 200. And then 500 Mind Fighter or Chronopolis depends on basically what the meta is at the time. If they don't nerf Chronopolis, it might just be Chronopolis. I'm just not sure if we'll get flagged for bug exploiting. Because we're going to be exploiting a bug. And by a bug, I mean the bug. The wasp. We're literally exploiting a bug. I'm not sure if it's a bug or a feature, but that is definitely a bug right there. Of the wasp variety. Because you can train all of Chronopolis with infinite ammo. Depending on how much ammo they give you. And the entire way to 500, you would just be killing enemies that can't hit you back. It's the only chapter in the game that you could effectively do that for good XP rate. Unless they fix that by then. I'm not sure if it's a bug or a feature, though. It's hard to tell. But if it's not fixed, we're probably going to do it. I highly doubt it's bannable. I was not sure what goes too far sometimes. But if they haven't fixed that by then, we're definitely going to go down that route. Is you could pretty much just AFK 500 combat from range. Is you could just always kill something that can't attack you back. between the spike ball and the wasp. What does the minecart do? You can queue the storage rift? Oh, can you? I guess that makes sense. You can queue the other storage things. The main reason I didn't for that one there was because it moves us one tower closer if we don't. Which is the only reason I did that one movement that time. But because I forgot to do it the other way around. But yeah, the minecart system, basically what you do for that is you have to bring it to its destination, fill it up, and then bring it to the closest exit using the little arrow key thingies. For the low level one, you would go north or southwest or southeast, and then turn it in west. You have to bring it to 1 to 2 doors. Most of them turn in west. I think only 2 of them turn in north. It's the basalt and the fossil. Why would you do it? It's really good for level 10 to 20 mining. It's also really good afterwards until the next rock for every level range. But you can basically skip straight from 10 to 20 mining with it without having to go all over the place to do a billion different rocks. It doesn't hold more. Basically, it's like a little mini game that you play. It doesn't give you any ore or anything. It just gives you money and XP. At the level range that you unlock them, they're pretty good XP, but you generally move to the next rock afterwards. The only exception is the very first minecart that you can run all the way till 20. But all it is XP and silver. It's really good early on just because you have no pickaxe upgrade at that time. Or at least a lot more minimal pickaxe upgrade, even if you do have some. So minecarts are a lot more effective early on. But after the 10 to 20 range, you tend to only run minecarts whenever you just unlock them for a few levels until you get to your next rock. Like my next minecart's all the way at 315 or so, I believe. And it would only run it until I hit the next rock after. Yeah, we unlock it at 317, but I would stop it completely once we get to 333. Oh yeah, is that decent knowledge per hour? I never actually kept track of them. What the knowledge per hour rate is. I know you get a big chunk every time you turn it in. I never paid much attention to how much per hour it was, though. It's around 9 knowledge points every minute. Well, some of them take a little bit longer, though. Like, iron's the absolute slowest. I believe the quickest is, the one we actually got pretty recently. I think the quickest one was, which one is it called? The limestone. I'm not sure how much knowledge you keep per turn in. But limestone has the shortest route out of any of the stone, or out of any of the mine carts. Yeah, where's the poll currently at? So we're at 40 votes on the poll. With the new build types soon available with the combat merge and brighter shores, which sounds best? Currently, we are at the following. The infinite ammo DPS range build, which I'm actually kind of surprised is only at 22%. Is actually the lowest one other than other. Like, other's almost beating it right now. Then there's a two-way tie between 30% each for a mixed with all factions plus gear specs. Like, basically, you'll be able to wear faction gear of all classes. What percent we're going to get from this, we don't currently know. I assume up to about 90 or 95%, because anything less than that probably isn't worth it. But if you can get 90, 95% effectiveness from off-class gear eventually, with enough upgrades, that would be worth it. So it'd be interesting to see how that would work, especially with all the special attacks in the game. As basically every class would have all of them. Though the ones that aren't your own class would be slightly weaker. But you'd have access to all the weapons and all the armor and everything. Most notably the weapons. And then, of course, tied with that is the AFK DPS tank, aka 0 to 1 click fights, aka basically how the game works now, but way more optimized. Where you just click on a fight, go away, and you will just auto-win. Without doing any inputs at all. You simply click on a fight and then you win the fight. You just kill it very quickly because of the optimized DPS that you could do with the new system. It's kind of like how it is now, but way, way better. Like, way unlikelier that you would ever need to heal or die, while also higher DPS yourself. And then 17% for other. So I'm still curious, anyone in the other category, any kind of builds that you could think of? Because I just put the 3 main ones that I thought would be really big. Like the high DPS tank, the high DPS range, and then obviously like the mixed build for all the class stuff. Which is probably the funnest one to mess around with. The range one is definitely the first thing I'm doing though. I really want to see what max speed looks like. And just zoom around. Yeah, melee does do much more damage. However, range can safe spot stuff, though. Because the only problem with melee tank is getting armor is kind of clunky right now. You also have to allocate points into armor. Because otherwise the best armor you're going to be able to wield is level 140. Which means you're going to have to allocate into armor allocation on top of weapon allocation. Which is going to use a lot of points that could be allocated elsewhere. Whereas range wouldn't need to do that. Range does not need any armor allocation. Or even HP for that matter, or anything really. Because if you could just kite things forever, you're not going to need any durability upgrades. At least in theory. We'll find out how it works in practice. It really comes down to how quick is quick. Like if you had like 10 movement speed buffs and that was like the max you could have. Like how quick are you moving in fight? Because that's the main thing that it comes down to. Are we talking like a small increase? Or are we talking like zooming across a room in like 3 seconds? Because those are two very different things. If we're talking about like a 2 times speed increase compared to like a 3, 4, 5 times speed increase. Because that's something we don't know at the moment. Though of course there are enemies in every chapter, except for chapter 2, that are fully safe spottable. Where if you have enough ammo, you can literally just range them forever without them ever hitting you back. Regardless of what your armor tier is. Alright, 3 more levels to go. And then we can go do woodcutting gatherer together. And do ash tree plus catkin. And hopefully by then, which should be the case, our cooking contract should be ready. Because I need to teleport back to see, actually, how many catkins I need to bank. Because I don't want to do more than what we need. I want to get like the exact number if we can. Gosh, this place is so quiet. This whole place is so unsettling every time. It's like one of only several rooms that no music ever plays in. I hope there's a quest down the line that makes this room and area less corrupted. I would like to uncorrupt the forest. One thing that really needs is we need to uncorrupt the river in Chapter 3 so that we can cross the river. Because that area needs a bridge to cross it so badly. I've never seen an area in a game that needs a bridge more than that area. But it's probably a reward for doing the quest when, after you uncorrupt the water. And that's going to make Carpentry's banking really, really good. Well, not really, really good, but compared to now, it's better. Not sure what else it really gets used for, though, other than a shortcut for a couple things. Like, most scaling loops don't actually need it. Because most of them were designed with not needing a bridge there. But the amount of times you go that way and then realize, oh yeah, I have to go all the way back around just to cross is really high. But the only scaling loop that actually uses it is Carpentry's, which is many miles away from a bank. I think it saves like 4 rooms, if you add a bridge there. Because what's the difference? Because currently you gotta go 9 rooms because you have to teleport, then go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But if there's a bridge there, you go 1. Count in a second. Got EXP blocked. Let me go count it. Yeah, I barely even mined any Carpentries. I can mine it right now. You can start mining at 223. I have mined like 1 level's worth in that time. Like, that's it. Just because it's so slow. It's like 10% worse than iron, which you get like 30 levels earlier. What am I doing again? Oh yeah, the map. But yeah, if you were to add a bridge there from uncorrupting the river and be able to cross it, it would save you... let's see, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. It would go from 9 rooms away to 4 rooms away. Their closest bank. Meaning you can actually walk there. Though technically it's 8 rooms if you count the back and forth, whereas the other way you only telly. But even in that case, it's still 1 room closer than what it is now, if you had a bridge there. It also makes it so you never get stuck in this corner, because you could always just bridge right over here. They can also remove the corrupted sign on the water for the gold mining activity. There's a sign that warns you that the water's corrupted. Doesn't actually do anything to your character, though. But that would be a funny buff for the quest. Imagine the quest doesn't just give you a bridge, but it also gives you a buff to the AFK mining, now that the water isn't corrupted anymore. Because that'd be a nice reward for it, too, to make that venture actually more enticing. Because I plan to almost entirely skip that AFK. Just because the pickaxe upgrade makes it way better to do the mining AFKs rather than the gold panning. But that could be the buff that gold panning needs to actually not be horrifically bad. Is add a bridge there. Like, the 2 main quest rewards being add a bridge there and make gold panning, like, not horrible. Compared to mining. Or, you know, the mining AFKs. Yeah, I've enjoyed mining a lot. It's one of the reasons I went Crown Knight. Is I generally like mining smithing in most games. And Crown Knight has the highest priority to do a lot of mining smithing. With Hammer Mages having the second highest priority. And Guardians have the lowest priority. Also, the mining keep looks really good. I really like how all the light flashes on it. It's a little hard to tell here because this place is so much darker. But all the gold, all the light reflects off of it whenever you move around. It's a really cool effect that most of the other keeps don't have. You can see whenever we go into light, like the gold pan lights up and stuff like that. Because it's a really reflective surface. It's really cool. It's one of only a few capes that have like a cool kind of effect like that currently. Yeah, that would be another huge thing. A quest that gives a really close storage rift. Because right now, there's none that are really good. They gotta be really careful where they put it, though, and everything. Because that's gonna be the most used thing in the entire game. Like, it'll reach max capacity every second. Like, you could have a 20 max capacity, and there's gonna be like 10 rooms overfilled. Man, not that many, but you know, there'll definitely be several. Because every single person doing almost any banking activity will be using it. If the bank is normally too far. That's basically what the crafting guild is for old school RuneScape. Basically, they have a storage rift equivalent 1 tile away from a teleport. It's the closest one in the entire game. The only thing you have to do to it is get max crafting level. And you get a keep that infinitely teleports you there. At no cost and no upkeep or anything. Just simply getting 99 crafting and you get an infinite telly to 1 tile away from a storage rift. The bank is a little bit further. I think the bank's like 8 tiles away. But the equivalent of what a storage rift is in this game is only 1 tile away from that teleport. I'm not sure if they're ever going to give us something that broken in Brighter Shores, though. Because that was after the Andrew Gower years. The crafting cape existed during Andrew Gower years, but the cape perk came after. Though they did confirm that capes are going to be getting perks. That was mentioned in the Q&A. That the capes are eventually going to be transmogs. Instead of how they are now. And that actually wielding them like you do now would give you a perk for the skill. What specifically, we don't really know. Like how weak or strong it will be. But I assume they would take some inspiration from how RuneScape and Old School RuneScape has done it. Even though I believe those all came after the Andrew Gower years. The concept of cape perks. But they did mention that they will be doing it for Brighter Shores as well. And Old School RuneScape, some of them are really broken and some of them are just like really absurdly bad though. It's been something that's been needing a rebalance for a while. We'll see exactly what middle ground he does for Brighter Shores. If they're going to be really strong or really weak. Because in Old School RuneScape, I would say like 20% of them are absurdly strong. And then like 80% of them are absurdly weak. Like they're either in the category of you're going to use them every single day you ever play. Or so bad that you're never even going to use them even on a max cape where you can use it for free with no inventory space whatsoever. Like, that's the range of the benefits. Like, literally required item or completely dead content that even if it took 0 inventory space, you would never use. So we'll see what he does for Brighter Shores. Hopefully something in between that's actually balanced. Because Old School RuneScape's versions of them, I'm not sure how it is in RuneScape 3, but Old School RuneScape's versions are not balanced at all. That merchant guy has a secret spell if you read it during the quest. I read it partially. I've heard people mention him quite a few times. He seems rather suspicious. I wouldn't be surprised if he has tie-ins with this game's version of the Majorat. Or whatever those red-robed creatures are. Yeah, that's basically his fill-in for the Majorat. I haven't really been reading much of the lore, so I'm not sure exactly what they're doing other than putting corrupted crystals everywhere. But they're up to something. Let's go having all cape perks on max is wild. Yeah, it is pretty convenient. Like, I don't know how people play without a max cape. After having the hardcore max for a couple months now, I really don't know. It's likely more than a couple months, but you know, a couple months of playing. The other month, a couple months have been AFKing a tree. But after a couple of months of playing with a max cape, I don't know how anyone survives without a max cape in old school RuneScape. Especially as a hardcore, because he actually used the 10% teleport thing, which is something you would never need on a main account or a normal Iron Man, but is like absurdly life-saving on a hardcore. Especially if you disconnect. Because the 10% feature on Escape Crystal only works if you're wielding it. And normally you'd want to be wielding a DPS ring. So max keep, if you're wielding it, not just gives you every perk of the max keep, but also gives you the revive effect. Or not the revive effect, but you know, the escape effect. But yeah, it's really, really strong. But there's a lot of perks on it that are really, really weak. Like the Alchemy one, where you can like search it for a Mortar and Pestle. Or the Fletching one, where you could search it for a shortcut item. What is that called? The Mythril Grapple. Like, some of them are absurdly, absurdly weak. But then there's, like, absurdly strong ones, like the Crafting Cape that brings you one tile away from a storage rift. As well as, like, 8 tiles away from a bank. Or the one that brings you to your house, which is basically every teleport in the game for free. You can ask him how does he get there, and he says you can't reveal that at this moment, basically. Ooh. Could you imagine if you could teleport through storage rifts? That'd be kind of cool. Maybe that's one of the reasons they don't want to add more storage rifts in the game. Imagine if you could teleport from storage rift to storage rift way down the line. There's a lot of interesting implications. More so for how many teleports that would instantly add to the game. If you could go into a storage rift and teleport to another storage rift. Could you imagine? There's just a lot of storage rifts in the game right now. Like, each chapter has at least 2, if not more. And some of them are really good locations for merchant runs. Like, the meta for merchant would be kind of interesting, because you could teleport from over here after turning in here, and teleport all the way over here for top left turn-in. It makes things like the magnifying glass person a lot easier, the monocle guy. That'd be kind of cool. If that's eventually a quest upgrade. Storage rift travel. Where from any storage rift you can travel to any other storage rift. Because they seem pretty adamant about not adding more storage rifts. And that could be one of the reasons potentially why. Maybe with Builder we could build some storage rifts. That'd be great. I'm really curious what the main reward system for Builder is. I'm really hoping it's good. It has potential to be really, really, really good. Like, even better than Armor Maker. Like, it might be like Detective, but for every chapter, instead of just being isolated only to the chapter. It's one big issue Detective has. Is Detective does have secondary benefits, but they cut off at level 83, and they only affect Chapter 4. They do not affect any other chapter in the game. But they have actually mentioned during the Q&A that Builder probably will be able to go and do some things for other chapters. What specifically, we don't know, but they did say that they would likely tie that into some way. And if that's how you make shortcuts, it's basically like makeshift agility level. Except for every chapter instead of just chapter 4. Kind of like how Detective only does it for chapter 4. They really need to buff Detective. I was mentioning this earlier, but Detective, Fishing, and Cooking are the only ones that have no out-of-chapter effect currently. Obviously, Fishing and Cooking could be fixed a lot by, you know, having food buffs and stuff like that. But I'm not sure how they fix Detective. Because whenever they fix Fishing and Cooking, Detective is going to be the worst skill in the entire game. As far as its out-of-chapter effectiveness. Because it has none. Fishing, and Cooking are the only 3 that have none. And I feel like they're going to fix Fishing and Cooking first. Which means Detective will be the only skill in the entire game that has no out-of-chapter benefit. Which is something they really got to look into later. Yeah, Detective's kind of bad. The only reason people get it so high is because it's so AFK. And it just gives you free combat XP and knowledge. And because it's somewhat fun doing the investigations and stuff, I like what they did with it. But the actual usefulness of the skill is like non-existent. It's just so free to train. Yeah, and the Forgotten Things thing, you do some forensic, but it doesn't require any detective level. They mentioned for quests that they're going to keep their requirements only within the chapter. So even if you're technically, in theory, using another skill from another chapter, you're not using it at all. Maybe they'll eventually change that for, like, Grandmaster quests or something. But based on what they currently said, they don't plan to do chapters that have multiple different chapter requirements. But that could change in the future. Imagine a quest that requires, like, level 50 all. Could you imagine? Almost like what he did for, like, the Legends quest or Champion quest back in the day. It wasn't quite level 50 all, but, you know, it was still pretty high and everything. Where you kind of need, like, a little bit of everything. I would love to see an equivalence of that in this game. Or anything that he does for a Grandmaster quest. Technically, the first ever Grandmaster was While Gothic Sleeps. Which was, I believe, 2008. I forget what its requirement was, but honestly it wasn't that bad. Assuming it's close to what the old school RuneScape requirement was, it's pretty low, actually. I know you also needed a summoning level, but I think it was only like 31 summoning. Which is like absurdly low. You could have gotten that in like a few hours. Because that was around when summoning first came out. Because summoning was only like a few months old by that point. Alright, 2 more levels to go. I just realized that's not going to work, is it? I queued up the bone, but it's not going to do anything. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. That's what I thought. The second I click on the interface, it's just going to cancel my bone. But there's one thing I have been considering, though. Starting up the fishing venture once I get the oyster one. Even if I don't need the oysters, just for the XP that you get from it. At 73. The detective XP I'm getting from the detective one is so small. For a skill that's already, like, so free. And the problem is you don't get the good one until 287. Whereas the fishing one, even when we unlock that, like 87, will be fine. Because we're getting gathering XP that's a little bit slower to get. Only problem is we're almost done cooking the ingredient that needs it. Let me double check. Where's the oyster thing at? Yeah. We're actually going to stop getting tasked for it as soon as we get to 94 cooking today. So we're actually no longer even going to get that task anymore. Oh, I really need a higher fishing level if we want to keep it up with cooking. We need like 50 fishing levels to even catch up. If we want to match it with where our cooking is right now. Hey, when do you get the second tier of lobster? You get tier 2 oyster at 140. That's weird. Do you get tier 2 lobster or oyster before you get lobster? You do. That's weird. Oh no, that's the thingy though. Wait. Yeah, that's the activity. Where's the activity for lobster then? Yeah, that's weird. Unless I skipped one. That's weird. You get the first and second... Oh, no, it's right there. Okay, I was gonna say. Because this lobster I haven't utilized yet. So yeah, around 107 cooking I need... Or 7 fishing I need to support our cooking soon. Because that lobster should be around the corner. If we wanted to run that venture every day just to have a few for the cooking thing. But also because the fishing XP would be better than the detective XP would get from our current venture. Plus we could check our cooking contracts whenever we go through. Make a double check. When do we need the lobster dish? I assume it's whatever the next item that says lobster in it is. Which is 112. Lobster thermidor. Likely requires that lobster then. Which means, hey, a little bit of a fishing pivot so we can get the venture going. It's better than feeding like 0 XP into detective every time. Because we don't get the good one until 287, which we were like a mile away from. Why is the process long for cooking lobster in this game? I don't recall it being that bad. Yeah, I do hope more skills get ventures. Currently, the only ones that have ventures are fishing, literally none in Chapter 2, mining, detective, and merchant. But the best ones currently being on mining and merchant. However, most of the merchant ones you can't currently do. The best merchant ventures are the builder ventures, as they give you building XP. But you can't currently do them. Which means the only best venture you can currently do is the mining venture. Which is particularly noteworthy if you're a hammer mage, but even if you're not, it's still relevant. Just because of how good mining XP is. Out of the XP drop that you get for all 4 skills, mining is the best, fishing is the second best. Detective is probably the third best, and merchant is the worst. But merchant makes up for that by giving you the best products. Most notably, builder supplies. But currently you can't use those tasks that give those, though. By Chapter 5, they will be activated, but that's a while from now. But the fact that you can bank free builder XP from it is going to be so good. You get perfect bricks at 250 and perfect tiles at 322. But neither of them currently work. Oh, you need 4 ingredients for the lobster. That's not too bad. As long as you don't take like a gigantic order for them. Because that means if you have them pre-banked, you can take as many as an 8 order. You'd probably want smaller than that though. Unless it's like a really good turn-in location. But if you have them pre-banked, you could take as like a 5 or lower. Comfortably. That's why I've been taking the leak ones a little bit higher. Including this 9 one. It's because when you already have them banked, it's not as bad to take a bigger one. You can technically make 8 at a time if you have them pre-banked. Because you buy 888 and then bring them over. You just juggle them. You shouldn't be taking a big contract like that from them. But you could. For something like that, you normally want to take a smaller number. Same as the leek pie, because you need 3 ingredients for it. The only reason I'm taking a 9 is because we have so many banked. And I can still buy the double 9 and not over encumber, because that's only 18. But if you don't have the banked, it's 27, which is way too many. Yeah, 1.5 levels to go. We're almost there. And hey, 1 more knowledge point and we'll have 153 bone rate. I can't remember what level we needed for the next tier of object. I believe it was 158. I don't know bone rate enough to know which weapon starts it. I know that quarterstaff is the next tier up. So 1, 2, 3... Oh, maybe 154 starts it then. Because if there's 4 items in the tier, then javelins might actually start it then. Which means I could dunk my bones at 154 for a little bit of XP. Because I know that the Suave bone spike that we're doing right now, the exact one that we're doing starts at 168. As well as the tier 4 tree, though we only have tier 3 tree. Or tier 2 tree, I mean. I keep forgetting, our woodcutting is actually so far behind right now. So why we're doing some woodcutting after this. We're going to be doing ash tree with the catkins at 171 gatherer. That's why we're doing gatherer right now. I'm literally doing it just for 171 so we can go do the thing. While I go do woodcutting. Because what I'm trying to do is woodcutting right now by not doing woodcutting. As the cycle for the next area, we need the 171 catkin for it to be worth it. And for that, we need 1.5 more gatherer levels, and then we go do woodcutting while doing them. We recycle the ash trees with the 3 catkins. And then bank them all. I think we like double loop and then bank. Figure out the cycle once we get there. And hey, 21 more levels. Let's see, do we have enough time? We have a little under 7 hours if we went the whole time. Is that possible? To get 21 levels in that time? It definitely is. Because I have to make sure we're only doing good activities, though. Can't do anything slow. So no fishing. Is there a way to not interact with red mobs? Yes. Drinking a fear potion. It'll make them unaggressive for the duration of the fear potion. Does it go into the tool belt or inventory? Currently into the inventory. They are going to be adding a quest down the line where you're going to be able to put a bunch of potions in a tool belt. But currently that quest does not exist yet. But there will eventually be a quest unlock for equipable potions. But yeah, it's one of the reasons I don't use fear right now. You might wonder why we never carry a fear potion. But it's because it's one dead inventory space. We already have enough dead inventory space. Time to get the dog riled up. Saw something outside. Hey, what's tomorrow? Oh yeah, Saturday already. Gosh, it's already the weekend. Where did the week go? Oh, so I still never ordered that Steam Deck that I said I would do on Monday. It's already Friday. I moved the money to go buy it on like Monday, and still haven't actually purchased it yet. It's because every single time it's late at night, it's like, I feel too tired to do this properly. Just to make sure to like quadruple check that the address is correct. So they don't ship it to the wrong place. Because I'm not sure if Steam's thing has an autofill thing. So I'm gonna have to like manually type it out. Is even when the address is 100% correct, 5% of the time they still ship it to the wrong place. The funniest issue I had with it a couple weeks ago is I ordered something from Amazon, 2 things. Exact same address, exact same everything, ordered at the exact same time. One of them was brought to the right location, one of them was brought to the wrong location. I don't understand how. They were ordered literally at the exact same time in the exact same order. And both with the exact same delivery day. And one of them made it to the correct house, and the other one, I have no clue where it went. Luckily, they did return it to us, luckily. In that situation. But I don't understand how mail does that for this location. Just such a weird address type. And there's just sometimes a person working on that given day that have no clue how to read it. Which is understandable, it's a really weird address. It's almost more surprising that 95% of them bring it to the right location. Yeah, one more level to go. Come on. Get that last little bit of XP. I'm curious how much XP we get for the catkins. Because I don't think the catkin has any tool for an upgrade. We're getting 2091 right now. So hopefully the catkin's at least 2000. It doesn't actually need to be higher though, because I need it for the actual material. Though the better its XP rate, the better. But it has no extra XP bonus like these things that are getting like 15%, 10%. I think it's 15. Because we have 5% from the tool and 10% from the enchant. I gotta double check. But yeah, there should be 15% extra XP. Yeah, 15. Oh no, that breaks my queue. Really? There's so many weird things just break your queue. Yeah, we're getting 15% extra, whereas the catkins will have 0% extra. There we go. One more level to go. And then we go do woodcutting gatherer. Pretty much until we have enough catkins is the goal. And to round off whatever woodcutting level we're on by that point. But yeah, we might have to go on that small woodcutting pivot soon. Probably not all the way today, even though we are going to be doing some of it. Because we need 115 for the next Suavi. And we're going to need a ton of them for every bone that we're doing. Like, pretty much all foraging after catkin requires Suavi to be 115. So we can get tier 3 instead of tier 2. Problem with that is we need 44 woodcutting levels. Which is a lot more than we have now. For the 115 Suave. I'm going to start dumping some knowledge in it. As much as I really should be putting into bone rate. What's the closest way to sell ores? Is it worth selling for income? No. You should never ever sell ores. When it comes to ore, stone, and bones, you should always process them to their final product. So in the case of ore, smithing it, then making it into something, and then selling that something that you make it into. But no, they're really, really bad value to sell back. At that point, you might as well just hold on to them for player trading and just sell them off if you don't want to process them. Better make product out of them now so you get more XP out of them. Smith them into ore, make them into a product, and sell the product. But you should never sell ore to a shop, though. Well, for super low tier ore, you can just drop them on the ground. I personally like banking everything. But pretty much anything tier 3 and below are worth dropping on the ground. What's tier 3? There's 6 tiers of every resource. Most tier 3s go up to about level 100-ish, give or take a little bit. But every single resource has 6 tiers to it. Ranging from different level ranges. Like right now we're picking up tier 4 bone. But these trees are only tier 2 trees right here. Which is why I'm not touching them. Oh. Guess I hate the misclick on these. How can you tell the tier? You can't. You would just have to count how many there are. That or know what the word means. There's nowhere that says the exact tier of them. Like, we can click info here and it will say, like, this is a pointed bone spike. But you have to know that the word pointed means tier 4. Which has, like, a different term for, like, every single thing, so it's hard to keep track that way. But basically, you just go through the skills list and count how many deep you are. That's what tier it is. Yeah, I personally have been banking like 95% of all resources. There are a few activities where we drop everything. Like if the resource itself has no purpose, like the bitter fruit. Or if it's just absurdly too far away from a bank, like sage. Yeah, I hope they eventually make all when it comes to gear crafting. It's one of the biggest things that's really clunky with it right now. Is you have to wait 30 seconds every single time. Like, it's like semi-AFK, but you can't do a make all, which makes it really clunky. It's also even more annoying when you need, like, a specific number. Like, if I want to make a bunch of 199 smithing material right now, because it sells for better. It is really, really annoying to do. Because you have to input it every single time. Rather than a make all, and only have to do it once. So at the current rate that we're getting XP, we might be able to actually make it to level 2,500 today. It's going to be so close. If we don't make it, we're only going to be like a few levels short. We're going to be so close. Hopefully we can make it. Because I do plan to go for about another 6 hours. But that means in about 6 hours we have to get somehow 19 levels. Which is ever so slightly more than 3 levels an hour. But you know, if we were doing something like Merchant pre-200, that'd be easy. But no, with some of these skills, we'll see what it comes out to. Especially since we're doing no combat as well, which would also be a quick way to get it done. But I'm not touching combat again until they rework it. But the only exception being some amount of AFK raid dens. Or my alt accounts, because they keep needing to do it to get 59 combat. Because they keep giving them knowledge that way. I'm really with the AFK raid dens. Just so I don't have to actually train them manually. And just hope that we get good enough gear from the weapons store in Chapter 4. Technically to sell armor too, but I only care about the weapons on them. They're getting pretty close. One of them's at like 50-something combat. Like 52 right now, or 53. Out of 59. And the other one's at like 49. So they're both within striking distance of getting there. One of their weapons is like really bad though. The other one I think is good to go all the way. The other one's gotten really bad RNG. It's kind of funny because they also got bad RNG in Chapter 1 as well when I was doing it. I'm not sure why. That one's just cursed with bad RNG drops. One of them has insanely good, the other one has insanely bad drops. The Tacit Bird one in the middle, the Guardian one, keeps getting good RNG. And the Bird one over to the right, the Hammer Mage, keeps getting like the worst RNG ever. It has not gotten lucky on anything at all. Alright, half a level to go. At this point, I might just put the knowledge point on it. Just we can go straight to Catkin. That way we can start doing the woodcutting cycle and everything with it. Alright, next cycle we definitely got to use the potion. And that should hopefully be enough. Even gonna bank just these 8. Which might seem weird, but actually will work out quite well. Because that should be just enough time for the potion. It should be just enough XP for the level, hopefully. Because ideally we get it within that 2 minute on next cycle. And then we can move over to catkin woodcutting, which gives us the plus 80 arbory potion and level 177 shields. Or at least the material that gets used for it. Nice, 80,000 on the dot for the 84. And now the game plan was we should hopefully have 171 by the time this potion expires. One more level for Spider Nest? Nice, you're almost there. It's such a great quest to finally have done. Then you can start playing the game. Or at least gathering skills anyways. We'll use it a lot during Mindfighter too because how many alchemy supplies there are. It's kind of funny that you get it the chapter beforehand, because the combat the following chapter uses it so much that even the combat uses it. Doesn't it some other regions too, but not to the same degree. Ah, there we go, 171. Let's go bank these. Is flint needed for blacksmithing? No, it's used for stonemason. It's the first tier of stone for stonemason. Yeah, let's go try the woodcutting method. I'm not sure what route we need to go do, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure something out. Yeah, we'll be seeing the storage rift quite a lot, as this is the closest one on route. I just realized we're gonna double first time bonus, because I haven't actually first timed this tree yet either. Yeah, what on earth is our cycle in this room? I just realized with queuable action, you could probably like infinite loop this room, couldn't you? Because they're so far away from each other. Not sure that's a good thing or a bad thing. But they're so far away that it's actually an infinite loop. It looks like we make 2 circles around. And then go bank. We need the catkins to respawn though. The fuzzy cats. We got a bunch of fuzzy cats in our inventory. Well, if nothing else, this room is really AFK. Like, absurdly so. You know what? I might just store the potions away. And just wait till we double bar. Just so we can bank 24. And normally we'd grab 2 more trees on our way back. Yeah, we're gonna do exactly what I mentioned earlier. I just double cycle the room. Gosh, I wish you could zoom out further. This is like max zoom. And I can't even click them all. Because I gotta be careful because you can only queue up to 9 things at once. We figured that out on day 1 by just messing around with some stuff. The cap is 9. So even if the room you're in has more than 9, which this one does, you can't queue them all. There's currently no view that you can see them all, so that's not too big of a deal. But there are some rooms where you can. But this is pretty chill. And of course we're getting good wood cutting and gathering XP. Just split between the two. And I need all these for the plus 80 Arborary potion. Are they still not respawned? Why did it take forever? There we go. Because the trees respawn way quicker than the catkins. Case in point. Gosh, this cycle was so quick he already got respawned. But that's because he was on the cycle of the other tree. Because now they're based on the first tree rather than the last tree. It feels weird. I think this is the first time I've ever multi-grinded an item where I'm the exact level for both. Because we're doing a 71 tree while being 71, or we're doing a 171 gather while being 171 gatherer. Normally when I'm doing this, it's like slightly off. We actually have a perfect number. What's kind of funny is one is 171 and the other one's 71 as well. But we're at the perfect double bare minimum level. Normally only one of them are rather than both. But it looks like this is going to be perfect cycle. And you just grab 2 trees and then grab 2 trees the other way back. I gotta remember, at 72 woodcutting, I get a saw upgrade for 5% extra, which is pretty nice. Better than nothing. Okay, we grab 2 trees here, 2 trees there, and then grab the full room twice. And it works out perfectly, as long as you don't have any potions in your inventory. It's the only downside of that. You don't have enough time to drink a boost potion anyways, though. But it does mean I have to delay the knowledge for later. Hey, we actually hit the 9Q as well. That's the cap. And now we just do nothing. Actually, let me go get a fresh water real quick. Be right back. Alright, we're back. And he's still going. Gosh, this is AFK. And this makes the best green potion in the entire game. As well as your wooden shields for anything for watch person. I mean, not watch person, I mean guardian. I like how that tree just immediately respawns in this cycle. I'm not gonna bother double tapping it though. Because we don't need it for our cycle. It would be funny though. Because you actually can double tap that tree. As it respawns in like half a second. I'm not sure if this is efficient, but it sure is AFK, that is for sure. This might be like the most AFK way you can even train woodcutting plus carpentry. Or plus gatherer. And it banks the best green potion in the game as well. Or at least part of it. The other one is way more annoying to get though. Because you have to go through the we already got them though. We have to go through the snake room. Feels weird using this portal from the side, because you generally always use it from the other tile. Go to the room to the north of the trees, way closer to each other. Well, I'm trying to do the catkins, though. There's no catkin in this room. If you're just doing ash tree, this room is way better. But there's no catkins in the room, which is the main reason I'm doing this. Is for catkin. Even though we get grabbing way more logs. I am mostly doing this for the catkin. These things are like 9 silver each. I need to get as many as there are for the other thing. Technically I could be grabbing the other 3 from there. I'm just not sure how to route that. There are 3 catkins in this room. But the problem is that's the only thing in that room. Hey, the best we could route it is go over here and grab all 3. Not sure if it's worth it. Because you have to go pretty deep to get the 3rd one. Oops, I forgot the tree. Oh no. I was gonna say, I felt like we were forgetting a number there. Oh no. Save for later. There's no problem. We are gonna have to teleport occasionally to go get a boost potion, and then double put that into the mining boost. This room is so roomy. I keep forgetting how big this room is. Because I'm almost like never in chapter 2. This room is gigantic. It's like so vertical. Probably one of the most chill rooms ever with queuable action, though. This room definitely got a massive, massive improvement with queue. You can queue this room for like over a minute of AFK. It's really good for Guardians, because you get all the shield material you need, and your best in slot potion at the exact same time. Or at least half your best in slot potion. I like how the tree always spawns almost immediately. But how the cycle works. Chop it down in his back like 1 second later. Because it's going off the first down tree, not the most recent one. Because that was changed when they added queuable action. There's some weird things you could do with double spawning. It mostly helps things like Forager, though. I haven't really messed with Forager since double spawning. There's a few weird gimmicks you could do with it. Where you basically take a resource and then take the resource again. Like double take a resource, then double take those exact same 2 resources a second later. Be interesting to see if delving has a route for that in Chapter 5. Or technically it's called Delver, not Delving. Oh, so one more woodcutting level and we can buy a better axe. 5% extra boost. And it also works on Suave trees, which is really good for later. The only big issue right now is I'm trying to get enough catkins to equal how many chestnuts I have, while not currently knowing how many chestnuts I have. A very problematic situation. I'm trying to get enough of something that I have no clue how many I need of. I know we're nowhere's close, so. I think once we hit like 200%, I'll go check. Because I'll need to go there anyways. So once we cap out our percent, we'll go check. And we should have our salt upgrade by then. Because I keep clicking spacebar just to double check that I actually hit a hitbox. Otherwise it ruins our entire queue. There we go, number 9. You know we did it quick if we can actually see a number 9. And now we wait. Yeah, this is so chill. I might even do this off stream some. It's probably not the best XP rate for either, compared to just doing gather or just doing woodcutting. But you have like a minute downtime. Another water down. That's right, I grabbed the other water. Oh gosh, this one's cold. I guess it makes sense, just got it out. Oh gosh. Almost got it like a brain freeze. It was so cold. Oh wait, I forgot one? Oh! Wait, I didn't get a full inventory! Whoops. That's funny. I only did half a trip, I didn't do a full trip. I think that's the first time I made that mistake. Whoops. I turned it in half instead of a full. Come on, woodcutting level, you're almost there. 5% more XP once we get there. I wasn't paying attention. How much are we getting per catkin? Whoa! 2,772? We were only getting like 2,000 per bone spike. But it's actually not that bad. Obviously, there's way less of these compared to bone spikes. Bone spike, we're recycling 8. The best you could do for this is 6. And our current cycle is only 3. But that's still 700 more XP than bone spike. And Bone Spike has 15% bonus, too. Between the tool and the other thing. These are getting 0% bonus. Maybe that's why they're giving so much as well. Because they're accounting for the fact you have 0% bonus. But yeah, that's 700 more than something that has 15% bonus one tier down. Also makes me want to grab those other 3. They're just so far off route. Is the only problem with them. Because whatever space we go there, we have to double backtrack. Or not double, but you know, you have to backtrack every tile you step forward there. Like maybe that one tree is okay, but beyond that, the other one's like all the way at the other side of the room. At best, we could take that double. Yeah, this room's actually pretty good. You get all the shields you ever need and all the plus 80 arbories you ever need. Or half of it anyways. This would be particularly good if you were a guardian, but we still have relevancy for the shields. And the arbory potions, I'm not sure if we're selling them or what. One thing that's kind of funny though is if our range DPS build is really good, our best green range weapon, we do have one. Like a quick attacking green range weapon. Which would be even better for higher movement speed. Because actually, that's something I'm not aware of. Does anyone know? What attack speed type is Guardian's green weapon? Is it max attack speed? Because Cryo Knight does have a max attack speed green weapon. Which means if you're kiting an enemy with high attack speed, it would be the best thing you could use for it. Or, you know, with a high movement speed, I mean. Because I know Cryo Knight's max attack speed. I'm not sure if Guardian's is as well. Alright, let me go buy the Soul upgrade before I forget. Before we go set up this room. One Soul, please. I guess I technically could have routed him in, but I want my 5% now. And of course, your enchantment levels always go to your next tool. So it doesn't matter when you enchant. And now we have 2 level 2s at 25 enchant. I am slightly tempted to try to see if we can get some of those catkins, though. Let me go check the room for once. We're gonna end on this tree and then go up. Because it might be worth grabbing these 2. I don't think the 3rd one's worth it, though. Let me see. Because there's this one. Oh, no. Do we route all 3? It's not horrible. You do have to backtrack this whole way, but to maximize on catkins might be worth it. And then all this is backtrack. Because we can reclaim this tree with the double spawn. Because then we can skip the corner tree, which is really far away. Could do something like that. Which I already have too many trees right here. We just grab the double on our way back. I don't know, we're gonna try to route 6 of them and see what happens. Just because it is like the main thing we need anyways. We do have to backtrack a little, but it's probably worth it for how much XP drop they are. Would it be smart to focus on all wood cutting? If you're a guardian, you would definitely need wood cutting a bit more. Technically, every class needs it, but to a small degree. Crayon Knight needs it the least. Hammer Mage needs it kind of mid-range, and Guardian needs it for like everything. We're gonna try to see what a Kakin cycle looks like, or the tree cycle looks like if I grab double Kakin. So we definitely skipped the one corner tree that's like really far away. Yeah, that's the main one that's kind of annoying. We then immediately grab all 3 that are in this room over here. We grab this and then go cycle around this room. Grab these 3. The only thing that feels really bad is this backtrack right here. It's not that bad though. That's like a solid like 15-20 tile backtrack. Oh, I hit over encumber. That's a problem. Wait. I gotta teleport over. Do you see people make combat builds like old school RuneScape when the combat gets changed? You're not gonna be able to build in quite a similar way. You can also respec at any time, so at least you won't have to spend a bunch of time building a build. Because the average PvP build in old school RuneScape could easily take like hundreds of hours. Unless you're making like a really low level pure. But, yeah, you can respec within seconds in this game. Or maybe minutes, more so. You should be pretty cheap. Like, you shouldn't be more than, like, a gold. But build diversity... I'm not sure build diversity is really that high, though. It depends what they do for all the effects. Because there's only a few builds you're really going to be able to get away with. Especially in a PvP context. PvM-wise, there's probably more variety you can get away with. But PvP-wise, like, there's only going to be, like, 1 or 2 meta builds for the most part. Like, I don't really see there being too many. There's going to be, like, basically a triangle of builds. Like, 3 builds that you can do. That all counter each other. And that's, like, it. Probably. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, is this one even worth it? It's only 2, but so bad. Oh, I'm actually over encumbered on task. Well, I guess we don't take it then. Alright, we're out here. And there's some things that you're always going to need in PvP regardless of build. Like, you're always going to have to max out your movement speed. Like, it doesn't matter what build you're doing, you have to max out movement speed. And then from there, it really comes down to prioritizing range and kiting with special attacks. Or being just absurdly tanky. Or some kind of other angle that somehow beats the other 2. But then one of the other ones kind of beat that. Like, I see, like, maybe 4 or 5 builds max for PvP. Oh, no, we'll have to wait and see. It really depends what options they give us. It also really, it depends heavily what on our special attacks do. Because if there's even a single special attack that impairs movement, range is, like, the only thing you can run. If there's even a single special attack that impairs movement at all. Like, you basically can't melee build at all. You're just building a range tank. It's just range tanks versus range tank. There'll be different types of range tanks. But if there's even one special attack that can stop your movement for any amount of time, every build is just range. It'll just be different types of range builds. That's one of the reasons why they were trying to keep ammo low. Because they're basically going to cause the exact opposite effect with the changes we currently see coming. Is that instead of melee being the only thing you run, range is going to be the only thing you run. At least for PvP. Melee is better DPS, but it will be 0 DPS if you can't move. That's something else that's going to be really broken initially as well. Currently, I believe every weapon in the game currently has a max attack range of 5. If there's ever a boss that drops an item that is any higher than whatever max is right now, that is going to be very, very, very broken. Because it's essentially required for PvP. Otherwise, everyone would just stand outside your attack range. There's one big issue Mage had for the longest time in old school as well. Mage being 10 tile, that ironically range generally not being 10 tile. So Mage would normally outrange Mage. I mean, Mage would normally outrange range. But in this game, there's not magic. There's just range. But it really comes down to how much DPS do melee special attacks do. And of course, you can always change the melee at any point. It really just depends how much you're respect into melee. Yeah, how many more trees can I grab? It's just one more and then we're out of here. Alright, so that'll be the cycle, and then we just walk up. Perfect. And then we skip the other 2 trees. And then we grab the double ground tree. Alright, this should work out perfectly then. Oh yeah, we're gonna start taking the 6 catkin then. Instead of just a 3. It's double the gather XP per hour. At a cost of a small amount of wood cutting. But it's gonna be kind of funny because, I'm pretty sure the meta for PvP is gonna be, like, range only. Yet the meta for PvM is gonna be melee only. Unless you're, like, kiting around something. Like, infinitely. Because melee will be better DPS, but, due to special attacks and whatever other factors, it probably won't be viable to ever use melee in, PvP. Not never, but, like, 80% of your exchanges are gonna be range only. Assuming we've got movement impairing special attacks of any kind. Otherwise, it'll be melee only. It'll be the exact opposite. I don't know, we'll have to see what they do. Range is either going to be really broken or useless. We don't know yet, which... It's yet to be determined, but it's either going to be one or the other. You're basically barely going to touch it, if at all. Or it's going to be almost the only thing you do the entirety of combat. At least for PvP. And it really comes down to what the special attacks do. Let's have to keep in mind, you can use 2 different melee weapons for every battle, but only 1 different range weapon. So once someone shows what the range weapon is, you know what it is for the rest of the fight. Because currently you can't switch off a range, but you can switch off a melee. As there are 2 different melee options, and one of which you could hide for a spec or something. Which will probably be the finisher in most PvP and Brighter Shores. is whatever your melee weapon that you're hiding is. Because most combat would be just range and whatever your main DPS melee is. With your hidden spec, probably two-hand or whatever it would end up being. But I'll have to wait and see. Because there's a chance the one-handed weapons could be your spec. I just don't really know because we don't know what any of them do. Because a slow one-hand weapon could be a really good spec weapon. For example, on Cryo Knight, that'd be a fire sword. I believe that's our slowest one-hand weapon. So technically I could be main-handing two-hand as my melee. With like Arbor Bow for my range. But keep a fire sword for the spec, for the finisher. Well, keep in mind, depending how you spec, Cryo Knights might be wearing Guardian armor. So you can't really spec them necessarily in that situation. It's actually something that's going to be a little bit annoying with Cryo Knight. And one of the reasons we also need to go into Armor Maker. And one of the other reasons I've been saving bones, which now comes into play, is there's a good chance every Cryo Knight would actually be wearing full Guardian armor. Just so they don't have to deal with Hammer Mages. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. We don't know how good off-class effectiveness is. I'm hoping in PvP it's like 100% though. That we could use absolutely anything. Because that would make PvP the fairest possible, is if every class has 100% effectiveness with all gear. Or at least 95% with off-class gear. Because anything less than that, it's not going to be worth using. At least in PvP. In PvM, you could. But if you're losing like 10% stats in PvP, you might as well just like auto-die. But yeah, I'm kind of hyped to try PvP with all those changes, though. Because that's potential to be, like, a lot of fun. But also really unbalanced. Like, absurdly unbalanced. Day 1 PvP will probably be the most hilarious thing that will happen in the next year in this game. It's not going to be the best update this game's going to get this year. But it'll definitely be the funniest one. Oh, I just realized. When I went to go check the cooking contracts, I forgot to go check how many catkins I had. I completely forgot. Samuel said at the end of his stream that soon players will have a chance to vote for new things during the stream. Ooh. Too bad he only streams on Twitch, though. How are we supposed to catch him if he's only on Twitch? There's one thing I do like about old school RuneScape's thing. Aside from them having polls in game, which don't do much, they actually have surveys on their website, which is always easy to get to. So you don't have to be in like a live stream or anything else. You just go straight to their website page where the updates are. And it's like, oh yeah, a survey. Did I accidentally grab corner tree? I think I did. Whoops. I still grabbed corner tree out of habit. I do want to skip it. It's just too far away. It's like the only one in this room that's like really bad. The corner ash tree. Everything else is decently close to each other. That one tree is a mile away from everything else. Let's see, how are we making it on time? We might have a chance. In about 5 hours, we gotta get 17 levels. That's doable. The stream's gonna cut it so close. If we miss it, we're missing it by like 1 or 2 levels. There's happened one other stream too, where we're going for some kind of level goal. Because around when we're still around like 1,000 something. And we end up failing it by like 2 levels by the end. It's gonna be really tight. If we fail it, it's gonna be by like 1 level. Because it basically go until midnight, which is 5.5 hours. Was it Chef Grind? No, there was one other stream too, where I was going for some total level specifically. And by the end of it, I was like 2 levels short. But yeah, Chef, I think I was slightly short on 2, but there was another time where I was going for total level, like today where we were short. Can't remember what level it was though. It was one of the streams that said we're going for blah 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 level today. And then by the end of it, it's like, oh, nope, 1 or 2 levels short by the end. I love how chill this room is, though. This is starting to become like one of my top 5 favorite rooms in the game. Get your best in slot shield upgrade, get your best in slot green potion, and AFK for like a minute straight. And our level range is the best XP we could be getting for either of them. And we're doing it at the same time. So when does this log become irrelevant? Because I said I was going to skip oak, and I think that's still true. Which we get at 76. The main problem with oak is it's purely bone right equipment, but it's bone right weapon, and we don't care about bone right weapon. Because bone spikes and suave already cover that forever. So I don't really need the other bone weapons. Or does anyone know? What do you even make out of oak? Any guardians out there? Like, what weapons do you get from it? Not the shield, but what are your, like, 3 weapons you get from it? I can kind of check through the other thing. Or is there more than 3? I don't even know. I don't know how bone rate works. I've knowledged it like 90% the way. Or dunk bones. I have no clue what on earth every single burn rate thing goes to. Other than the ones that we need as a cryonite. Like, so clueless. At least for stonemason, I have like some general idea. Because we did it so much. Actually, I've done more stonemason crafting almost than smithing at this point. All you know is cudgel. Cudgel is that the deaf one, or is that the physical one? Is that their physical melee, or is that their deaf melee? Let's see. Almighty Wiki. It makes the Tertian. Oh. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, they're not completely pointless. You use 2 of them for a Tushian. And yeah, it actually makes both of the 2 weapons. Both the deaf and the physical one. But yeah, it makes their physical melee, their deaf melee, and their best in slot weapon. Well, best in slot one-hand green. Which means I actually do need some oak then if we ever want that on Crown Knight. Because that's also our best green weapon then. Since we don't have one on Crown Knight. I just realized something. I've been doing this wrong the whole time because I get a full inventory here. Now that I'm getting a full inventory here, I should actually teleport after I get the tree. Because it's quicker to teleport than to walk. Is that how much we have to backtrack? Or is it? It's about the same distance. I might as well just keep walking. If you count the teleport delay and if we get caught in combat and everything. Yeah, never mind. It's about the same. Because now that we don't need a tree there, we technically could tele instead of walk. But, I think it's still better just to walk. It's a lot more chill to walk. It's about the same distance if you account for teleport time. Could even be slower if we do get caught in combat. So we're going to keep walking it, actually. If we were further away, a teleport would matter, but, it's about the same distance both way. This has a lot less variability to it. Since it'll be the same thing every time. Oh, I meant to grab 2 tree. Oh no. Luckily I can always grab 2 tree the other way back. If I ever forget them. Yeah, that's something I want to go check too. We barely have to do this ash for that long if we do skip over. But how long do you have to do the tier 4 one? The one that actually matters? Only 8 levels. The one that's really, really good, you only have to do for 8 levels. The Fine Ash Log. How about the one after that? Because it might still be able to be used for a 199. This is a tier 5 one. It's a little bit different than some of the other ones, but how it tiers over. So even tier 4 and tier 5 both do it. And for that, it's only 5 levels instead of 8. Well, you get the golden soul around that time, though. Which is actually pretty early. You get the golden tool at like 185. It's probably like the easiest golden tool in the game. I don't think there's a single golden one lower than that. The golden handsaw at 185. Which means we'll be spending even less time doing the trees because we'll have even more XP. Only 5% more, but it adds up. I just gotta remember, I gotta go do a cooking run after this set. Once we get 200%. I don't think it's enough for a cooking level, but a cooking run after that cooking run will be. If it's not, then we'll just go do like some stew real quick or something. Because then we can move on to bacon sandwich and get like 100. Because it should be pretty quick to go get at that level range. Bacon sandwich from like 94 to 100. Just to round out to a nice 100 number. But I do want to do what we're doing now until we have enough catkins, though. The only thing is we don't know how many we need. Which is something else we gotta go check while we're there. I believe we need like 200 more. We're banking like, what, 12 in inventory? Oh, we're actually doing a perfect 12-12. I thought we were earlier, I wasn't 100% sure, but yeah, doing it this way is a perfect 12-12. It's 12 ash and 12 thingies. One thing that's kind of funny if it was on route, though it's not, is because it's a perfect 12-12, I could actually go do carpentry in this cycle. The only problem is there's no way to bank the catkin in that situation. As you juggle on the ground. That'd be some advanced tech right there. Do that, but then drop all the catkin to the ground. Then do the set again, and then, or you know, do the carpentry for it. And then come back and pick up the 12 catkins you dropped earlier. Basically, do what we're doing now. Drop the 12 catkins. Go do carpentry with the 12 ash logs into planks. Then go and do another set exactly like that. Go back and do another 12 carpentry. Pick up the entire 24 that you just dropped. And then boom, you're good to go. That would be some really weird tech. I don't think it's worth it, though. Because it's slightly off route enough that it's not worth doing. But it would be hilarious if that was the setup. I think it's slightly too far off route, though. But his inventory actually works perfectly for it. As if they planned for you to do it. But, it's slightly too far away. Also, we don't have 67 carpentry. It stopped slightly beforehand because I don't have enough bank to go get it. Well, I do, but it would have to be the slow ones, and we're trying to rush that, 2,500. Something to consider tomorrow, though. I might try it just once. Just to humor it. Because I'll probably still need more catkins going in tomorrow. I don't think we're going to get all of them today. Because you still got to go do the cooking grind for 7 levels. One will be through contracts, the other 6 will be through bacon sandwich. Then after that, I'm not sure which one we focus on. I guess we can come back to this activity. Because fishing, I think, might be a little bit too slow. Forger, I could do like 3 levels, but I wouldn't want to do more than that, so we'll probably just not even bother touching it. Alchemy could be okay. Oh no, is Alchemy EXP rate any good? I've trained it so little, I'm not even sure if Alchemy is considered good EXP rate or not. I feel like it's not because I currently don't have it banked. Which means I have to go to the shop and buy everything. If I already had it banked, it probably wouldn't be too bad. But the current potion I'm doing right now, I don't have banked. So that's a lot of time just running back and forth from a shop. Because I'm currently at a level range where we just unlocked a relatively new potion. S62. But the downside is none of it's banked right now. I used up every last one already. Oh, do the cat kittens give more than 1%? I didn't even notice that. No, they still give 1. Oh, time to waste some knowledge. Haven't done this in a while. Oh, it hurts. I just want to finish out the full inventory. I gotta waste like 2% knowledge here, though. Oh, we did it again. Alright, one more time. And this is why you need 250% or 450% or any number that isn't 100%. Otherwise, you still waste percent. I guess if we had woodable potions, that would fix that too, though, but still. Alright, let me go bank these, and then we go back to the main hub town. Grab a mining potion, double into bone right, gain a level. And then go and double check how many catkins we have. Or actually chestnuts, both of them. And you check how many chestnuts I have and how many catkins I have. And I need my 2 numbers to be exactly the same. Alright, back to Hopeport. Go do our mining contract. I mean my mining. My cooking contracts. And somehow scrap together 16 more levels within 5 hours. It is doable. Technically 15 levels because we're about to get a level right now. Hey, new player. Scotty number billion numbers. That definitely sounds like a bot name. When you could just literally make your name Scotty, but then a number after. Hey, there we go. Oh yeah, the whole reason I came here again. Alright, how many chestnuts do I have? 390. I need my catkins to equal that number. Where are they? If I was a catkin, where would it be? Oh, right next to it. Perfect. Alright, we're almost there. We're like halfway there. It's gonna be hard to calculate out exactly, though. But by our next 200%, we'll go double check. I think 2 or 3 200%, they should be pretty even. Alright, let's do some cooking. Actually, I should probably go buy all the stuff we need. I'm gonna buy everything but the... honestly, I should really go just abandon that one. We don't have enough inventory to do it. Oh, I should have done that one first and then dropped it to the ground. I'm gonna have to do it the other way around, which is a lot clunkier. I should have started with that one. How many do we even need here? 6 and 1. Oh, sorry, 2. Hey, we got a rocky road in there. We got colon. Gosh, we got so many annoying ones in there. Rocky road's good though. Annoying location, good value. I believe I grabbed everything but the chicken and leek. Also, I wish this prep station was on the other side, like where that sink is. It's kind of annoying that's all the way over here. Because then you can't cycle this side. Because I'm about to do this, then cook that there, but then I have to go all the way over there for the other thing. There's just not one on this side. Instead, they're right next to each other. There's a jar and basket in here. Kind of forgot about that. There's a random jar and basket. Oh wait, did I not make all of them? Wait, what happened? I'm so confused. Did I cancel it? Why do you only make 2? Oops. I was wondering why the rest of them are still there. Thought I didn't grab the jelly, but apparently it just stopped after 2 instead of 6. I don't feel like I'm forgetting something. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Yeah, we got everything. Up, not those. Wrong item. Yeah, there we go. And then grab all our jellies, go grab our XP pots, and we should be good to go. And then we grab whatever's on the board. We almost have perfect timing for a double board too, so I might just cook some stews while we're here. Because that should be enough to get us to 94. Technically, we can keep farming here too while we're here, if we really wanted to. Because then we can start the bacon sandwich grind. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. He's already here. Because I do plan to get 100 cooking this stream, which would be 7 of our other levels. Because the rest of our levels are probably going to be 7 from cooking, like 2 from bone right, and the rest from woodcutting gatherer. Because our cooking XP rate should be pretty good around that threshold. As soon as we hit that precious bacon sandwich. Alright, what on earth is our route? I think we just have to start at colon and just make a gigantic circle. Actually, no, I got wall, don't I? No, I don't have wall. I don't think I do. Double checking. I do have south wall. Yeah, I'm gonna do the south wall first and just telly back. Oh, wait, but then I have to go to, what's his name? Oh, wait. I'm so confused. Let me just start with him. Let me just start with the worst one. Alright, so what is this now? This is new tap into Ella, into South Wall, into sprint over to Sentinel Sentry. Yeah, there we go. And now we go to Sentry. To turn in one single sausage. Gosh, this sausage is worth 8,000 XP. Alright, let me go check my 2 tasks before I go head over there. In case we have a second Sentry to go do. There's gonna be one beefy sausage turning. 18 silver and 8,500 XP for one sausage. That's some good value right there. Let me just double check that I don't have like a second Sentry or some boat that goes in there. Or the scrapyard or something. Nah, nothing goes over there. Okay. Let's go do our run then. Yeah, we are going to need one more set of cooking before we can, I'll still teleport back to see the next message board. But yeah, I do need one more set of 6 contracts before we can get 94 cooking. But then after that, we can make bacon sandwiches all the way from 94 to 100. That guy's name is called UI. That's a pretty good name to have for such a low level. Must be an alt account or something. Oh, that's a lot of XP. Alright, let me go make some stews. While we're waiting for the message board. I'll still be able to utilize the XP we have. And then our next set of contracts will guarantee be 94. Alright, 2 more and we probably start cooking them. I could cook them while we still have the XP bonus. If you're doing the 50 carpentry grind, is the best move to just do your highest level wood? If you don't mind burning money, yes. Though, do double check the wiki if you wanted to get like the exact rates for them. Maybe some are slightly better than others, as far as how much money they burn. But if you don't care about money at all, yes, just do whatever the highest tier one is. And also make sure to XP pop before you do it as well. Like literally every single time before you start the sawmill. It's not worth double XP potting, but doing a single one, it is worth. Like right before you start the cycle. Double pot? Well, one pot doesn't last the full duration of doing a full inventory. One pot only lasts like 2/3 the time. So it's not worth using a second one. There's one inventory of carpentry takes long enough that you can't use one pot for the full duration. But it's only worth using it initially, not the second time around. You know, like but before you do each set. Let's go see what our chef bounty board has. Hopefully something good because we waited around for it just to see what we would get. Better be worth it. And then our next set of bounties should get us to 94. And then we can do sandwiches all the way to 100 really quickly. Because there should be some pretty good XP rate compared to what we're getting now. I think each sandwich is like 500 compared to these things, like at 268. That's why I haven't been spamming these. It's not worth it compared to contracts. It's just I've been really picky with the contracts because so much of them burn so much money right now. So I've only been taking the good ones. Let's see. Alright, that's good. This is good only because I have it pre-bought. Everything else is probably skip. Honestly, this isn't too bad either. Takes up a lot of inventory, but if we're desperate, we'll take it. I'll probably skip this one though. South Falls is annoying. Alright, we're out here. Am I going the wrong way? Oh no, I'm going the right way. Where am I going? Wrong way. Hey, level up. We're so close. 14 more to go. 14 more total level for 2,500, which we got to do in slightly under 5 hours. It should be pretty doable. If we maintain a rate of at least 3 an hour, we're good. Just got to do nothing that's slow. Like going back to carpentry or something. As long as we just don't do any slow method for the rest of the stream, we should be fine. And our main ones that we're going to be doing is what we're doing right now, which is 12 ash, 12 catkin. And then, oops, I'm going all the way over there. Grab that one. There we go. But we'll do these, and then once we hit 94 cooking, once our contracts are good, we'll go and do a sandwich to 100. And between these two activities, that should be all we need for 2,500 to stream. is we'll get, what, 7 more levels from cooking, which brings us to 2, 4, 3. That's not numbers. You know what I mean. 2, 4, 93. So we need 7 more. And those 7 more would come from woodcutting, gatherer, and obviously the bone rate levels we get from knowledge. Yeah, that's pretty much the game plan then. Yeah, this is slowly becoming one of my favorite loops in the game. 12 Ash, 12 Catkin. Too bad it's only viable at this level range. And you would never do it again at a certain point. Unless you were a Guardian really desperate for plus 80 potions. Like if the market wants like 30, 40, 50 silver each or something, maybe then you would do it. It really comes down to how much they're going to be price hiked when trading comes out. Because if the shop's going to sell them for like 20 silver each when they're currently only 9, then you'd probably want to gather them. Because they don't upgrade any further than where they are right now. Like the 171 gathering speed that you're getting from them is the highest they're ever going to be. It's probably one of the reasons why it feels like their XP is so much right now. Because that's the max they're ever going to be. If you're at 300, they're still giving that much. If you're at 400, they're still giving that much. So it's only really viable like pre-200 to do Catkin. Anything beyond that, it's just way too little XP compared to the alternative. But right now, we're like right at the threshold where they're really good. So easy to take a water break during this. Can do like literally anything. It's like a minute AFK. And the best part is, it's even that bad for XP. I think it's ever so slightly slower compared to if we did Ash Tree in the North room, while also doing Bone Spike in the other room separately. But we don't get any Catkins doing that. There's also far less AFK doing either of them. I don't plan to do Catkins that far, though. I only plan to get it to as many chestnuts as I have, which I believe is about 200 more. Or 100 something more. Because once they even out, we'll go check once we have 200%, but once they even out, we're going to stop doing Catkin. And that's how we do our Alchemy from 197 to 300. Not sure if that's enough, but it should be pretty close. 390 of these potions. I'm pretty sure it gets you from 197 to 200. And if it doesn't, then we just throw like a knowledge point or two on it or something. But I'm pretty sure that gets you 3 levels from there. Because that's when you make them. I thought that guy's name said Albion Online for a second. I was maybe like, hey, I played that MMO. And I never really cared for Albion Online. I tried it at launch, and, I don't know, it just seemed too overly PvP focused. Like, I don't mind PvP in my MMO, but I feel like that game was like 90% PvP, 10% everything else. Like, anything you were ever doing ever was because of PvP. Why did you PVM? PvP. Why are you skilling? PvP. Why are you doing PvP? PvP. Actually, that's a poll I don't think we've actually done yet, surprisingly. Like, how much you plan to engage with PvP when it does come out. Like, a lot, a moderate amount, or not at all. I don't think we ever polled it. We've talked about PvP quite a few times in this game, but we've never actually done a poll on it, I don't think. The big issue is we don't really know exactly how it's going to work. Also, everyone who goes Iron Man, I'm not even sure if you're going to be able to partake in it. Because the main reward is currency. And that means you could just trade infinite money to Iron Man. Because from what we currently know, it's going to be almost like dual arena style. With staking. But then that means Iron Man wouldn't really be able to partake. I did find it kind of surprised. I didn't realize I camped the snake so much the other day. We got 390 chestnuts. That's actually a lot. I wonder how much it costs. I wonder if it's worth camping these a little bit further and just buying the chestnuts later. Because I think chestnuts are only like 8 silver each, which sounds like a lot, but this potion is also worth like 20 or 30 when trading comes out. How much is chestnut? It's like the good chestnut. Yeah, they're only 7 silver each. Which sounds pricey to make one potion. But it is also the strongest green potion in the entire game. So it's not that pricey. Because the catkins cost more. I think they're like 8, 9 something. So this only costs 7, whereas the catkin costs more. Also giving more XP. Yeah, the catkins cost 8. Whereas the thing that's harder to obtain costs 7. Go figure. The thing that gives you less XP and is harder to obtain is like 1 silver or less. Yeah, if we had to buy extra of those, it wouldn't be that big a deal. 7 silver is quite a bit each, but the potion is worth it. Like, that potion's like bare minimum 15 silver, if not 20. Which it kind of has to be, because the 2 components alone right now is 15 silver. So yeah, it'd have to be bare minimum 20. Per potion. And depending on what the demand is in-game, it'd be higher than that, like 25, 30. It's currently costs 15 to make, if you were to buy it from the shop completely. But of course, we're only half buying it from the shop. As if we were to get more, it would be whatever our difference between our catkin and chestnut is. Of which our catkin would probably be higher. So what does it become unviable? We get a better EXP rate at 174 in theory. But I plan to skip this. I do plan to do some of this. I do plan to skip this. And this. I mean, I do plan to do this all the way to 200. So we can technically do this all the way if we don't care about Bone Spike, but the problem is we do care about that Bone Spike a lot. But we need to wait till I have level 115 woodcutting though, so we get the better Suave when we're doing it. Because that's my requirement to go back to these two. To Femur and Bone Spike. I need Suave. Suave level 115 for tier 3. We're currently at 73. We need 42 more woodcutting levels. Which is not happening anytime soon. So we like power grind woodcutting for 2 days. How many capes do we currently own? Technically 3. But if we were to count every single one that we could get, probably like 40. I only ever got 3 just because I didn't want to waste the currency on them quite yet. But if we were to get every single cape we possibly could get, I think it's like 40 or 50 capes. Go buy them all? Oh, I don't even have enough money to buy them all. I don't even think I could buy every 200 keep that I could currently have. Let alone all the keeps we could currently have. We're too poor. Because each 200 keep is like 3 gold, like 3 points up there. So I could buy like 3 of them. And we'd still not even have every 200, let alone every 100, let alone every 50 cape. We can go peek at them. Can't click buy on any of them, though. I haven't actually peeked at this shop in a while. We'll go ahead there in a moment, then. Alright, let me go double check. Let's see. How many do we have in here? Alright, currently we need 190 more catkins. Well, technically 189. Alright, let me double check that I grab these. Then we'll go check the keep shop real quick. But yeah, it shows you the preview images for them. I think the higher tier capes only show the extra design, though. Oh, never mind. We already claimed these. Never mind. I thought we were on a new hour set. Apparently not. I'm gonna go get those cooking contracts in. Gotta wait an hour, though. I think we gotta wait, what, 40 minutes? Alright, let's go check this thing real quick, and then we'll go tally back. Wait, there should be a lot in here. I haven't checked his shop since we got the 200 mining cape. But it shows every single cape in the entire game, as well as all the tiers. The guard design, the cooking one, the fishing one. I like the little spring it has. I really like it the higher level, where it goes like underwater. The forager, the alchemy with a bunch of bubbles up from a vial. The scout one with all the beers and everything. And any that we have higher than 50 to show the extra design that would be below it. Unfortunately, it doesn't show you the full keep, though. Woodcutting, carpenter. A little bats extra design for that one. Not sure what that is. Obviously, that's bone right, but the full design. Oh, this is the one we're wearing right now. There's the one we were wearing. Stonemason. Oh, the dragon one. I can't wait till we get 500. It almost makes me want to go get 500 watch person when the combat rework happens. We got to do 200 guard, then 200 scout, then 200 mine fighter. Then we really got to determine if we're doing 500 mine fighter or doing 500 watch person to finish the dragon, which will also help us when chapter 5 comes out. Then we have detective, then leatherworker, merchant, and that's all of them. Yeah, they're way too expensive to go buy, though. We can afford like 3 of them. Yeah, I really want the 500 dragon one. When I saw that game, or when I saw that before the game came out, I was like, oh yeah, we definitely got to do that at some point. We still haven't yet. I'm waiting for the combat rework at this point. As well as 200 alling the other combats. And then at that point, we make the determination if we go for 500 mine fighter or 500 watch person first. I do intend to do... the main reason I kind of want to do it that way is 500 mine fighter banks so much alchemy XP. And also makes it quicker to do Chronopolis. But depending on what the builds look like in Chronopolis, I might just do Chronopolis. And just not even bother with mine fighter. It also sets us up really well to be able to go do chapter 5. As they mentioned that the obelisk buff will slightly buff the following chapter. So there's a good chance we do 200 all and then immediately go do Chronopolis 500. Which gives us the dragon keep and also gives us a head start at chapter 5. That way we have at least one combat at 500. And that way we can start doing all the new ones 500 each time. That way we could do Shieldbreaker 500, then whatever the next one after that is 500, so on and so forth. Which is probably the play for the most part. 200 guard, then 200 scout, then 200 mine fighter. Then 500 watch person, then 500 Shieldbreaker, so on and so forth. And then 500 every new chapter. The combat rework should be happening in the next month. Hopefully. We don't have any official date. We don't have an official date on anything. For all we know, trading could release like 3 days from now. Or it could be 3 months from now. And same with the combat rework. Like, for all we know, combat rework could be in like 2 weeks, or it could be in like 2 months. He says sometime after today during the Q&A. True, true. That does give us the exact date. Some day after today. So it could be tomorrow. Realistically, both of them should be in about the next month, month and a half. Both trading and combat rework. And assumably special attacks in there as well. Because those seem to be the 3 biggest things they're working on right now. Then after that, they're probably going to go and iron out PvP. And sometime between all of that, they're probably going to add the first new quest. As we haven't actually gotten a single quest since launch. There's been no new quests added yet. I know that's something pretty high on their priority list. Is adding a lot of new quests. But they haven't done a single one yet after 2.5 months. Or almost 2.5 months. By the time they add one, it will be 2.5 months. Alright, order drinking time. Honestly, I might time it on our next cycle. Just to see how long this AFK is. You don't need to do anything for like a minute straight, it feels like. Do all the keeps cost the same? All the keeps in the same tier cost the same. So all the level 50 keeps are the same. All the 100 keeps are the same. All the 200 keeps. But they keep going up in price every tier. All the way to 500. Which we don't have any of because we don't have a 500 yet. The watch person will be our first 500 for sure. And they will be getting skill perks to them in the future as well, they mentioned during the Q&A. So they're not just going to be purely cosmetic. This cape that we're wearing now would help us with mining whenever, sometime in the future. Whenever they implement that. And assumably the effect would get stronger with the tier of the cape. Which actually is something interesting that they can do balance-wise. Because both Old School RuneScape and RuneScape 3, when you get the cape, you simply just have the benefit. There's not like 4 tiers of the benefit. It's just simply you get the cape and then you have it. But British Shores can actually balance it a little bit more. by having 4 whole tiers, one which you get pretty early on in the game, then one kind of in mid-game, one a little bit later, and then one like all the way at end-game. So they can balance them a little bit more around that. They're also eventually going to be transmogs as well. Currently you wield them, but whenever they add like capes from bosses and stuff like that, you'll be able to actually wield whatever one you want while having the effect of another, in case one of them actually has stats. So you'll be able to cosmetically wield whatever your favorite one is, but still have the effect of a different cape. Oh, they make it easier to swap capes or add combo capes, so you don't have to run to the cape bank constantly. Well, you'll be able to change them visually in the future with the transmog. But if you actually want to change your stats that you're getting, you probably do have to go all the way over there, which could be a little clunky. Maybe eventually they'll put in the quartermaster once they actually have stats, rather than the cape storage. Have basically like a separate category in the quartermaster for capes, just so you can assess them anywheres. But you will be able to change them visually from your cape menu eventually. They did say that they're going to make them into transmogs. So visually you'll be able to change them without going back. But yeah, currently if you wanted to change their effect, you would have to go all the way back there, which is a really long walk. Unless you're routing it into like a cooking run or something. Is this like almost a minute walk away from a teleport? Let's see. I kind of started midway through. I want to see what this timer goes to, though. How AFK is this? I keep saying it's about a minute. I did start a little bit late, so we could add like 5 seconds. Or subtract, whatever way you want to look at it. Basically, whatever number I say is technically 5 seconds higher. Or, you know, whatever it ends at. But yeah, it's about 1 minute AFK. Not quite. Or maybe it is. Might actually be exactly a minute. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's why it feels like a minute, because it basically is a minute. It's like right here is around when you click, and I was saying the 5 second thing, so it's basically exactly a minute. Which is why it feels like a minute, because it's pretty much exactly a minute. Like almost on the dot. It's pretty much an exact 1 minute AFK. Hey, gather level. 13 more to go. Not gather levels, but for total. Technically we need 27 more gather. Oh, we're almost at the total level goal. So close yet so far. Get there soon though. I just realized. Oh no, I did. I was gonna say, did I ever buy the Saul? Yeah, I did. This guy just standing there reminded me. The guy who sells the Saul. I'm not sure why he stands out here. He's probably the most ambiguous shop in the game. Out of any shop that doesn't look like a shop, He takes, like, #1 position. On day 1, it took me a good hour to realize that was a shop. And not the guy in the building or one of the other buildings or anything. I mean, not in a whole hour, but it took me longer than it should have. To realize that the guy just randomly standing outside is actually the shop where you buy the soul. It's viable to do what we're doing right now until 76 woodcutting. At which point we should technically transfer over to oaks. But by that point we'll be switching over to 100 cooking. What level would that be? That would be 76 woodcutting and definitely at least 174 gatherer. Which is 4 more levels. Plus 7, that's 11. And the other 2 would hopefully come from bone, right? So yeah, that should be enough. So that's how much more woodcutting we need to go do then. 76 woodcutting. Doesn't matter what the gather level says. But a 76 woodcutting is when we'd have enough of all this. And then whatever the difference is for the other thing, we can just buy it later. When we hit 197 alchemy, which is no time soon. We'll just buy it down the line when we need it. So I mentioned that as if our gather would gain less XP. We should get to at least 175 gather during 76 woodcutting. Which means I technically don't even need 100 cooking to finish it out. We're probably still going for it just to round it out though. Yeah, where's the pole currently at? Well, it's pretty much dead center again. Why does this keep happening to our poles? Everyone's like evenly distributing again. Other than for other, but that was just kind of just there for, you know, the extra category. But, Yeah, on the gotta delay that one. There we go. But on the with the new build type soon available with the combat merge in Brighter Shores, which sounds best? So we got what, 48 votes in, and infinite ammo DPS range, or sorry, infinite ammo with DPS range is at 25%, which you'll have really high movement speed. You'll have pretty much enough ammo to kill anything. You can pretty much take no damage at all just by kiting them around and everything. Kind of like how you do at the beginning of a fight, except the entire fight, essentially. So at most they'll get like one hit every like 4 or 5 hits you do to them, if even that. Then the next one was, and that's at 25%, and then mixed with all faction gear plus specs, because you'll be able to go use all faction gear at a slightly reduced rate. We don't exactly know what that reduced rate is once you have every benefit perk unlocked for it, or how many you'll even need to be able to get to them. But whatever it is, you would be able to use the special attack of every single class weapon in the game, and that's at 27%. AFK DPS tank, aka 0 to 1 clicks per fights, aka exactly how it is now, but way more min-maxed, is at 29%. So basically you just engage a fight maybe with like a range poke or two, you then start meleeing them, and you just obliterate them with melee then. You would have really high DPS, you would never die because you would be skilled, or, you know, you'd be spec'd in a way where all your stats would just be able to survive. You would have really high DPS with whatever weapon you're using. You'd be really tanky against what you're fighting, so you would never need to even heal pot, or pot alone. You would just go and just whack them, and it would just die. And yeah, it's actually winning at 29% right now, and then 19% at other. It kind of makes sense why it's winning, though, because it's basically the current state of the game, but more min-maxed, is effectively what you could view it as. Where you just melee something down just completely. Just click them once, go away, you're good to go. Never gonna need a heal pot, never gonna need a boost pot. You could if you wanted to, or at least boost pot. Heal pot you wouldn't need. But it wouldn't be required. You simply engage an enemy and then it dies. And if you want, you could throw like a special attack in there, if you're playing slightly more actively. I'm curious to see how that does pan out, though. Because it's basically how it is now, but ultra min-maxed. Which is a lot of damage. Like a lot of damage. Like potentially 20, 30, 40, 50% more damage than now. While still effectively doing what you're doing now. And far more AFK because you never really have a risk of ever dying if you're that min-maxed. Pre-enabled and praise the sun. I wonder if they're doing it together. Oh no, they're not. Because their levels are like so close together. Could just be two people that recently got to the area though. What time is it right now? Hopefully by the time we hit our next knowledge bar, the cooking should be ready. Because then I think we're camping cooking till 100. After we do our next bounty run. Which shouldn't take too long. We can actually see what the XP rate for bacon sandwich is. It's decently high. I forgot how much XP we need at each level range. Wiki probably has a page for it somewhere. Not that one. Picking 94 sandwich. If it'll let me click on it. Nope, that's not the right one. I wish. Oh, actually, let me go under chef. Because it probably shows it under chef properly. Let's see. It makes about 250 silver an hour, so 1/4 for gold. And the main thing we care about is 162,000 XP per hour. Which is pretty much our best XP rate till stew. Because the other ones are really annoying to go do. But yeah, it's basically best XP rate till stew. At 162. There are a few others, but between getting all the supplies and everything else, and how much further they are to bank, and the further process and everything, and the fact that they make negative money, that is basically our best option till 120, if we were to camp it, with no contract. I only plan to do it to 100 though, and then go back to contracts. Just grab the XP from it directly while it's still good. Technically, it would be worthwhile to go to 100 too. But for this stream purpose, we should only need 100. Let's just really feel like cooking more. Yeah, we'll see how we feel when we get there. It's technically 100 too. Yeah, that would pretty much do it, wouldn't it? I think it would. No, it'd still be slightly short. Not by much, though. Alright, let's do the math on it real quick. Let's see, 102. That's 9. That's 4. That's 3. That's 1. Yeah, we need one more level, somehow. I guess we just come back to do a gatherer level or something off a bone spike. But if I did go for 102 cooking, I would only need one other level. And that one other level would be half of a gatherer level. Oh, I thought that was an axe upgrade for a second. That's just the axe AFK activity. You get to chop logs for XP. And I believe your axe upgrade does give you better XP rate for that. It's one of the few AFKs where your axe actually does help. Normally, most AFKs for woodcutting is lopper. But any that have the axe icon, I'm pretty sure use your axe's percent for your AFK activity. Kind of like how all the mining ones, pretty much other than the pan, work off your pickaxe's percent rather than off your anything else. So we've almost been going for 8 hours already. That's kind of crazy. Ugh. The stream has gone by so quickly. It's supposed to be one of our full length streams for once as well. I've been doing a lot of smaller streams lately. Gotta get back to those beefy 11.5 hour ones. I still haven't caught up on sleep since New Year's though. It still hasn't happened yet. That's been the biggest issue with it. Grabbed a pretty hefty lunch today, so I've been having a little bit more energy today, though. "12-hour streams the new norm." It was for a while. It's actually going to be our first one since New Year's. Or, you know, since the new year. Yep. Let's see. Yeah, we should be able to make it. We gotta get 12 levels in 4 hours. A little over 4 hours. We got like 4 hours, 10 minutes. As long as we're getting 3 levels per hour, we should be good. And so far we have been. As long as we're not doing a slow skill, pretty much everything in the game is at least 3 an hour. As long as you're not doing like one of the really, really slow ones. But nearly every skill in the game is at least 3 or higher. Especially if you're doing it right at the level range of an unlock. Like the bacon sandwich at 94. Cooking. There's one nice great thing about this too is we're gonna get so much Carpentry XP when we go and cash these all in. Because we can start running these at 67 as our best plank that we could do, our best log. And I'll try to get that off stream to 67. In case we feel the urge to do more carpentry tomorrow. Actually, I'm not sure what my goal is tomorrow if there's not a patch. Other than the obvious ones of still trying to get 200 all. I mean specifically from that. To some degree, I kind of want to do the 200 push for Gatherer. Oh, so what was today? The 66? I just realized day 69 is on a Monday on our small stream. And poor Lester. The day we actually do that, it's going to be one of the smaller streams. Is I did want to potentially have 200 Gatherer by then. Just to finish out Gatherer. Like, this stream will have 174. I don't want to make Monday the wrap up 200 Gatherer stream, probably. And after we have 200 Gather, of course, we could dump everything into Bone Rate. We're still going to need a lot of knowledge to finish Bone Rate, though. 200 Gather is going to get me at most, like, 5 to 10 Bone Rate levels. Like, 10 at the absolute most. Which means we still got to scrap together, like, 36 levels through knowledge. Oh, did I miss a tree or something? What do I feel like we're off by one? That's weird. Why am I off by one tree? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I missed a tree at some point. Oh well. It's not that big a deal. There's a billion trees around us in every direction. There's not a lack of trees around us, that's for sure. They're absolutely everywhere. As long as we don't miss one to Catkins. I have no clue where we missed one, but apparently, somewheres. Oh, you know what we should go do, though? Since our knowledge is so close, I'm gonna drop a couple. So we can go teleport over to the other thing. Because I need that 200% bar. There we go. Also, oh no, the cooking contract thing's reset in 4 minutes. I wish that was right now. It was gonna be kind of awkward because I'm heading there right now. I don't know, do we just wait it out? We might. Just do like another thing of stew while we're waiting. Yep, still a bunch of new players here. Not sure if they're real or bots, but they're new. I was gonna see how our Kakin stack is looking. We are at... surprisingly, not enough still. We still need another 93. We'll be getting it soon. Alright, let's go bring a... Hey, bird! Oh, that's funny. That's what my other account was. So there's at least 7 birds. 7 other people wanted our name. Yeah, that was what our other account was named. That's actually the first time I've seen a bird in the wild. I found bird number 7. We've got the OG bird. The one that just says bird with no number. So all this level grinding, we haven't even taken a rank. Because they keep moving so quick. We're like power leveling here and it's like, nope, still a mile away. We'll catch up a bit when we do combat though. There are some other people who are skipping combat into top though. I know, who was it? I think Vorpal was, wasn't he? He was at one point. He hasn't anymore. There's someone here who skipped combat pretty hard. Oh yeah, I think it was Rockstat. Where they pretty much went all in on Mines Matubin. And basically have almost full skipped combat. Actually, that's not true. They did combat in 2 zones, but they kind of did what we did. And then they kind of ignore the first 2 chapters combat. But yeah, they are, I believe, the highest crafter in the game. Like, their average between their Bone Wright, Blacksmith, and Stonemason. Also, I love how he stopped at exactly 199. Because all he needs is 199. He'd even bother going for 200. I find that hilarious. That's technically all you need. You don't actually need 200 in the current state of the game. You will after the changes that they make. But in the current state of the game, you don't need higher than 199 Bone Wright. One thing that's kind of interesting is after the changes, you don't need higher than 139 Bone Wright. At least not for a while. Unless you're a Guardian. Or you want some easy levels for your total. But with that plus 60 change they're doing, you can technically just get to 139 and have 199s. Due to the plus 60 extra crafting levels you get after the patch. Let's see what cooking contracts we get. Go do them all. And we should be good to go. We could have technically even done them right here. But we'll see what we get on the board. Alright, we got nothing. Wow, that's all awful. Just want to take these two, I guess. Do we have the inventory for it? We technically could. It's going to be really oyster heavy, but that's fine. We take these two, not the other one, though. Alright, let me double check our math here. 7, 14, 7... No, too many. One of them has to go. I think we get rid of a little Lucy, based on where we have to go. We have to go there anyways for Scrap Merchant, though. Actually, I think I just get rid of the Leeks Pie thing. I just want to turn in just that. Because that's so much inventory for basically nothing. I don't know, we'll still keep it. Anyways, as long as I can buy all my oysters right now. That's the main thing I want to see. 17, 14, 5. Yeah, I can do them all. Is this really worth it? Probably not. We'll take them all. As long as I have enough to take all oyster. Which is 14, 7. Oh, no, that's not enough. Okay, yeah, we have to abandon that one. That one we do abandon. That one's not worth it. I'll do the rest, though. We can't do it in one inventory, but we don't really need to. So yeah, that is, what, 20? Wait, is that 20 on the dot? It is. Gosh, everyone wants oyster. Even my other task was oyster. They really want those oysters. Oh, wait. Why did I do it that way? Wait. I meant to do 12 and 12. Whoops. I counted wrong. I was trying to do a 12 and 12 and failed very badly. Alright, that should be everything organized then. Oh, I forgot to buy the thing. That would help. Buy the rest of the ingredient. That should be everything, and that'll be for our next run. I was going to turn in our 3 and then come back to go do the rest. Because we can't fit it all in one inventory. And that should guarantee us 94. There's no way we don't make it. It is 100% guaranteed. Even just like 2 or 3 of these is probably enough. And then we can start our bacon sandwich grind. I'm not sure how deep we're going into bacon sandwich grind. Deep enough for 100, but I might go for 102 just so my bounties are better. I just realized both the 2 things are for Enchantress. Didn't even notice that. Also, I should have pre-drank this when I was making them. I could have easily done both. He's not going to get back in time to be able to make anything else out of them. There it is, the bacon sandwich. It has arrived. The guy named himself the Blue Faction. He knows what class he's picking. He's a level 2. And he called himself the Blue Faction. That'd be funny if he doesn't pick Cryo Knight, though. Could you imagine? I'm placing my prediction on a 99% chance for Cryo Knight. Watch him not pick it, though. That guy was asking if all progress is deleted at launch. No, it is all saved. Though I'm in too much of a chef rush to go tell him, but someone in that room will. Like the PK legend in there. Yeah, all progress does carry over to main game. Otherwise, we would not be grinding this hard. If it didn't. Yeah, bacon sandwich time. Oh, that's where you turn in your scrap metal. This is the. I was wondering what that was for. That's for the gatherer AFK. Wow, that's far away. That's like really far away. They make you walk that far to go turn that in. That's like a mile away from where you gather it. Alright, bacon sandwich time. Let's go get our first time bonus while we still have the boost. So we need bread and bacon. Alright, let me just prep one so we can immediately cook it. And I will go prep the rest. And I guess we're doing this to 100 or 102? I have no clue. Definitely got to get at least 6 levels. Oh, I got to cook it first. About to serve raw bacon. Yeah, that should be first time bonus. With the extra 5% boost. There we go. Alright, now back to bacon. Now we can make them normally. A little bit less AFK than stews, but we are playing actively, so it works out. And we just sell it to the guy and rinse and repeat. This will also be a good time to bring the map up. As the map works really well for this activity. To go keep clicking back and forth. Yeah, we're gonna go for at least 100. Might go for 100 too, we'll see. And then the other level can come from gather, or even do the woodcutter gather together. But bare minimum, we need 6 levels from this. And our contract. We'll still be doing contracts during this, but our next contract doesn't start till like an hour from now, so got a little while. Yeah, 514 each is pretty nice. And these do profit, not a lot. But it's like 1/4 a gold an hour. Which is very low, but you know, it's better than nothing. It's mostly for the cooking XP though. And this is the best range that we could do it at. Should be getting some pretty quick levels. But I think it's worth 5% boosting though. Also, whenever I need the knowledge, it's right across the street to go get the potion. To throw in the bone right. Also, I think this is the first time I've ever used the auto buy feature for cooking. I think I actually ever have until today. He's been never really just like spammed cooking since then. So wow, we got the dead server. Where is everyone? Normally this place is bustling. Still a couple new players here though. And Contendo. Could be that they're all stacked on each other as well. It is 11 people here. It doesn't look like 11. It's because everyone's stacked on each other. Oh, I just realized something funny. We can actually double stack our meat. Because actually, it's more efficient to not sell to him. He's not going to despawn. And we just rub our meat together. But yeah, I can drop one stack, then drop... Or not even just drop the other stack on it. Just pick up the other stack, and then we're good to go. But yeah, I keep wasting time selling to him. But I should do 2 inventories, then pick them all up, and then sell. Good old drop all menu. This is something that didn't exist the last time we did bacon sandwich. But we could do that to save a little bit of time. Doesn't save much, but saves like 10 tiles. That's a good few seconds every cycle. So instead of selling to him every 12, we sell to him every 24. This wasn't viable before because it took too long to drop them all. But with drop all, this is actually worth it. And you just pick them all up after you finish this batch. And then sell 24 and then repeat. So every other batch you drop to the ground so you can sell 24 at once. It saves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It saves 14 tiles because you gotta go back and forth. So it saves 14 tiles doing the drop bacon. It's not a lot, but 14 tiles is like 3-4 seconds. Every 2 full inventories of bacon. Gotta get any kind of savings when we can. It's not a lot, but it helps. Or should we could queue take all? You can queue take some, but not take all. They don't want you to be greedy. They want you to take some of them, not all of them. I like there's just no downtime though. And hey, we're about to hit back to 10 gold after all the gold we spent earlier. Because even though this makes almost nothing, it's still making like a 4th of gold an hour. Which at least is profit, if nothing else. It's not a lot of profit, but it's profit. Alright, we got the more populated room this time. Rat number 55. How is there so many people wanting the name Rat? Now I kind of want to wonder who the OG Rat is. If there's 55 other rats in the game. They're all going to be doing PvP as well. So many rats. But yeah, that's a lot of rats. Also, have any of you guys seen a number in 100 yet? I feel like I saw a John 100 something, but I'm not sure. I know it was a high number. I'm not sure if it was over 100. Have any of you guys seen a triple digit number? Like, you know, a name and a number, and then the number is absurdly big. Yeah, that's pretty high. Number 55 rat. I could have sworn I saw one absurdly high for like the name of John or Matt or something, like really common name. I just realized what tier of bacon sandwich we're making right now. Tasty bacon sandwich. Let's see, did they use the word zesty at all? I never paid much attention to that. What are all the tiers of sandwich? We got basic, then appetizing, then fine, then tasty, which is where we're at the tasty stage right now. Then after tasty is, what's after tasty? Then after tasty is appetizing. Or wait, or was that already used? No, after tasty is delicious. And after delicious is, something. What's after delicious? Sumptuous. Alright, that's the word they go for. Or no, gourmet. Gourmet's the one after, that one. Gourmet's after delicious. There we go, 10 gold. Finally back to double-digit gold. That won't stay there long, but currently it's double-digit. Until tomorrow, where we'll go down to like 0 gold somehow. But currently it's a double-digit gold number. Oh, and I ruined it already. Oh, I almost got all 9s. 9 gold and 99 silver. I know that's really small, but... Look at the little mini numbers. Gotta get like a magnifying glass to go see them. There's not too much different size in this now that I'm looking at it. Like, it's small, but honestly, it's about as small as these other numbers. Hey, Chino's here too. Oh yeah, did our contracts get hourly reset yet? Can't recall if they did. I don't think they have yet. Haven't been cooking that long yet. Oh yeah, that's something else I didn't really consider. If I do 200 all in every area, I wonder what I'm going to dump knowledge into when we go do 200 all combat. After the combat rework and everything. Assumably in Chapter 1 it would be Alchemy. In Chapter 2 it would be Carpenter. In Chapter 3 would be, oddly enough, probably smithing over bone right. Just to really grind it up to 500. Or 460 or 440 technically, so we can make a 500. And in Chronopolis, that's actually a good one too. What on earth are we putting Chronopolis into? Ooh. That's actually a tricky one. I'm actually not sure. I want to say Leatherworker? Just so we can get better armor quicker. For when Armor Maker comes out. But yeah, I think it would have to be Armor Maker, even though I'd be getting rid of some of my money printer. It is the slowest skill to train in that chapter. So if we're looking at it purely from an EXP perspective, it's basically the Carpentry of Chapter 4. So yeah, I would have to put it into Leatherworker. Oh, that's gonna hurt. That is gonna be painful to do. But yeah, I would have to put it into Leatherworker, unless I want to waste it on Merchant. Either or. I can either waste it on Merchant or do Leatherworker. Leatherworker is the one I should do. Merchant is the one that feels right, though. You're having Subway for dinner? Nice. Yeah, all I had was a big lunch earlier. I still haven't ate anything since. But I will in a few hours once we end. As soon as that number says 2,500, we end the stream. Not a moment prior. $10 levels to go. This should be really doable in 3.5 hours. Yeah, that's a spicy Italian sub? Nice. I end up just getting Wendy's. They had like a 2 for $7 thing on their Dave's single. So I was like, ooh, might as well. That solves a lunch for today. Had that and a Frosty. Yeah, it's the only problem with Wendy's. They're too close nearby. It's like the closest fast food near me. Because sometimes when I'm on a walk, it's like, ah, it's right there. It's so convenient. It's currently the closest fast food place to my house. Burger King is somewhat close, but it goes across too many annoying major roads. Like, the distance is about the same, but you gotta cross, like, a major road twice. So I normally don't path that way. Your closest are Dunkin' Donuts and Baskin Robbins. Oh gosh, that's a bad combo. All the junk food ones. Not that Wendy's is healthy, but you know. It's healthier than Dunkin' Donuts. On a health metric. It's definitely not under the health food category, but you know. Oh, that would be dangerous if I lived right next to a Dunkin' Donut. My dad goes there like literally every day. Actually, I haven't been there since I last went with my dad in like June or July. That was the last time I've been to a Dunkin' Donuts. Which means it's been a good 7 months now. I would definitely feel more tempted if there was one like literally like half a mile from me though. Alright, next inventory gets us a level. The first of many. Not sure if I'm going to 102 or just 100, but we'll figure it out once we get a little closer. 100 is just a nice even number. 102 actually has a benefit because it gives us better contracts. As all of our contracts increase in price. But they also increase at 99, so we could also make the argument to just go to 99. 100 is a slightly cleaner number. Oh, we gotta cook them first. That might help. Keep trying to make raw bacon sandwiches. Hey, M is here. One of the 26 single letter names. Well, I guess all the numbers as well. Though technically a number isn't a letter. Wait, 26 or 24? Wait. Yeah, 26. I was right the first time. Wait. Why am I forgetting how many letters there are in the alphabet? Is it 26 or 24? Oh gosh, it's getting late at night if I'm forgetting that, gosh. Actually, I legitimately don't remember. It is 26, right? Okay, it is 26? Okay. I'm not sure why. I was second guessing myself for a second. So I was right then. Barely. I should probably pay attention to how much knowledge per inventory we get here, so I know when we need to go get a an XP pot. XP is still coming in pretty nicely. It feels great seeing an XP drop and seeing the bar actually move. That's one of the benefits of being pre-200 level. Your bar actually moves when you get an XP drop. It doesn't just stand there doing nothing. You see actual progress occurring. Instead of going for like minutes on end, and it's like, up 1 pixel. Oh, so did I just see a mining XP boost from him? He did. I'm watching the replay. Ooh. Wonder what he's boosting. Let me guess. Bone rate? Let's see. We could probably figure it out by just looking at his stats for like a few seconds. Let's see. Yeah, bone rate. Yeah, it is almost guaranteed bone rate. It's kind of funny. We're actually both doing bone rate boosting at the same time. He's a little further though. Oh, the 500 watch person here is over here doing the alchemy. They were doing, I think, smithing earlier? No, they were doing stonemason. When we were doing our stonemason grind. They were probably doing 200 stonemason. I'm gonna grab everything from here. I've seen them a couple times. I was seeing them train in combat. Back when we were still doing like slightly pre-200. But they've had that keep for almost a month now. I think they were like the first 5 to get it. First 3. They had one goal and one goal only, and that was to go get 500 watch person pretty much. They weren't the first, but they get it pretty quick. Oh, we got 4 people in here now. Before you know it, we'll take over the whole room. With green text. Still quite a few new players here. That guy's talking to everyone in the room. There's a little more zombies. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we're going for a while tonight. Hope your day went well. Still going for about another 3 hours. Ideally, we don't click end stream button until that number says 2,500. Currently, we're going for 100 cooking, I guess? 102? 99? I'm not sure. Some number bigger than it is now. And then we're probably going back to woodcutting gatherer. You went on holiday for part of the week? Nice. You just woke up? Oh gosh. Yeah, I know you normally get it around this time. So I knew it was either after your work or in the morning. But yeah, morning it is. Welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, we've been going over the rework quite a bit. We have a poll for it too, as far as like the main builds, based on what we currently know from the rework. But yeah, a lot's going to go happen with it. All crafting can start going 60 higher. We're going to have a skill tree for both your main level and your obelisk level. Your main level will consist of 30 for the first 2 chapters and then 40 from every chapter afterwards. And everything beyond that in every single chapter goes to the obelisk system, which has a lot of really interesting perks. Like be able to use other class equipment, higher movement speed, higher ammo, being able to focus what kind of damage type you have, stuff like that. Interesting to see how it pans out. That reminds me, did I ever check the contracts here for this hour? I feel like I have, but I just want to double check just in case. I have. Okay, just making sure. You know what? This one's actually not bad if we get synergy on it. I'll take that, just in case. I highly doubt we will get synergy, but, you know, if we do, and the rest of our tasks aren't horrible, we might take it. Plus, we could turn in bacon sandwich pretty much for free since we're going to have them in our inventory. Am I gonna go past you in cooking? Probably not. I only plan to get to about 100 today or so. 102 at most. Like, let's see, if I get 5 levels here, we're gonna have 1 level there. Yeah, I think we stop at 100. Technically, we can stop at 99, but I don't want to stop at 99. This could be too weird of a number. If we're going to 99, I gotta go to 100. You've been neglecting it? I mostly just been doing the hourly contract thingies. Not like religiously, but we've been doing them a little bit more recently. I think per day I take them like 4 times. Or, you know, check the board like 4 times. Though today we've been taking a little bit more since we were planning on focusing on cooking a bit more. I think today we've pretty much taken it every hour, actually. Which almost never happens. Or just because I had to power rush our cooking to 94 to get to bacon sandwich. Yeah, I think I only missed like 1 the entire stream. So I've taken it like 7 times in 8 hours. Which is probably one of the most I've ever taken in a day. I just realized something weird with the current level range we're at. Are these even worth doing? Because we're getting like what? How much XP per hour? One of these numbers is correct. This one, I believe. We're getting 124,000 per hour, roughly. Which means what? 124,000 divided by 60. Or not by 60, by, well, how many do we normally get in? I guess technically by 20. No, what am I trying to do with the math here? The problem is they also give you XP as you're doing them, though. So you gotta time almost just the walk. But between buying and everything, yeah, I'm not sure if they're worth it. Also, hello, Chino! Welcome, welcome. Hope all has been well. So you're also cooking and boosting bone rate. We are also cooking and boosting bone rate. Trying to get to 2,500 total today. 9 more levels. We're almost there. Oh, you've been doing fishing as well? Oh yeah, I did see you earlier doing fishing. Briefly. Oh, you're about to get to 120 stews. Nice. Yeah, that's the next good one after bacon sandwich. We're going to be mostly contracting through that area, though. The only reason I'm doing bacon sandwich now is they're pretty good XP rate around this range. But eventually the contracts become better again. Yeah, the only problem with me making the tier 1 cod and chips is I don't have any tier 1 potatoes in the bank. Or any of the cod in the bank. So I'm going to have to individually buy both when I do it. For the next tier up, I have them banked, though. Well, not the cod, but the potato. But I don't have any tier 1 potato, though. Unfortunately, you can't use a higher one. But, where is it? There's a second one over here. Where is it? There's like a second. There it is, yeah. At 131, I could start, like, mass making them pretty easily. It's around the time when stew starts to become dead as well, which is pretty nice. Yeah, I think that's our game plan for the rest of the stream then. Though I am tempted to stop at 99 cooking. And just let it sit there. And then do the woodcutting gatherer for the rest. Because let's do the math. 4 more levels. 2 more. 2 more. Yeah, that'd be 8. And then the bone right. Yeah, that'd be enough. So we only need 99 cooking today. Which is going to look a little weird, but it does work out nicely. And then we like contract to 102. And then we have the cod of the lower tier and can just keep contracting through that. But yeah, for a contract to be worth it, let me double check something. If we turn in 6 at that, try to do some math. If we're getting 120,000, what would the difference have to be for it to be worth it? Though the problem with the 120,000 is I'm not sure if it's counting bank time or not when it comes to the XP rate on the wiki. I'm not sure if it's counting for bank or not counting for bank. It's actually amazing how much less AFK this is than the woodcutting gatherer thing we were doing earlier. We timed it and it was basically exactly 1 minute of AFK. It was really nice. Alright, there's something else too. I'm not sure if the wiki puts into account that, the drop method when it does the XP rate. I'm pretty sure the XP rate was posted there before the drop method. Because whenever you post a number like this, I have no clue what to go by. Because I'm not sure if they're doing it tile perfectly, or if they're doing like every single min-max thing, or if they're doing it with some amount of delay. Because any of these could be like 20% variable to what it actually is. Because I'm almost guaranteed it's not doing the drop thing, because it probably was calculated before that was even in. You've been doing veggie stew only? Oh gosh. It's good at some level ranges. It's definitely pretty AFK. But, oh gosh. Brings me flashback of Branolf Inheritance. Where we like brute forced it in one stream where all we did was cooking the entire time. Like we literally just had a stream where we just made stew the whole stream. Pretty much. In order to get the requirement for Branolf Inheritance. When they end up buffing it the other month. There's some really dead areas for stew only, though, is the problem. At some level ranges, it's really good. But there's some level ranges where it's really, really slow. Like, it'll still get you through, but very, very slowly. Yeah, it would be nice if you could queue the actions for these. I was actually kind of surprised this one couldn't. But then that kind of opens up the door to, should you do it for Carpentry? Should you do it for Leatherworker? And I would say yes. But that is a huge buff to Leatherworker, though. And partially to Carpentry as well, but the Leatherworker would definitely gain the biggest benefit from it. If every skill like this had auto-queue. Or not auto-queue, but you know what I mean. The queuable action. Oh, so we should see a rush of people coming soon if they're going to come for the board. Since it resets at everyone in 5 minutes. So around this time, in like 5-ish minutes, like 3 to 6, we should see a rush of people just go for that board. Like a higher number than normal. Including the room itself. Stew from 120 to 144. I was gonna do some of the COD thing in there. Let's see. What does the COD unlock again? Yeah, it's 131. I would definitely do it from 120 to 131. Let me double check. Does that actually give good XP at all? Or are we just using it for contract? I already pre-have the thing though. So it's really the COD cost. Wait, why is the COD so much? 4 silver for a COD? That's highway robbery. Yeah, I'd probably only do it for contracts then. Because you lose money. How much better XP is it than Stew though? Not worth the money. It is more per hour, but barely. Yeah, it's not worth it. It is better XP per hour, but you do actually have to lose money. You also have to go to a further shop to buy it. Which might actually even out the XP rate. So it's only worth it for contract then. It's not worth it for anything but contract. You found a way to have 2-second downtime on pufferfish? Does it use the new respawn thingy? There is a way that you can stagger some resources. I haven't really messed around with it too much since the update. Because now every single respawn is based on the first one taken, except instead of the last one. So there's a few things you can use it for. For the most part, it's only really useful if you're wide farming and then double taking from the same room. $4,600 stews is not that bad. You know how many stews that is? That's a lot of stews. There's a reason we're not getting 200 cooking anytime soon. That's a lot of stew. That's why I still plan to do most of the grind with contract. And the reason I'm doing some bacon sandwich now is because it's the best XP rate we're ever going to get for it at this range. So might as well cash in it a little bit. You have a lot of high-level taters. I haven't yet since I haven't done the forage and grind. So I've mostly just been buying them to order for contract. It's the other reason I don't want to go like too deep into cooking. I do sometimes hit a money wall, particularly on contract. Or, you know, the cooking contracts. Which reminds me, they're actually ready right now. In the next cell, we gotta go grab them. Also, it's possible to have a bacon sandwich one right now as well. And regardless how big that number is, it's worth doing because we have 1 billion of them. Already pre-made. Alright, 8 levels to go, so close! And at the double knowledge, we'll get that bone rate level as well. But yeah, 99 is going to be our cooking stopping point then. And we should be able to contract the last of it as well, which is nice. Do like one big contract run to go get our 99. Because that's when our contracts start to get better as well. After bacon sandwich. Because I believe that's our first item unlock. Yeah, it's our first item unlock. Because these don't count towards the message board. Has to be an actual item. So that'd be a good stopping point because that's when bacon sandwiches start to fall off ever so slightly. They're still worth doing though. But it's when they stop having like the max XP rate relative to the other alternative, which is like bounty board only. Still be making them obviously whenever you have a contract though. So we'll go for 99. Unfortunately, we won't be able to double dip this stream. This will happen after the stream. I'm gonna go grab dinner. Oh, so I can't wait till they add more quests. We still haven't gotten a single one since launch. I want more so badly. And knowing him, he's gonna be releasing so many quests. It's just kind of unfortunate that so far none have been released. But he will eventually. There's going to be a random day and it's like, oh yeah, new quest. Let's see what we have over here. Anything good? Any bacon sandwiches? Alright, we only got one for Divincible. These we have a lot of spear supplies of. Oh, we got Century as well. Some of these are so bad though. We lose so much money. I'm gonna take them all for now and ignore that I did that. Vincible. Do we bother? Moray Eel, Scrap, Big Sean. Do we bother? I might. I might. Oh, not what I wanted. Yeah, we grab that. We were actually going to do a couple of these. It's not that bad. Oh no, I have it set to cubable action. No, actually I wanted to move. That's funny. Whoops. Because I wanted to try to do it exactly when it was ready, but nope. Oh, so do I have enough to even fill these? Am I just doing a whole run right now? Because I just realized all of them are in the same path. There's no way we could fill all that in our inventory though. But I think I can fit them all minus that. Let's see, 8... 16, 24. Yeah, I have exact inventory. Oh, how do I equip the potion then? What's this going to right now that I'm making? Big Sean? I would have to do like Big Sean plus Scrap Merchant or something. I gotta double turn in and then do a double. Actually, Scrap Merchant or the other one would be better. So I should technically do Big Sheen and Century. Actually, can we make that? Otherwise, it's these two together. And I have to do Big Sheen with those two. Actually, that's fine. I do Big Sheen with the double Vincible. And then do Scrap Merchant into Century. Alright, so what do I need then? I would need to go get 5 eels, 5 of the other thing. And just some bacon sandwiches then. Sounds fine to me. Oh, I need to actually go grab all the fish, though. Should probably go do that. I wish I already had the mash. This is where having Forager already done would be so convenient. Because we wouldn't need to go buy the mash at all. Technically cooking would, or fishing would be nice too to already have these, but honestly, most fishing stuff is not worth banking. Like, at all. Yeah, it's almost the same distance. Or in some cases, even more. Like going from a fishing spot to a bank, compared to just buying it from the guy. Obviously, if they ever get like too expensive, you probably would. But at least pre-200, I don't think they ever get that expensive relative to your contract profit. As long as you don't take one that requires too many. Now, what else do I need? Sandwich. I must just buy max sandwich. But then I would have to calculate what on earth max sandwich is. I'm just gonna grab exact amount. Yeah, we should be fine. Should be everything we need for the current contract. There we go, turn in the other double. Alright, so what do we need? We're heading to Big Sheen, then double turn in on Robin. On the Vincible. Oh yeah, Vincible's the one to the east, isn't it? Oh good, we did it this way. Because, yeah, that actually would have been out of our way, I forgot. That's not the west one, that's the east one. That's the one further out of the way, but going to Big Sheen, it doesn't go any further out of the way. So it actually works out perfectly. Okay, good thing I did that then. I forgot, that's the one on the opposite side. So I couldn't even synergize it with Sentry and everything. Perfect. What's our cooking level at right now? 96. Let's get it a little bit further than that. It won't quite be a level though. Yeah, what does Sheen want? Oh, he wants the 10 of these. Oh gosh. Well, luckily we got a bunch of them earlier, so we actually make a profit. And then both of these are double Vincible over here. Then we telly back, do the next set, and then we can go back to Bacon Sandwich. Here's the oyster spot. Oh, you can actually use those at the other storage rift. The other storage rift is actually close to that. Alright, 96.5, nice. Oh, this might actually almost get us a level now that I think about it. Oh, I really wish I already had them banked, though. One of the few benefits of doing Forager first. Otherwise, we have to go out of our way for these things. And of course, it also cuts into the profit. But also into the amount of time it takes to do it. And then straight back to bacon sandwich till 99. Because we're getting really close to, I hope we don't over encumber our knowledge points. Oh no. It's gonna be close. I'm not sure if it's gonna go all the way though. I forget how much you get per turn in. I think it's almost like 9-10% or something. It's actually pretty high. I guess this is one of the other reasons for doing it. The knowledge per hour on is better than normal cooking. Especially when you could chain a lot together. Like we could do like a 4 or 5 chain. Alright, now we can go finish them all. We got there. Oh, so I'm going to need to go pre-pot the other thing, otherwise I'm going to get too much knowledge. Which means I'm going to have to double pot. Which we don't normally have to do too often. But we're going to have to double pot it then. Do the mining one first, then do the other one. Apparently these give more knowledge per thing. I guess it makes sense because it's like a triple step. Rather than like a single or a double. Watch this not be the right amount. There should be 16. Looks like it. Yeah, 16 for sure. Let's get our other XP pot, go run all the way over there, teleport back, and back to sandwiches we go. I also don't even need to check what our bounty is. We know what it is, obviously. There's only one item in our inventory. Unless I go to the wrong location. Alright, time to double pot. We do this, then we do that. Then we use that on bone rate. Then we drink this. Then we do that. Yeah, bone rate level. Alright, run, run, run. Hey, we got a new AFK activity we'll never do. Other than for the one-time bonuses to have them all done at some point. There we go, double boosted. Obviously it's 2 different chapters. You don't have 1 XP boost per chapter at once. That's gonna be really funny once they have a billion chapters though. Because you could have 20 of these. Or 10 or 15. They're gonna need to reconsider how that gets stacked or something later down the line. Otherwise you're gonna see nothing but like a straight line across the entire thing. There's just a bunch of orbs. Alright, back to the sandwiches. We'll go till 99. And then we'll probably go back to the foraging thing we were doing earlier with foraging woodcutting. Which will also give us all the catkins we need for all the arbores for level 200 alchemy. Though in all fairness, only needs to do 3 levels, so... I would sure hope it would cover it. And back to bacon we go. There's probably also the last cooking contracts we need to do tonight. There's just a few free ones that happen on the next hour. Which would be in like, what, 40 minutes? By 40 minutes, I might have 99 cooking by then. We'll probably be slightly short. So the contracts would be able to push it over then, if they're actually good. Those are all bad. Which is probably the case. And as maybe we'll get lucky, we have no way of knowing. But honestly, we're making pretty good time. We get 2.5 hours to make, like, what? Since we're basically there. To get, like, 6 more levels in. Should be pretty doable. We're only gonna have, like, 15 minutes to spare, though. Like, it's pretty much gonna be exactly midnight. And it's like, oh, there we go, we got it. If only we gained this many levels every day. Because that means we gained, like, what, 40 levels today? Somewhere around there. Which is kind of crazy to think about, because our alt accounts get like 2 levels a day. Which that alone is like 20 times slower. However, those 2 levels do work post 200 as well. Whereas the 40 that we got today was all pre-200 stuff. Kyle. Oh, is Kyle in here? Oh, no. Oh, wait, never mind. That's not the guy with 500. Wait, is it? Wait, what the fuck is his name? No, it begins with a K. All K names are the same to me. Let's see. No, it's Ryan. Yep, level coming in. 2 more to go. And then we're done with cooking for today. Back to contracts. There we go. 6 more to go. As long as we maintain at least 3 levels an hour, we should be fine. Okay, how much are we getting here? Ooh, there's only 2 levels an hour? Oh no. We're only getting 2 levels an hour doing cooking right now. Wait, is cooking slow? Wait, are you trying to tell me that cooking is a slow skill to train? Unless wiki rate is wrong. I'm only going to gain 2 levels this hour for cooking. Though the contracts will push it over. Hopefully. Oh no. We're still gonna... Next to me. We're still gonna go for 99 though. And then finish off with the gather woodcutting thing. But yeah, because the wiki says we're getting, though I'm pretty sure we're getting slightly better than this. But not by much. Yeah, wiki says 124,000. This should be bacon sandwich. Nope, that's leek. Oh, no. I looked at the wrong number. It's 162,000. Wait. False alarm. Let's see, 60, 70. No, that's still only 2 levels. It's slightly better 2 levels, but it still is only 2 levels. Oh no. We'll still be fine though. We'll do those 2 levels and then we go into the other 2 and then boom, we're good to go. Plus we get a bone right level or 2. Definitely is 1, not sure about the second one. But yeah, that means at most levels, you're only getting like 2 cooking levels an hour. It's pretty slow. I'm curious, where's the cooking leaderboard? I didn't even think about that. How many people have 500 chef? Ah, a lot actually. 10. Not counting invisible people. That's actually quite a lot. Oh no, I didn't mean to move there yet. No! Finish making your sandwich. They're just setting up the map. Alright, now you can go there. Yeah, I kind of forgot. Cooking ESP is not that particularly quick, is it? It's a lot lower than I thought it was. Still worth doing at this level range, though. Still going for the 99. And then we do the woodcutting gather all the way to the end then. Also, wow, this makes so little profit. It's making like a 4 for gold an hour. Which, yeah, the wiki does mention that, but, wow, that's low. That is so low. Yeah, it's making a 4 for gold an hour. Well, at least it's better than a production skill that makes negative per hour. Yeah, leather worker makes crazy money compared to cooking. When you compare it like 1-to-1 with cooking. Because if we go to leather worker real quick. Let's see what we would make at level 80 leather worker. So for this it was, let's go get the exact number. For this it was 287 silver. Let's say 300 silver. Let's be generous to it. Let's see how it competes to the other thing. So this is a level 94. It's giving 300 silver an hour. Let's see what leatherworker level you need to do the exact same thing. To do the exact same thing for leatherworker, you need level 88 if we're comparing to the other thing, or oddly enough, exactly 94. Okay, but wait, maybe it's not too bad then. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I guess at that level range, you actually are making the exact same profit. Though this one is technically higher than it, if we're going like exactly 1-to-1. So you are still getting it earlier for leatherworker. It's just leatherworker keeps scaling and scaling. Cooking doesn't quite have the same scaling. Not to the same degree that leatherworker does. Because let's go check it. Let's go check like the highest thing on chef. Minus 11 an hour. Where's the profit one? Yeah, 1 gold an hour. You make 1 gold an hour at 345. By that point, leatherworker's making like 4 or 5 gold an hour? Somewhere around there. Let's see, level 345 leatherworker. At 345, you would be making... So it makes under 1 gold for cooking. At 330... Oh! But why is that scaled evenly? Wait. Of course, if you go up a bit, it's over a gold. But wait, it's actually scaled fairly? Huh. It's just that cooking doesn't really have a good one after that. Interesting. Are you trying to tell me cooking and leatherworker makes the same money? Because based on the wiki rates, it almost looks like it. It doesn't feel like it, though. But yeah, based on those two examples, it makes the same money at those two level ranges. Oh wait, was I looking at the wrong number for the other thing, though? Oh yeah, this is without the merchant discount. The merchant discount makes it way heftier profit. But yeah, without the merchant discount, they do make the same money at the same level range. I was looking at the non-merchant discount, though. Or is that the cost per? Wait, what am I even looking at right here? Wait. Yeah, it's profit an hour without discount. So yeah, without discount, leatherworker is actually scaled exactly to cooking. It's only the discount that makes it very, very, very absurdly broken. Oh, someone picked up the jar. Don't think I've ever seen someone do that animation. Of actually picking up that jar. That one singular jar just in the corner. It's in a weird spot where it's like out of your hitbox as well. Like the basket's a bit more obvious. But the jar, you kind of have to go out of your way to go get from like a normal camera angle. I guess from this camera angle it's a bit more obvious though. Or even this one even more so. Or from like vertical. Like you barely even tell there's a jar there. Just do like this and it says jar. A lot of random tools around here. It's like a bucket outside as well for the fishing thing. A basket over in the other area. Because I keep reading everyone's name as they go by. Because this area has such a high cycle of different names because of how many people are coming through constantly. In and out. You definitely see some of the craziest names in this room for sure. There's a lot of brand new players tend to roll through here. There's one thing that always feels weird in the later chapters that you don't get to see. That you really only see in chapter 1 and 2, particularly chapter 1. Like the brand new, just out of tutorial people. Level and a half to go. At the 5 minutes after the hour, hopefully the contract will push us over then. So we got a good, like, what, 22 minutes? Hopefully 22 minutes of bacon sandwiches get us there. And then we go back to woodcutting gather the rest of the time then, probably. And it should get us to 157 bone, right? Not sure about 158, though. Like how every room you move through, the music slightly changes. What do I say? I feel like Chapter 1 has the best ambience in that regard. Like how the music shifts depending on where you are. I feel like this chapter does it the best by far. I do prefer the music from Chapter 3 and 4. But the way the music is handled in Chapter 1 is a lot better. There's a lot more dynamic in Chapter 1, whereas in the Chapter 3 and 4, it's just good. Also, remember when the chef used to walk around? I almost forgot that this thing actually used to move. And you basically have to play target practice with trying to figure out where it is. Or, you know, trying to click on it, but then also trying to figure out where it is in the gigantic people. With like 20 other people all blocking where it is. Luckily, it's 100% stationary now. It's been like that for a while now. I'm slightly tempted to stop at 98 because their XP rate is so low here. I really thought cooking was a lot quicker. Not that it's like slow. But at this point, we might as well just be doing carpentry. And so they did a cooking buff. Because cooking's definitely getting buffed at some point. Maybe not necessarily its XP rates, but what you can use it for and everything. Yeah, the only problem with us doing carpentry right now is I need 67 before we get the good XP rate. Everything I have banked right now would be so slow. I still plan to do them off stream, but for our goal of 2,500, it wouldn't be worth it right now. If we had 67 right now, we could easily do it for like the rest of our levels if we really had to. But what we currently have banked is a little too slow for it. There's just a button you can click that makes you go auto back. I don't think there's anything you can at the moment. You can click escape to get all the way out the window, but there's not one to go back one menu. That'd be very convenient if they eventually add that. So I don't think I've ever seen someone cooking over there. Let's go into like the far location. Technically he's not cooking there, but he's standing there. It's like the furthest location you could do it on. I think he recenters when you go to the other tile, though. When you actually cook on it. I don't know, maybe you do the left tile. Yeah, that's the first person I've ever seen do that. Because, yeah, it defaults you to left tile, not right. Yeah, there it goes. I have never seen someone use that one. Why? Why go to the furthest possible location from everything? I've never seen that before. I don't think there's a single station in the whole room further away. Of course, you could be doing what she's doing, which is the closer one. Yeah, I've never seen that before. I guess their camera angle, it makes it closer to sell to chef. But I've never seen someone do the corner before. Because normally people cook where, you know, she is. The correct location. It's like the people who use the left icebox instead of the right one. There's one in prime real estate, and then you go to the one like a half a mile away. But I think that's what we do then. We get 98 cooking. Then we get 2 gather levels. 2 woodcutting levels. And all that should definitely give us at least a bone right level, if not 2. And then boom, 2,500. This might be the last batch of cooking we do then. Then we need to check the contract. Do we need to go remember to go get the XP pot while we're over there though? Just so we don't have to come back for a while. Yeah, that should push it over. Barely, but it should. And then back to the forest we go. That should be slightly short. Come on, two more, come on. You got this. Come on, one more. Does it make it? No way, no! No! Tell me I have something just in here. It'd probably be quicker just to go out there, though. I shouldn't have anything. I got rid of all junk. Nope. No! Alright, one more inventory. For that singular sandwich. If we're gonna do this, I'm at least pre-grabbing the potions. I forgot, I only need one potion. Because I'm not using the other one. Watch this next sandwich do it. Yeah, of course it does. I was literally one short. Amazing. We're exactly one sandwich short of the level earlier. Not ideal. It happens, though. Now we can go back to our 1 minute AFK woodcutting gathering cycle. Which is good, because I need to go on a bathroom break, too. It's another reason for switching. And I'm pretty sure this has a longer AFK than this cooking item. I think stew is longer than it, but this is definitely shorter than it. Let's go head over. No, I do not want to pop up. There's just our cooking level coming in. Alright, 5 levels to go. So close, yeah, so far. Oh, some people trading hats or something. Honestly, I really like this cycle. This has become like one of my top 5 cycles in the whole game. The ash tree catkin cycle. Unfortunately, it's not viable post 200 gatherer. Unless you really want Arbory potions. But XP rate wise, it wouldn't be worth it after 200. The ash trees would be because they keep upgrading. But the catkins don't go any higher. Currently, anyways. Yeah, be right back. Yeah, we're back, we're back. Oh, someone's actually doing the egg AFK. I don't think I've ever seen anyone do this. I forgot a tree at some point. Oh no. This just works out because it's one potion slot now. Let's drink it now. Slowly but surely, bone rate will reach 199, technically 200. Might as well go all the way. Is it worth mining carbonice? The answer is probably no. Or smelting crafting with it for the journey from 52 to 60 smithing? Or should you just focus on iron? Yeah, it's generally better to go for iron. Not sure about at that level range though. Also, you only need 58 if you're getting it for the quest. You get +2 boost everything. But yeah, Carbonice is in a really weird position, assuming you're banking it. It's because it's so far from a bank that the amount of extra XP you get from it is basically negated. The other problem with Carbonice too is it uses gas when you smith it. Unlike iron that doesn't. But we're still in that weird hole right now for mining as well. But at the really high end. The other issue is I have no need for this rock until trading comes out. In which case I could sell it. It's a completely dead rock. Then it picks up again at 262. I just realized we don't have a winter area in this game yet. Obviously, there's a lot of biomes we don't have. But seeing all these autumn trees here just kind of reminds me, it's like, oh yeah, we don't have a winter area. Obviously, there's a lot of areas we don't have in this game. But we'll eventually. But seeing this area makes me think like, oh yeah, this is the fall season. Where's the winter region? Because Hopeport definitely feels like summer. This place definitely feels like autumn, or at least that particular area. Like that fall kind of area. Some areas of the same chapter kind of feel like spring. Yeah, nothing really has like that cold atmosphere. Like no snow, no frost area, no ice. Obviously, eventually it will. The obligatory ice region. Now the question is, will we add ice slipping mechanics? Ice sliding mechanics. Oh, you know why else it feels like we're getting so much more XP from this? Our woodcutting is boosted by like 20% right now. Or 15% actually. I just remembered that. It's because the tool upgrade is why this feels so much quicker compared to cooking. It doesn't apply to the foraging that we're doing. Like these catkins. But we're getting 15% on all the logs. I was wondering why the woodcutting was getting so much more XP than Gatherer too, but that's why. It's the 15% extra that's doing it. Because in theory, they should have both been moving up somewhat evenly. Not like perfectly, but pretty close. But the reason we were getting so much more woodcutting as a percent is because the 15% extra on the axe, particularly the saw. So I just realized something ironic about this potion. It uses red and blue items to make a green item. Almost like RGB color. But yeah, one of the items are red, one of the items is blue. And then at the end you get a green. Not quite how color works, I'm pretty sure. But more so make like, what, a purplish color? But yeah, the chestnut things were like blue, or at least the tree was. These are red, but the byproduct is green. How's that happen? And not just any green, literally the strongest green potion currently in the game. Though I wonder why they didn't make it higher than that, though. Hey, some of them have like a weird cutoff. As if they should go higher, but currently don't. Because the trees that we're cutting here, they eventually go all the way to level 336. Yet these things that we're collecting right now stop at 171. They never go higher than that. Seems like there should be like another tier above it. Same as all the other potions. For a plus 90 and plus 100. Boost combat potion. Here's what's their concern? Power creep? When they're going to be doing the whole combat overall? I don't think an extra plus 20 is going to be that game breaking. I hope they add it later down the line. Because it would also help fill out Mind Fighter quite a bit. So you're not getting the same material. Because you start getting it around like the 100-ish range and a little bit above. And then you keep getting it all the way to level 500 because it's not another higher tier. There's a lot of chapters that have that issue. And this tree is one of them. Where it caps at 171 even if you're doing like the 340 woodcutting here. It's still only a 171 gatherer. Even if you have 500 gatherer. Speaking of gather level about to come in. 4 more left after that. Bone Right's getting pretty close too. So we're gonna double it up when we do. Just so we don't have to keep going back. Though our cooking contracts are ready now though. We want to go claim them. We got a message. Yeah, there's quite a few things that you can do with the new respawn system. Where you basically wait and get a double spawn. It's pretty cool. You can basically double take a resource. It's particularly good for Forager, but it can be done to every skill. But even these ash trees that we're doing, we can end up taking a double grab occasionally. Though I generally don't because it's easier to remember to cycle in case we went slower. I would say Forager gains the biggest benefit from it, but you can do it for every skill in the game. Since all respawns are based on the first one you take rather than the last one you take. So sometimes you get like a double respawn right on top of each other. Depending on how you cycle. It works really well for doing like multiple different rooms. Is that way you can like double or triple respawn a resource you need instead of just claiming it once. Because the easiest to do is double taking the same tree or the same resource node, but you can stack it to like 2 or 3 depending on how wide of a route you're doing. It's new tech that ended up coming in with the change to queuable action. Haven't found anything ultra broken for it yet. I've definitely found some things that increase the XP rate per hour. Even though the patch notes said it doesn't, it definitely does. But we're talking only like a few percent. I haven't seen anything like game breaking with it. I get most like 3 to 5% extra XP per hour. There we go, gather 174. We technically have a new option we could do. I don't think it's worth it though. I still don't understand the point of tangle fruit. Or tank fruit. Yeah, there's an unlock. All the unlocks coming up are pretty pointless though. Which is why we're going back to Bone Spike eventually. But I need 115 woodcutting before we can. Which is why we're trying to get 76 right now. It's not just for the 2,500 total, I actually need it to continue woodcutting. So we can move on to oak. There's only plan to do this while we still need to do ash tree. Oh yeah, I'm waiting for the tree respawn. I forgot. That's only on the next cycle. There we go. Oh, this guy's still doing carpentry. He was here earlier, a couple hours ago. Back before we even started the cooking grind, and he's still here. He really wants those carpentry levels. I wonder if he's doing Lost and Found. I mean, not Lost and Found, I mean Spider Nest. Bit of a high level to be doing it, but you never know. He's doing the level 51. Which is Forgotten Things. I feel like the reward for Forgotten Things was pretty lame, though. I didn't really do that much. Like, compared to every other 5-star, I would say it probably is the weakest 5-star reward. It gives you access to 7% and 10% XP pots. Or at least the material used for it. And it gives you like a teleport stone you almost use for nothing. Other than the resource didn't mention. It's technically used for a couple things up there, but barely anything. Actually, you know which one has the absolute weakest, though? It's definitely chapter 4. Because if you ignore the pre-chapter reward, it has basically no reward at all. If you ignore the one that you get like midway through the quest. Yeah, Battle of Fortune Hold actually beats it out for the worst. Because the main reward you get without even completing the quest. And the quest itself basically gives you nothing extra at the end other than a small amount of XP. It's like enough for a level for every single skill that you use, but that's about it. So yeah, the absolute worst is Battle Fortune Hold. Second worst is Forgotten Things. Then Branolf Inheritance is good, and Lost and Found is basically required. The game doesn't force you to do it, but it's basically required. There's like an actual mechanic that gets unlocked. Make it 4-star gear. It's pretty much a fundamental mechanic in the game, yeah, is locked behind a quest like that. It's actually the hardest quest requirement still, too. But the reward's definitely worth it. And keep in mind, if you haven't done that yet, you kind of need to before special attacks come out. Unless you plan on trading for all of them. That's how you make special attack weapons. As all 4-star weapons will have special attack on them. But only them. You won't be able to do it on 3 or lower. Oh, big ol' stretch. 4 levels to go. And soon to be only 2. Because that woodcutting level and that double knowledge point right around the corner. For that bone right and woodcutting level. And then we'll get 1 more gather level and probably 1 more woodcutting level. So it'd be 175 gather and 76 woodcutter and 157 bone right. And off stream, I'm probably going to be doing all of the smaller carpentry supplies. So we have 67 to go do all these, because these require 67. Which I can't click info on them, otherwise it will bring up the screen. But I assure you, these require 67. Actually, we can check it this way as well. 67 for ash plank, which is what these things are. Ash log and ash plank. So I did that off stream in case we want to do carpentry tomorrow. I'm not sure if I will, given that we did like 3 hours today, but we'll see. Plus, I'm still going to do some off stream today. Because I want to try to do 67 today. Or, off stream. Basically, I want to clear out the bank of everything that isn't ash log. Alright, next trip's probably a woodcutting level. Oh good, we're actually gonna make it in time to go grab those cooking contracts as well, if there's any good ones. Which, hopefully there's at least one. Worst comes to worst, we'd probably take anything that says bacon sandwich, regardless what number it says, because they're so free to turn in. So even if it says like 9 bacon sandwich, I think we still take it. Even if it's like a low value one, just because we're gonna have so many of them already made, that we might as well just turn it in for free. So why isn't there any Guardians doing this? I'm actually kind of surprised. The entire time we've been doing this, for about like 3 showers today, maybe 4, however long it's been, I have not seen a single Guardian doing this. Because that's a Hammer Mage, and we're a Chrono Knight. I'm actually kind of surprised. Because this is how you make plus 60 and plus 80 Arborate Potion. AKA their best potion. It's just kind of weird. I haven't seen any Guardians. I've seen every other class do it, just not a Guardian today. You know what could be the case? All the really active Guardians are probably too high of a gather level to do this. I think that's the issue. Because these fall off post 200. Like, you'd probably never touch them again post 200. I think that's what happened. Because a lot of the Guardians already got a high enough level that these aren't even viable to take anymore. Because I feel like the Guardians that do Hope Fars, they like really do Hope Fars. Like really, really do Hope Fars. Like crazy amounts of Hope Fars. Because it's basically their chapter. The other two classes don't really have a chapter like that. I guess you could technically say Chapter 3. But I wouldn't really say Chapter 3 is like the Crown Knight chapter or the Hammer Mage chapter. But I would definitely say Chapter 2 is the Guardian chapter. Oh, come on, stop teasing us, get the level. Watch, we're gonna get those other 2 logs and it's still not gonna be there. Actually, there's only 1 more. Oh no, 2 more, just one in that one. It's gonna be just like the bacon sandwich. Where the log we take as soon as we take our next cycle will be, yep, there's your level. Yeah, it's pretty much the goal at this point. Knowledge for another bone rate level. Get 1 more gatherer, get 2 more woodcutting. Well, technically 1 more woodcutting, you know, the second we get a log or 2. And that should be 2,500. And obviously that's our end goal for today. As it has been the entire goal this old stream. There we go. Nice, 3 levels to go. You can't be, oh yeah, I saw you doing that earlier. Knowledge pointing bone, right? Yeah, you're pretty close. You're way closer than me. I think you're like 20 levels above. You're like 170 something. But yeah, I still gotta do it quite a ways. I am going to be offsetting with bones from Gatherer, though. But that's only going to cover like 5 to 10 more levels. The rest is going to be all knowledge. But yeah, we're working on the same thing right now. We're getting there, though. I'm still good, like a good 2 weeks away from finishing it, though. Gatherer will be done probably by this Monday. But Bone Right probably won't be done until, like, gosh, almost the end of this month. I'm not sure what I immediately put knowledge into after Bone Right, though. I kind of want to start training some alchemy and put it into the dead zones of alchemy. That or do woodcutting carpentry and put it to the dead zones of carpentry. For when we do a lot of, what's it called? I will eventually remember the name. Bramble Suave. Whenever we do Bramble Suave, we're not going to be banking, like, any carpentry XP. Other than, like, the one Suave every 9 trees. I'm still not sure what my main target will be after bone rate 200. There's a lot of good targets for sure. I'm considering alchemy. But that requires us to actually do the alchemy grind though. That or woodcutting carpentry. Just so when crafting comes out we can make our really good tier weapons. Because what if... Because my biggest concern is, let's say special attacks come out in a month. And I don't have the carpentry supplies to go make the good special attack weapon. Because something that was completely dead content is now like our best spec weapon. Like I want to make sure I have the woodcutting carpentry to be able to support it. So I'm considering after the 200 bone rate to really go heavy on woodcutting carpentry. We're technically doing that right now. Or just the woodcutting part. Obviously these get carpentered later. Though, oddly enough, due to the fact that we get 12-12, we could technically drop all 12 of these and go to the carpentry run during mid-run. The only problem is the pathing doesn't work that well. You'd have to backtrack too far. It would be funny, though. But it backtracks too many tiles. Kind of like what we did with the bacon sandwich, where we dropped 12 and then picked it up after. We could do the same thing with this, where we drop 12 of these, do the 12 logs and make them into planks, and then go bank them. And then come back and do the same thing again and pick them up the second time around. The only issue with that is we have to backtrack too much to go to the carpentry saw. You lose more tiles going from the end point to carpentry saw than you do from just going to the storage rift and going back to the bank. So unfortunately, can't do it in cycle. The closest we could get is if after this tree we go to that corner tree and then go in there. But I believe that's still further than doing the bank. Is the problem. It's not as far, but you still lose more tiles, so it's not worth it. That'd be the closest we could get, though. Is after this catkin, do that tree, then go in there, drop everything, start doing our planks. The other issue with that right now is I would need 2 more carpentry levels. Something we very distinctly do not currently have. It would take too long to go get, based on what we have banked. Alright, bone rate time. As well as check cooking contract time. Hey, Contender's over here. Must be on a cooking run. He's doing cooking earlier. And probably still is. Just AFKing a little. Alright, let's go grab our thing. While I'm here, I might as well. One less thing I have to click later. Would have to drop something anyways. There we go. And now check any good contracts. And back we go. Oh, free. Oh, century. Oh, you know what? I'll take them all. Why not? Have the other thing banked. Alright, there we go. And back to the other 2. 2 levels to go. Which at this point is going to be 1 gather and 1 woodcutting. Oh no, I found a bot. Not really. His name is Murderbot. Reminds me of that one Murder Drone series. Actually concluded. I think a couple months ago. Wasn't too bad. I feel like its sense of humor was a bit bad, but some of the fight scenes in it were pretty good. I feel like the storyline direction was a bit bad for that series, though. But some of the fight scenes they had for it was really, really, really good. STI. Gosh. People have taken every name. Every small name has been taken, even those. I just realized, do we not lose any tiles by auto-clicking all these? I don't think we do. Because I thought at one point we were on that tree. But the way that it paths, I don't think we lose a single tile by doing the auto queue. I don't think there's a single spot where we actually gain a tile from manually walking. Which is what's so nice about this activity as well. It was mostly because of all the up-downs. Because the up-downs force you to a really specific tile. So you can't really, like, pre-walk it. Because it's forcing you to a tile. But I don't believe you lose a single tile by auto-queuing everything. Let's see, do you lose one in this room? I don't think so. Nope. This brings you to the side here, but I don't believe it does. It brings you right there. Yep, it brings you to the right tile. Yeah, you don't lose any tile from auto-queuing everything. There's not a single manual walk you have to do for this, which is nice. It's almost like they planned for you to do this exact route. But it's mostly because all the force tiles of the up-down. There's only one tile you even physically can go to for almost every tree here. The only spot you technically lose a tile is if for whatever reason you want to go to that very far corner tree. It is better to walk to the west side rather than the north side of that tree. Otherwise, you waste 2 tiles. But you waste way more tiles going to that tree normally, so it's not worth it. Oh, someone's actually AFK in it as well. Don't see that too often. The wood cutting AFK. You can do it on any tree as well. I believe it's actually the thing that has the most amount of locations of any AFK in the game. Since every tree you can technically AFK. Like this one. You could do Lop, which is an AFK activity. It's actually crazy how many AFK activities woodcutting has compared to any other skill. Because every single tree is effectively an AFK. And on top of that, they even have some lumber cutting you could do. As if that wasn't already enough AFK locations. You also have a different type with the lumber cutting. But every tree in the game is an AFK location. Which means there's like 100 of them? More? There's like an insane amount of them. Obviously, the number of AFK activities it has is the same as most other skills, but the actual amount of locations you could do it at is absurdly high. So it's kind of interesting is both of these are going to get their level at almost the same time. Which will work out quite nicely. Hey, we're actually going to make it with an hour to spare. I was worried about not making it in time. We're going to have like a whole spare hour. I am stopping once we get 2,500 though. I'll still be doing some grind off stream. It must be carpentry grind. I want to finish every log in my bank that isn't ash log tonight into tomorrow morning. But the only logs we're not going to be doing being all the ash planks we got today. Or ash logs into ash planks. But everything else still left in there I do want to go process. Which is like 400 of them? 500 of them? Somewhere around there. Like a little under 500. Actually, there's probably more ash logs in there than there are every other log combined. That isn't an ash log. But how many we did today. I need to go check that before we end. Check our catkin number and check our log number. In opposite order. Check log first. So we don't have to tally back here. Because you know, I just realized this game doesn't have like a custom cursor or anything. It's like the default, you know, whatever you call it, mouse. I'm not sure how I never noticed that. Because I do play some games that have like a custom cursor automatically. I just realized you have default mouse in this game. It just changed into a pointer when you're pointing at something though. You want a pink cursor? The gather level's nearly there. Woodcutting's gonna be about the same time. But it's gonna be a nice climax then. We're gonna get both of them pretty much the same time. Gatherer might be just slightly ahead or below woodcutting. It's hard to tell. I think it might catch up. Or woodcutting will catch up, I mean. I know both should be moving pretty evenly based on when we started. But the 50% extra on woodcutting might pass it. If anything else, it'll make it a lot more even. Because we're not going to get a bone rate level in that time. Even if we double boost bone rate, that's not going to be a level. It's kind of funny how amazingly perfect this is going to work out at the end. They're both going to get there at like almost the exact same time for the exact 2,500. It's like we calculated everything in advance. Though we definitely didn't, though. I knew like the rough guesstimation was based on EXP rates. Hey, what's Kale's level right now? Let's see, because I know some people have been rolling in with the 500s, yeah. He has that 372, still getting there. But there's a grind we're going to be doing it sometime soon. The Alchemy grind. Might even pre-bank a bunch of stuff before we ever do that grind. Just so we could just stay in the alchemy room the whole time. The problem is we don't get our cash back from alchemy until trading is out, is the only problem with that. So if trading is going to be like over a month from now, that's a whole month of all that gold be just being tied up into nothing. Is I can't use the boost potions until combat comes out. And I can't sell like the boost potions we don't need, like the green ones, until trading comes out. That reminds me, how close are we to our next smithing AFK? Oh, we still got a ways to go. 247. That's good because my mining level is nowhere near that. Not sure what we would do about that, actually. Because we're eventually going to hit a wall on smithing in about the next 2 weeks. Oh, woodcutting's catching up. It's getting there. That'd be so funny if they come in at the exact same ones. Imagine if, like, we pick a tree and then get the woodcut back to back. There's no way they're gonna get that even. It would be really funny if it happens, though. Like, we take one tree, then we take the cat cannon, and boom, double level. Ugh. But yeah, we'll go check our stock on both by the end. Because I'm actually really curious how many we got today. Catkins, I want to say around 500, which means I'm like 100 something chestnuts short, but I'll just buy them later when we make the potion. Because we don't need those until 197, so we got a ways still then. But, yeah, these actual planks we do need immediately, though. Unlike these catkins that we don't use till 197 alchemy, we use these planks as soon as we hit 67 carpentry. Which we'll have enough time tonight and tomorrow morning. We will have by tomorrow's stream if we want to go do it. Not sure if we will, just because we already did so much carpentry today as well, but we'll see. It's a skill we really need to get up. That we've been neglecting for a very, very exceedingly long time. We're kind of getting to the point where we actually kind of have to level it. Especially with special attacks around the corner in like a month or so, give or take a little bit. Because I need them for some spec weapons. Just in case something that requires carpentry is actually a good special attack. Which is likely at least one of them will be. Oh, he has the level 5 potion AFK. It effectively does what the +4 does, but it lets you do it one level earlier. For how much more they cost, they're probably not that worth it. But they're great XP. And they don't cost that much extra. But the one level early doesn't do too much. The main benefit of them is that they're the same thing as a +4. CBD or 2 as well. Oh, wrong person. So I wonder if he's going for base 100. I know he's going for base 50 earlier. Which, how do I even check him? I guess it's compare. Yeah, sure looks like he's kind of going for base 100. Okay, so he is reinvesting them into Alchemy, nice. Yeah, I'm not sure what I plan to use my +4s and +5s on from Alchemy. Obviously, once we have trading, technically we can just buy from people too. But those things are going to be so expensive. Like, they're probably going to be over like 200 silver each or something. Something absurd. Hopefully they're closer to 100 silver each or something, though. I'll have to see what the market is on them. Because if they're under 100, I would like mass buy them like crazy. It's probably worth it. You'd have to burn 1 gold every night, but you could easily make that back. Also, you don't have to use that at all level ranges, only some. Because it lets you do AFK activities way earlier than you normally would, post 200. I don't think I have any level set up right now that would be a good example. But basically, any of the post 200s you could do 4 levels earlier. So let's see, can we do it for combat then? I don't think you would want to do it for just combat. But if we were like 242 scout, we could do that 4 levels earlier, which gives you a ton of XP. There's also a really great run right when you're at a threshold. For example, technically, though it probably wouldn't be worth it for that because you could just knowledge them. But you could do something like, you know, the 200 AFK and get post 200 XP rate. at pre-200. It basically go from 196 to 200 in a single night. In like 8 hours, not even. Because you're getting post-200 XP rate pre-200. There's quite a few interesting things you could do with them. But they increase your XP rate way more than an XP pot does. Like, probably more than 10% in most situations. Or if you use them pre-200 for a 200 post-200. It's about 450% extra XP. Something absurd. Because they're 4 times better. But in a normal situation, it's about 10% extra. Give or take a few percent. And it stacks with XP pots, too. Though if you do stack it with XP pots, you could only do it for 8 hours. Unless they make those equipable later down the line. Yep. The misclick, no! Yeah, the ones at 200 are way better than the higher level one because they're cheaper to make. The problem is their XP rate falls off really quickly. You can only do it from 200 until 218 or 219, and then they fall off. So you can do it for 19 levels, which is better than nothing, but not as many as you would hope for how many you need. But yeah, the XP rate just dies at 219. The only thing that would make it worth it is if you have an alt account just constantly making them 24/7. That way when you need them on your main, you just grab them from there, and you're good to go. Because having one single alt doing that like constantly is enough to keep your account, or you know, your main account always having one. Yeah, getting an alt to 200 Alchemy wouldn't be too bad. It'd still be awful though. First we gotta get it on the main. You'd burn, or actually, no, you actually wouldn't burn money when trading comes out to get 200 Alch. I'm pretty sure everything's pure profit. I don't think there's a single potion you lose money on once trading exists. Except for maybe some of the smaller fear potions, like the 6-minute one. Also, 6% pots in general are really weirdly priced. Most 7% pots are cheaper than 6%. I know 6% can be made on mass, but their cost relative to that is really expensive for how much little benefit they have over 5%. Oh wait, we already got our gather level? Oh wow, that was quick. Alright, well, they didn't turn in at the same time then. I thought that 15% would be enough for woodcutting to catch up. Apparently not. Which means we could technically just pivot over to full all-in woodcutting if we want right now. I don't know, should we do that? We might after the cycle. I just camped the north room for all the ash tree. Just to finish out the level then. Because we're not going to gain another gather level today. I know we already have way more than enough catkins. That does mean we got to say goodbye to catkins forever then. As they are dead content after today. Unless we really want plus 80 Arboreal Potion for some reason. Though given that we're a class that doesn't really need them. The only time I'd maybe do them again is if I go to the next tier of Ash Tree. And I'm like, you know what, maybe we do want more. Alright, come on, 4th of a level to go. Technically, I get it instantly if we use the knowledge on it, but I'm definitely putting knowledge into bone right. These actually need these logs for carpentry. Yeah, we're just gonna camp this one north room then. I believe it's infinite loop with the new queue system. It's closer to the bank. The big downside is you don't get any catkins, but we should be good on them. Let's finish out the final level. The only thing that's going to be a problem is we do need to go bank to go get a knowledge pot. Yeah, that's probably going to happen before we hit the full percent. Unfortunately. Now, let's see. Can you infinite loop these? If I get back to this tree, will it be spawned? Hopefully the answer is yes. Tree, you're not spawned yet. Tree. Thank you. There you go. That's pretty much instant. You can't pre-click it, but yeah, it's there. Hey, our Hope Forest rank went up. Because we spent pretty much all day in Hope Forest. Like 80-90% of it. Aside from our fresh year doing a cooking contract. I know we're about to over-encumber on knowledge. Still going for the full inventory. Sad part is we're going to be ever so slightly short on woodcutting. We're gonna be like 4 trees short. Unfortunate. Oh yeah, I was wondering why that went up because we got a better cooking level. So we can get a better cooking AFK. I was like, wait, why is there showing a thing over there? I do eventually want to go unlock all the knowledge rewards, just for the sake of having them out. That might be the first thing we do after 200 bone right. Alright, two things I want to go check here. One is, obviously, we got to go get our potion, so we don't have 200% knowledge. The other is, I want to see how many catkins we have. Oh, did I just cancel it? I did. I keep forgetting. The potion doesn't have super armor. Or whatever you call it. You could break it with any action. Alright, there we go. Okay, moment of truth. How many catkins did we get? We only needed 390. And we got 489. We overshot a little bit. Though it'll bother me to no end if I don't get one more, though. So we need to get 100 chestnuts later. But then again, it would kind of be the other way around, though. Because if you get them 24 at a time, we would be 3 off. And I still gotta do it to make it a nicer number, though. I gotta get the 1 for the 490. It's gonna drive me crazy if I don't. I go get it. Well, actually, we need to go get the tree as well, anyways. Alright, moment of truth. Let's go get our level. And get one singular catkin along the way. And this, we can also go check how many planks we got. Oh, I forgot to get my cooking contract, but I need to go back there anyways to go get the AFK potion, so it kind of works out. Now we need one single catkin. Let's see, do these 2 trees give us our level? 2,500? Almost. 2,500? Almost. 2,500? There it is! 2,500! That has been done. We can now move on to oaks. Alright, give me one single catkin for my sanity. So we have a cleaner number. Alright. Let me go bank all these. And now, moment of truth. How many ash planks did we get? Let me deposit all. Alright, what's the total? We got 595. Which, yes, is indeed more than everything else combined. We got 300, 100, yeah. It is more than everything else combined. That was all today, too. 595 ash, which is over 1,000 planks. Tier 3 plank, which we can make shields out of. And or potentially use for a future boss. Like the boss in Chapter 2. If they remake the toad thing again. Alright, let me go bank this one thing because I need to go get the potion anyways. And go head to our AFK activity. And grab our cooking contracts. Okay, so I'm going to go back just to bank this one thing. Though we need to come here anyway, so it kind of works out. I think I already used up all my XP pots for the AFK, so I need to go buy some more. Of those juicy mining AFK pots. They're a little pricey, but they're worth it. Oh, that's not the thing I wanted. So give me a couple of these. Let's see, where are they? XP. AFK for the mines. It's kind of weird. The whole part AFK is actually kind of expensive. Alright, that should be fine. I should hold this for a little while. I don't need that many right now, though. Give me like 10. I'm going on a little bit. Oh no, I might just do it in the morning. Give me 10. Maybe more. Give me 10. Oh, I gotta do the daily thing later, but we could do that while doing the other thing, though. We could stop for a few minutes to go do that. Oh, if that's the case, give me my XP pot then. Wait. I need my 2 XP pots if we're going to do that. Because I need to do the ventures in an hour and a half. Let's see. Give me one of these. Give me... Did I have any banked already? Oh, I already had 10 banked. Oh, wait. I already had, Wait, how many do I have right now? I have like 96 right now. Interesting. Alright. I forgot I still had some in there. Alright. What am I looking for? One of these, because I'll need that later. Then we'll head over to the smithing AFK. As soon as we go check the cooking contract here. I need these two to check our ventures later. Anything good here? Not really, but probably still taking them. Some of these might be replaced later. But I think this is fine. The rays require less, but I believe they cost more. It's not the way it's South Falls too, which is kind of annoying. I'm just gonna take this one. I think it's fine. Alright, we're gonna take those later. Not gonna do it right now though. Alright, let's go head him to the AFK. But goal has been achieved. We have gotten level 2,500 on the dot. With an hour to spare. We are gonna be calling it here though. Aw, I should have stepped under. Hey, what's the final poll results at right now? So, with 56 votes in, with the new build type soon available, with the combat merge and brighter shores, which sounds best? The infinite ammo DPS range at 25%. The mixed with all factions, gears, and specs, because you'll be able to use all faction equipment, just slightly lesser for all other factions, at also 25%. The AFK DPS tank, aka 0 to 1 click fights, is at 30%, and actually the highest. It's basically how combat works now, except way min-maxed, where you just kind of engage a fight and it just dies. Oh, so why are the three people here all standing there? What's going on there? And other got 20%. So the winner was the AFK DPS tank thing, because it probably does more DPS than range, and you wouldn't even need to heal or use boost pots anyways. So it should be really chill. It's also the most like how combat works now. Anyways, guys, we're going to be calling it here for now. Thank you so much for stopping by. Oh, that bean guy isn't here. I wonder what he's grinding now. But we will be back tomorrow, same time as per usual, around noon Eastern Standard Time or so. And game plan for tomorrow is... I'm not sure, actually. We kind of got our whole goal done today of 2,500 total. I don't know, maybe some carpentry? We'll see. Maybe some cooking? I'm not actually sure what I want to focus tomorrow. I guess maybe gather, I think. Start pushing gather to 200. I don't think we're going to finish gather to 200. But I believe we move towards that while doing some leather or something. I want to at least get to the next bone tier, I think, tomorrow. Like 184. And maybe we're back in the forest again. We've been doing a lot of forest streams lately. That's because there's a lot of stuff we've been putting off in this chapter. But, yeah, I think we try hitting for 184. This should be really doable. 10 levels. Plus everything else we want to go get done. I think that's doable. But anyways, guys, I will catch you guys later. Thanks for stopping by. As always, greatly appreciated. And I'll see you guys later. Goodbye, everyone. Thanks for watching.